Well, hello all, and welcome to the Actual Tech Media's Enterprise IT Virtual Summit. Today's topic, devising your 2023 IT strategy, including cloud, security, data protection, and infrastructure strategies. So obviously, this is a giant topic. We've got the whole of planning for 2023 all here in one day. Luckily, we are not navigating this conversation on our own. On the summit today, we've got some of the most innovative and leading companies in the industry, and you're going to be hearing from top experts at TierPoint, Couchbase, Synology, SimSpace, Veeam, CrowdStrike, KnowBe4, Rubrik, Delinea, Tanium, Scale Computing, Metallica, Commvault Venture, Rapid7, Nisuni, Okta, and Sysdig. So for those of you counting along with me at home, that was 16 different sessions full of innovative solutions, hot trends, and creative strategies, all here in one place. This is going to be an absolutely incredible day, and I hope that you are all as excited about it as I am. Now, in order for you to get the most out of this big, wonderful day today, I'm going to cover a few housekeeping things just to get us started here. Okay, now, of course, we do have some awesome prizes lined up for you. So if your eyes went right on over to that prize icon, I get it, but hang tight. I'm going to come back to those in greater detail in just a moment. But first, I want to draw your attention on over to the questions window inside your webinar control panel. Now, if you haven't already said hi, there is a huge audience out there today, and so many of your industry colleagues and peers all gathered together here to converse, to get to know each other, to get into some of these cool strategies at this summit. So reach out and give a wave to the other members of the Actual Tech Media community. Now, we also want this to be an informative event for you, and that means that we want to see those technical questions. So throughout today's summit, we hope that you'll get engaged and make sure to ask all those questions you have about all the solutions and the strategies that we're going to be exploring together here today. Not only will we have team members responding over live chat to you during the event, but we also have a dedicated Q&A session at the end of the presentation. So I do want to remind you, though, because we've got a lot to cover in a tight time frame. So if we don't get to your question live during the webinar, don't worry, because the awesome humans from TierPoint, Couchbase, Synology, SimSpace, Veeam, CrowdStrike, KnowBe4, Rubrik, Delinea, Tanium, Scale Computing, Metallica, Commvault Venture, Rapid7, Nisuni, Okta, and Sysdig. Whoo, that's a whole lot of awesome. They will all be following up with you after we wrap, so you will get answers back to your questions. Now, by the way, I do want to mention that if you do have any technical issues that come up today, I hope they don't, but you never know. A browser refresh is probably going to clear out any of the more common issues with slides, audio, video. But if that doesn't work for you, just post in the window there, let the Actual Tech Media team know what's going on, and we'll be there to help you out. Okay, now today is going to be jam-packed with exciting information and cool tidbits and takeaways. So when you have one of those kind of exciting, brain electrifying moments and everything's all lit up in there, be sure to share that with your friends. You can use the Twitter button right there on your audience console. The hashtag for today's summit is going to be automatically added to your post. All right, now the last stop on our guided tour of your webinar console this morning, we're going to take a look at that handouts tab. It's right next to the questions window that we were just chatting about. So click in, you're going to find some fantastic resources and takeaways from our speakers here with us today. We have an info pack collection, there's solution briefs, there's white papers, there's data sheets, there's free trials, ebooks, upcoming events and webinars, and more. So click around in that handout section and download some of those awesome resources. All right. Now, for those of you that I haven't met yet, my name is Jess Steinbach. I'm with Actual Tech Media. I am so happy to be one of your moderators for this incredible and giant summit here today. Now, in just a moment, we're going to be joined by my friends and fellow moderators, both David Davis and Scott Becker. So stay tuned for that. All right. And I said I would come back to the prizes. So here we are. It is not just awesome content that we are giving away today. And if you thought our list of presenters was long, you better believe that we have a grand prize list to match it. So let me walk you through. Today, you could win one of 2 Apple Watch Ultras, one of 2 iPad Pros, one of 3 iPhone 14 Pro phones, and one of 4, this is like the 12 days of Christmas, one of 4 AirPod Max headphones. So these are all awesome gifts for yourself or gifts for others. And if you are here live at the webinar with us today, you are entered to win. We also have the full T's and C's listed for you in the, if you head out back to that, remember we were just talking about that handouts tab, head on back to that handouts tab, click in, scroll down to the bottom, and you'll find the full T's and C's waiting for you there. So if you're wondering if you're eligible to win, that information is there waiting for you. Now, that is also not including the $300 Amazon gift certificates that we will be giving away every 30 minutes. So it's that whole list of prizes plus an Amazon gift certificate for $300 after every one of our sessions. So lots of cool stuff coming your way. All right, now we're obviously going to follow up with all the winners after the webinar wraps today. And again, if you have any questions about whether or not you're eligible to win any of these prizes, you can find the full T's and C's in the handouts tab. I do have a few reminders here up on the screen for you, including the fact that all grand prize winners are required to submit an IRS form W-9 to Actual Tech Media. All right, now I mentioned this earlier. We absolutely love getting your technical questions, and I really mean that. Folks, it honestly brings up the entire energy of the webinar. It increases our conversations. It gets the speakers pumped up. So please do get those questions, comments, feedback, suggestions, whatever it is, your own experiences. Feel free to share that with us in that questions console. Now, besides all that good stuff, you also are entered to win a prize. So we have a best question gift card going to one of the questions asked in each one of our sessions. It's a $50 Amazon gift card. We review all the questions asked at the end of our webinar. So even if we don't get to your question live during the summit today, you are still entered to win. We'll take a look at all the questions asked, and then we'll follow up with our winners. So get those questions in because, hey, it's awesome. It's great. It brings up all the energy and increases the conversation. And you could be entered to win that $50 Amazon gift card. So that's win-win. That's great in my books. All right. Now, if you are a winner here today, you always have the option to donate the value of the prize to one of our selected charities. Thanks to generous prize winners on previous Actual Tech Media events, thousands of dollars have been donated to these wonderful organizations. So if you're a lucky winner here today, you want to get involved, let us know because we would absolutely love to help make that happen. Now, obviously, we're pretty happy to have you here live with us on the summit today, and we want to keep that good feeling going. So let's connect on social. So go ahead and find us on Facebook, on Twitter. I'm also going to suggest that you check us out on YouTube. If you haven't already done so, there are so many incredible webinars waiting for you there on that YouTube channel. So be sure to find that and subscribe to the Actual Tech Media channel. Also, LinkedIn, another great way to reach out to us to find information that you're looking for, get some extra content. So do check that out. And speaking of exciting content, I know we already have quite a fan club out there in the audience for the Gorilla Guide Book Club. If you have not checked it out yet, I don't know what you're waiting for because you're about to have some time off around the holidays. You're going to be able to put your feet up in front of a fireplace. Why not have a good book to go with it? So visit the Gorilla Guide Book Club. You'll get access to free enterprise IT books authored by top industry experts. You get to stay up to date on all the trending enterprise technology. Now, these books are going to work on your Kindle, your mobile device, however you're reading, and they are, best of all, completely free. So you can download these awesome resources at gorilla.guide. There's a link for you in that handouts tab as well. All right. Last thing in this whole awesome intro here that we're going to cover is a really wonderful way to grow our community and win a prize at the same time. So you can do both these fun things all at once just by referring an industry friend or coworker to the Actual Tech Media event and webinar series. So you're going to find a link to do that right in your handouts tab. You'll also be automatically redirected at the end of our summit. I do want to promise you, because I know that this is a concern, everybody's email inboxes are full, especially at this time of year. We are not going to spam your friends or your coworkers. We send them an invitation to a list of upcoming webinars, and if they don't respond, they only get one more reminder from us, and that's it. Then both you and your coworker or friend could win a $300 Amazon gift card. We hold those drawings every month, so be sure to refer those friends because, again, another win-win situation. This webinar is full of win-wins for you folks. You're welcome. All right. Well, we have covered a lot of really important things already, and I'm going to take a pause here because I want to introduce our absolutely amazing keynote speaker. And folks, we are in for a treat today. Sean Kanungo is a globally recognized innovation strategist. He's a partner with Queen and Rook, where he advises leading organizations and executives on disruptive trends and actively invests in early stage ventures. Now, before all that excitement, though, Sean spent 12 years at Deloitte, working closely with leaders to better plan for the opportunities associated with disruptive innovation. His work and interviews have been featured in the Globe and Mail, The Guardian, CBC, and CTV. He's been recognized among Avenue Magazine's top 40 under 40. In 2021, he was named in Forbes as the, and this is a direct quote, best virtual keynote speaker I've ever seen. Yeah, that's pretty great. His content on innovation has also garnered millions of views respectively across LinkedIn, TikTok, Facebook, and YouTube. His book, The Bold Ones, was just released this month, this week, I think. So be sure to check that out. That's The Bold Ones. Well, I think that's, with all of that said, Sean, we're here, we're ready, we're excited to start our day on this virtual summit. So let's get this show rolling. The mic is all yours.
Thanks so much, Jessica. Hey, everyone. My name is Sean Kanungo, and I'm so excited to be with you. My friends at Actual Tech Media and we have a history. I actually was doing one of the keynotes back in 2020, and now I'm here back. And, we're still in this pandemic still. But, we're going to have a lot of fun today, and I need your help during this entire day. I need your help. I need you to be engaged. I would love for you guys to drop some insights into the chat and any questions you might have in the chat, because we're going to be engaging with you throughout. I know every organization and every leader in this event is really trying to figure out, what are we going to do for 2023? What are some strategies that are going to be relevant for us in 2023? I spent my career helping organizations when it comes to innovation and disruption and really helping them with their strategy. How do you go from 0 to 100? How do you scale? How do you grow? How do you get to the next mountaintop? But what I found most valuable is actually helping organizations go from 100 to 0, which is how do you disrupt yourself? One of the reasons why I have failed a ton during my career, I failed on strategy projects, on transformation projects, on innovation projects, is because I didn't understand the power of this one word, which is status. Status is wrapped up around everything we do. But listen, status can be incredible. Status is the reason why we have so many innovations. Status is the reason why we've conquered land. Status is the reason why we have created a better society. But status is also the thing that holds us back. It's wrapped around our work, our titles, our positions, and our identity at the end of the day. Recently I was working with a group of sales trainers, and we were working on a strategy for the next year. And everything went really well. We all high-fived. Everybody was on board. And I remember a couple months later, I heard from the team that they'd actually put this strategy on the shelf. And of course, I was disappointed. Another failure, another project put on the shelf. And I remember walking into the office of the sales training leader, and I asked her, I said, why did you guys put this project on the shelf? And she told something to me that I would take on every single project after that. She said, this new stuff, Sean, this new strategy with all this innovation stuff, this is not in my title. This is not in my title. And I realized at that point is that if you can't separate your status from the job to be done, then the project is dead on arrival. You see, in order to disrupt yourself, you have to disrupt your own status. The reason why status exists in the word status quo is because that's the thing that holds us back. And as we embark on our 2023 strategy, I believe today that the most innovative leaders in the world are the most vulnerable. They are the leaders that can step back and say, help me. They are the leaders that can step back and say, I don't know. So I know we're all in this, figuring out what we're going to do for next year. I just want us to figure out how we can actually disrupt ourselves, and that's disrupting our status. Here's a couple steps that I would take. Number one is to define your existence by not what you do, but why you exist. So many of us talk about our positions, our titles, our status at the end of the day. But if you define yourself by why you exist instead of what you do, then you'll start this process of disrupting yourself. Number two is to place yourself in lower status situations. Now, I know status is an ugly word, but get the coffee, do the meeting minutes, come off the bench. By putting yourself in these situations, you'll disrupt yourself. And number three, try to get yourself fired. Yes, I said it. Try to get yourself fired. That doesn't mean punching somebody in the face, but it's like, how do I come into work and take a small risk that will change my trajectory and the organization's trajectory? This is the process of disrupting yourself. And if you really want to create a world-changing strategy and you really want to be innovative, you have to be comfortable with disrupting yourself. So I can't wait for our day today. It's going to be fantastic. We have a whole bunch of partners and vendors talking about some game-changing technologies. And I'm going to be back with you and providing some insights, some wisdom, some knowledge bombs throughout the day. I can't wait. And so with that, I want to pass it back to you, Jess.
Yes, thank you, Sean, for that awesome insight. I love the idea of rooting these strategies and organizational change projects within ourselves. In order to make things happen at a large scale, we as individuals have to be willing to take those first steps. And I think that's a great way to start our conversations out today, with a reminder that as we're going through our sessions during the summit, you can think without those walls and boxes, approach with curiosity and an openness to new ideas. We have a long day ahead of us, folks, but it is going to be a great experience, just packed with information and potential opportunities to grow and disrupt as individuals and as organizations. So I think it's time we get rolling. I'm going to kick it to David, who's going to run us through some polls. David, take it away.
Awesome presentation from Sean there. Thank you so much, Jess. What a great way to kick off today's summit event. I've just brought up a poll for everyone out there in the audience. I want to call your attention there to the poll on the screen that simply says, what's your time frame for adding new or updating existing IT solutions at your company? And we're talking about, all the types of IT solutions that we're covering here on the event today: cloud, security, data protection, infrastructure, software as a service, and more. So what's your time frame for taking some action? We do want to get your feedback. You answer these polls, by the way, right there in the slides window. Just select the option that corresponds to you and your company. We will have future polls, one after each presentation on the event today. During the summit, we do want to get your feedback on all of those. This is how we give feedback to the expert presenters on the event, so we appreciate your participation. All right, thank you for all the answers to the poll. Thank you for all the great comments there in the questions pane. Always love to hear from the Actual Tech Media audience. It's time now to kick off the summit with our first expert presentation. I'm excited now to welcome our first presenter, Adam Lawson, Cloud Solutions Architect at TierPoint. Adam, take it away.
Hello, and welcome to today's webinar, where we will be discussing your 2023 IT strategies. I hope everyone is having a fantastic holiday so far. I am your host, Adam Lawson. Let's get started. A little bit about me. I am Adam Lawson, a Cloud Solutions Architect here at TierPoint. I've been in the IT industry for a little over 15 years now. Background ranging from hands-on keyboard, systems admin, all the way through to solution seller and a stint at Microsoft. If you'd like to get to know me a little bit more, you can have my LinkedIn URL there at the bottom, or feel free to reach out to me at my email address below. So who is TierPoint? We are a cloud-forward and data center strong IT services provider that leverages the power of the cloud to power your digital breakaway. What this means is that our unique value prop leverages solutions such as private, public, or colo to really meet you where you're at in your journey. This can empower you to accomplish your business objectives without getting locked into a particular vendor or solution. But enough about us, let's talk about you. We have identified customers have some unique challenges and aspirations this year, especially going into 2023, ranging from rising inflation, supply chain, people capital, and I'll just narrow in right there for a minute. This is a tough market for customers. They are asked to do more with less. That means rewarding, recruiting, and retaining talent. It can be a challenge when we're looking at not only our customers, you that are listening to this webinar, but your own customers. there is a big component about security and observability. They want to be able to ensure that those that they're sharing sensitive information with, that their data is protected. Not only are you providing the newest and best experiences for them, but they can build upon that trust. When you couple in rising inflation with supply chain issues, it can be a challenge to accomplish your objectives and meet your customers' needs on time. We've identified that most of our buyers, 64% of them in fact, prefer to purchase or procure software solutions in a platform holistic style approach. In this case, that translates into different aspirations and even rhythms in CIOs. CIOs are saying that their roles are increasingly becoming more digitally focused. Imagine trying to work through these challenges in a work from home or a hybrid work scenario. That just completely adds significant complexity. So as we think about these challenges and we think about what's important in 2023, we need to understand that this is the mix. This is what sets up customers as we go forward. Now, when you hear me say do more with less, you probably are thinking to yourself, great, you're asking me to do more, get more output, spend more time with my employees, but you're going to cut my budget. I can't increase spend. I can't leverage new items. And that's not the case. What we're trying to highlight here is you already have an existing IT spend. You've already made an investment. So how do we leverage that technology to do more so you can work less? And the first thought there is to be data driven. How do I gather insights around what I already have in place today? And then take those insights and leverage efficiency with automation and AI. Maybe leverage or close some skills gaps, right? How do I empower some citizen developers within my organization to make dashboards and applications that can help them do their best work? Many of you may be going through or have already gone through some form of digital transformation. But in that case, how do we then continue to iterate and innovate with a cloud native approach? There are many technologies that are just turnkey, simply leverage a platform as a service model and enable some functions. From there, how do we re-energize our existing workforce? We all went through a long 2 years in a pandemic. We're all stressed out. We're all being asked to do more with less. We already discussed some of those unique challenges and aspirations. So how do I really get close to my employees and my customers, make sure they're understood and re-energize them in this work from home and hybrid work model? And then finally, we need to make sure that we're protecting everything, everyone, and everywhere. Because as we all know today, in order to be competitive, you have to run on trust. Continuing to unpack customers' challenges, I wanted to narrow in a focus on spend. Many of you today are leveraging the public cloud, whether it's Amazon or Azure, or are looking to leverage one of those providers. In front of you, I've highlighted 3 personas ranging from IT executives all the way through your business units. And it can be a challenge to understand as your new procurement method, it's a consumption-based model. Gone are the days where I would set a budget based off of a particular application or business unit, procure a device, storage, compute, and then do chargebacks. In this case, you pay for what you use, and depending on how it's deployed, it can be difficult to understand what's at use today. Then from finance teams, understanding from an accounts payable, accounts receivable, are we leveraging, well, first of all, what are we leveraging within our budget, and are we leveraging our budget in the best means necessary? And then following that all the way through business units, this particular area I've noticed has been a challenge for customers, and one I wanted to highlight specifically here is that if you are not bringing individuals to the table, if you're just simply having IT conversations, I challenge you to change that mindset. It becomes a better together story. When you bring in HR, when you bring in operations, when you bring in security, when you bring in any other folks that have a say at the table, you'll find that they have valuable insight that you can attach outcomes to and find success as you meet your business objectives. Okay, well, that's great, Adam. You talk about spend and these challenges, but how do I start getting a handle on it? You may have heard this new fancy buzzword that's going around. Well, it is now solidified into an actual framework known as you monitor your cloud spend and maximize the value of the investment that you're making. This ranges on three pillars: from informing, taking that data, informing yourself in a readable, digestible format. Then the operation model of it, defining those processes of, okay, we've got the data, now what's the process? Back to my procurement example before, you may have had a traditional procurement method where you had to go through an application process, change management, paperwork, and then things were approved. They have not been updated or transformed as you started to adopt the public cloud. So that's something you need to evaluate in your organization. From there, now how do we optimize these? Is there continued efficiencies and optimization around the application stacks themselves? Or perhaps let's move those conversations up and away from the technology and the speeds and feeds to the business unit itself. What are our customers' expectations? What's the customer's experience that we're looking to solve for? Things like that. And when you focus in, this framework can really help you understand where you can make some improvements from a financial standpoint and really leverage the power of the investment that you're making today. And as you can see, this continues that theme of doing more with less. Speaking of financial investments, oh boy, wouldn't it be great if you had the budget of Fortune 1 or a Walmart or AT&T? You can go out and implement all the things, hire all the folks you need to, but that's not everyone's scenario. However, as you'll notice the first line item here, almost every single cyber attack could have been avoided with a multi-factor authentication. Now you might think to yourself, no, well, not the case for that Uber hack that just took place a few months back. And you're correct. That was some human and social engineering there. But as we all know, this particular item can be a heavy lift for some organizations, which goes back to my previous comment that I like to highlight. It is a better together story. We got to bring security, we got to bring other business units to the table to have those conversations. Remote and hybrid work has increased significantly since the pandemic and is not going away. Your employees and your customers, this is it. This is what they are expecting. So we need to make sure that we've got the right observability, the right tools, the right processes in place to not only empower them to do their best work, but to do so in a safe and secure manner. Almost every security professional organization says they do not have sufficient tools or eyeballs to understand what's happening in their environment. So again, doing more with less, let's make sure we make the right investment or leverage our investment and get the data and insights and leverage AI or automation such as a SIEM or SOAR technology to then empower and increase your people profitability there. And then data loss prevention. I guess everything runs on trust. So how can we avoid scenarios like ransomware or data leaks or PII? We want to make sure that we protect our customers' data. Take a look at what you're leveraging today and start turning them on and consider a new DLP policy across your organization. Now, we've already touched base on MFA, but today I'd like to highlight a new methodology known as zero trust. Never trust, always verify. This is a framework around changing the old adoption of protecting the endpoints or protecting the perimeter, putting a moat around your castle, and really focusing in on the identity, that individual, where they're logging in, what applications that they're accessing, what devices they're coming from throughout their digital journey. The thought here is to take that observability and those data points, marry it with technology such as AI or ML, and to provide those insights and to take actions upon scenarios and events. Events such as impossible travel. I, Adam, based here in Dallas, am logging in, and then 2 seconds later, I'm trying to log in from Singapore. Well, unless Adam can teleport, which he can't, that's impossible travel. So with the zero trust methodology, we can always trust that he's logging in, but that's impossible to do so in that distance. Let's force a MFA, or let's force a password reset. As you can see, when you go through and implement those policies, you can quickly start framing up some beneficial practices in your organization to protect your data. Now you might be thinking, this is great, but what's in it for me? Or how do I get my CEO to adopt this? The one thing I love about this slide is it continues to highlight the story of its better together story when we bring in individuals to these conversations. We can implement a zero trust policy leveraging experiences that we are used to today. Everyone has a smartphone. Whether I'm logging into my mobile banking, Facebook, or any other social media app, I'm leveraging technologies like facial recognition or a fingerprint. That's providing additional metric to help verify who I am. And when we bring that through to IT operations, how do I enable just-in-time access and just the right access for the application or workload that I'm trying to respond to? Then I think about employees. How do I make sure that they are, one, accessing the activity or the application that they need to, but what about the content? Can I leverage a zero trust mindset and marry that with a modern DLP policy to make sure they're accessing financial reports or dashboards that are only acceptable to them? Remember, the key is to make sure that we are building trust with our customers. Earlier in our conversation, I mentioned that you may have already gone through or are currently going through a digital transformational project. Now, part of these conversations may have brought up what's known as the Cloud Adoption Framework, or CAF. Really what this is doing is trying to take your business outcomes and align it to technology. And in that case, it's the public cloud technology, because the public cloud is so different, we have to think differently. And to give you a good example of this, I have some customers that I've been working with recently that are classified as ISVs, or independent software vendors. They make some sort of software and they sell that software to their customers, such as a CRM, CE, inventory, warehousing, you name it. And many of these customers today are leveraging a traditional model, right? They've got some kind of on-premises deployment. Yes, you might put it in a quote unquote cloud, but it's not really the public cloud. It's a standard infrastructure lift and shift. But more so than that, they are leveraging a traditional licensing based instead of a consumption style mindset. And so they're having some challenges selling the value of their product to their customers because their customers' expectations have changed. They no longer want to run or maintain workloads within an on-premises scenario. In fact, they no longer want to run or maintain a procurement method in a site license or a per user base. They want to start leveraging it in a software as a service or a consumption-based product. So how can I work with these customers and help them to leverage the CAF or this adoption framework and align that to their business outcomes? The challenge I've noticed with these conversations is many of my customers still come to me with the how and the what of it first instead of the why. And I say that because it's crucial to understand the why, or it's crucial to go through the necessary meetings, strategies, workshops, you name it, to uncover what is important to the business, why we need to do this, how much revenue we need to make, what's our costs, our customer expectations, acquisition, churn, you name it. That will then drive the how and the what of it all. We need to define that strategy, then work through that, go through a planning phase, and then from there you can identify which technology is the right fit for that outcome. And then through there, as you go through all the way from the left to the right, you can then get into how do we then manage and adopt that and get into a well-architected framework of making sure you have excellency and efficiency, scalability across the way, and then marry that with previous conversations around FinOps, and boy, you've got something golden. So we've talked about a few different things today, and I wanted to take a moment and just level set. We started the conversation off with our customers' unique challenges and aspirations going into 2023 around how do we then make things more cohesive, how do we make sure that we understand challenges around budgets and financials with a financial operations model, from security, from protecting everyone and everything everywhere, into continuing to adopt a new framework known as the cloud adoption mindset or cloud adoption framework into our mindsets to continue to leverage the power of the cloud. And when I think about these things in the context of TierPoint, who is TierPoint and how can they help me through this journey? Well, we are a cloud forward and data center strong, like we talked about before. And our unique value proposition is that it is a hybrid cloud world. We will meet you where you're at and help choose the right solution for you. But the key factor there is to understanding the why. Once we understand the objectives that you're trying to reach, we can then understand the how and the what of it all. Next, I'll call out how we understand, well, why do customers choose TierPoint to begin with? Why do customers choose TierPoint? How do we make them successful? And it's really simple. Three key areas. We help our customers speed up adoption. Depending on where you're at in your journey, it can be very challenging to start from scratch. We're new to the public cloud. We need to get going. We've got some objectives to solve for, or we've got a new initiative and we need to pivot. We need to solve for a customer's challenge. From there, we help you ignite that innovation. Let's keep pouring that gas on the fire and keep accelerating with sustainability. With that, it all drives towards point number 3, where you're going to gain a competitive edge. We want to make you successful in your business where you're at, in your vertical, to help you meet your customers' expectations, because as we said, those expectations have changed and we need to rise up and meet them. So how do we do that? TierPoint has an extensive catalog ranging from cloud services, MTC, cloud connectivity, private, public, colo, all the way through managed services, including managed IBM. All of this is wrapped in a unique system of advisory and consulting services, ranging from your standard assessments to engagements and workshops, all the way through app modernization, migrations, data and AI, analytics, DevOps, you name it. There's a lot that we can do to help drive success in your organization. And all of this is backed by our key technology partners such as Nutanix, Microsoft, Amazon, AWS, Zerto, VMware, and the like. Many of these household names that you're accustomed to working with today. And real quick, all this backed by our experience and recognition ranging from Zerto's MSP of the Year, Gartner with our DRAS offering, and showing some experience with our customers that we've worked with today. What is it like working with TierPoint today? The first thing I'd like to call out is our CSAT score, 9.5 out of 10. We are very proud of that and proud to continue to provide that experience to our customers. All of that is backed by our customer portal there on the right, so that where you have access to all of your ticketing and information, where we bring that power of insights to you as an organization. In closing, I'd like to highlight that TierPoint will meet you where you're at. Every customer's cloud journey is different. So as you go into the new year thinking about some new initiatives that maybe we called out today and you'd like to know more, please feel free to reach out to us. We would love to help understand where you're at in your journey, define that plan, or maybe you've already got through that plan and you've deployed and launched and need some help in governance or management. We would love to understand those unique challenges for you and help you work through those aspirations and make some success and impact. Thank you for joining us today, and if you would like to learn more or have questions about today's presentation, please feel free to reach out to us at the contact information below. You can go to our website, our email address, or our 1-877 number, and one of us will be happy to work through any challenges or questions you might have today. Thank you all for taking the time, and I wish you a happy holidays and a happy new year in 2023.
All right, excellent presentation. Thank you so much, Adam, and thank you to TierPoint for supporting us on the event today. I encourage everyone to check out the handouts tab right there for additional information on TierPoint. The very first handout at the top is from TierPoint. It's a solution brief on the TierPoint Managed Public Cloud to help you speed up adoption and gain a competitive edge with TierPoint. So make sure that you check out that resource. You can download it and review it after the event. I did just bring up our first poll here regarding one of our expert presentations. The poll on the screen says, what additional information would you like about TierPoint? We do want to get your feedback on this. Adam and the TierPoint group want to hear, what next step you would like to take regarding the TierPoint presentation. And I should point out that Adam and the TierPoint experts are responding to questions electronically today. We do appreciate everyone's questions. We've gotten 21 questions so far for TierPoint. Awesome response there. Thank you for all those great questions. Of course, don't forget about our best question prizes today as well. So keep those questions coming. For anyone who hasn't got a response yet, Adam and the TierPoint experts are responding as quickly as they can. And if they don't have time to respond today, they will get back to folks after the event electronically. So I'll give everyone a few more moments here to respond to this poll that's on the screen, and I'll leave it up while I announce the first prize on today's summit. It's my honor to award our first $300 Amazon gift card. This is going out to Joe Ward from Pennsylvania. Congratulations. Joe Ward from Pennsylvania will reach out to you to deliver your gift card. That is the first of 16 Amazon $300 gift cards given out on the event today. So obviously a lot more still to come. All right. Thank you to everyone who responded there to the poll. Let's go ahead and keep the summit moving now. Let's move on to our next expert presenter. I'm excited now to introduce Mr. Tim Rotok, who is the Director for Product Marketing at Couchbase. Hey, Tim, it's great to have you on the event.
Thank you for having me. Excited to be here.
Excellent. Well, take it away, Tim.
Okay, great. Well, hey, thank you everyone for joining today. I wanted to just give you a quick overview of Couchbase, and Couchbase is a database company, a cloud database company, and I'm going to just talk very high level, but really the concept of, is your cloud database ruining your application? So within organizations, there are many different types of applications that they're using to engage with your customers, build competitive differentiation, manage your organization, your field team, and so on. And often as those applications need to grow, evolve, and scale, they come into roadblocks, right? And oftentimes that can be linked to the database that's behind, right? Because you're trying to manage your data as you grow and as you evolve, and that's not always easy. So let's just get into it. And so what I'm going to cover today is kind of a few things. One, some insights and challenges that we find from our customers and what we're hearing from the market, solutions to overcome those challenges, including some customer stories to try and make it more real, and then a quick wrap up and kind of suggestions on next steps. Okay. And let me go to the next slide, some insights from customers. So if we take it very high level and look big picture at the market and look at the industry and think about, how have application development changed over the past 15 to 20 years? It's actually changed quite a bit. If you think 2 decades ago, applications were often HR applications, finance applications, retail applications that companies were building themselves to run their stores, their supply chain, their staff, those sort of things. And they were built by in-house teams and used by in-house teams. So the number of users was quite small. The number of data compared to today's data volumes was quite small. And the things that they were trying to do in terms of those applications we're trying to achieve, the definitions were pretty clear. We're selling a product in these stores, and here's our catalog, and things didn't change very quickly. Well, that has changed radically with the web, with things like everyone having a cell phone in their pockets, with people being online all the time, the way that we as individuals engage with brands and companies directly as opposed to through stores and so on. So there's just so many different factors that has changed since kind of the introduction of Web 2.0 to where we are with mobile and so on, that in terms of application development, customers and organizations are building applications that really can make them different than their competitors, right? So applications today need to be very complex, deliver great experiences to customers. There can be hundreds of thousands to not millions of users. Information needs to flow real time, right? And there's just a lot of complexity there. And then the development has changed as well. It used to be this kind of waterfall approach of development where we knew our requirements, we built our requirements, we test, and then we deploy, right? And it's like very big bang. Now everything has moved to agile development. Things move very rapidly. We roll out a minimal viable product, and we evolve and we evolve and we evolve. So how can you support microservices and best practices and things like that? And then deploying, right? It used to be you deploy on, it's within my company. It's within kind of a very defined network. Right now, people, again, mobile phones, supporting information delivery out to the edge. You don't know where your customers are going to be, your employees are going to be, right? It has to be very, very efficient and scalable and cost effective. all of those things have had knock-on effects on the database. Again, those legacy systems meant that legacy data was very well defined. It was much smaller in size. It didn't change as rapidly. It needed things like supporting transactions for retail transactions and banking transactions and other things, and like inventory changes need to be make sure that that stuff is captured properly. And all of those things are still important today, but today the databases need to have, you know, massively support for a large amount of users, a lot of data, and support all these kind of dynamic development and have agility that they didn't have in the past. So that's kind of the very big picture. I want to focus on that at the high level. So let's go on. So let's break that down now quickly. A few, you know, what does that mean in terms of challenges, right? So the challenges we are hearing from our customers, still often those relational databases, those legacy databases are still in use. They're still popular for, you know, being quite efficient in what they do, but they were designed 5 decades ago, right? Literally the concept of relational came, I think it was in the 60s, some of the core concepts as you know, how can we very efficiently store data, because the machines and the boxes we had were very expensive and efficiency was the name of the game, right? That is not necessarily the case anymore. Machines have gotten, you know, much bigger, much faster. The cost of compute, the cost of data storage has gone way, way, way down. And that means we can maybe do things in a different way where efficiency isn't the only critical factor. They were also designed to be, you know, on a single box. Like, so you want a faster scenario, buy a bigger box, right? They weren't inherently designed to be scaled out across machines. They've kind of evolved that way a bit, but it's not inherent into the databases, right? Another challenge that customers come to us is really performing at scale, right? So I kind of hinted at it with that design for one single box. Relational databases, as you move the database from one box to a larger box, you get improved performance, but you're having to pay for that bigger movement, and it doesn't scale as well because you're just not getting those efficiency gains. And at some point, you know, the boxes are only so big, right? So you're getting into roadblocks when you really try and get out to those hundreds of thousands, millions of users, and so on. Another challenge that we've seen is now, again, with this evolution of relational to modern, is that there are now lots and lots of different types of databases. So for organizations saying, okay, great, we understand that, you know, the relational doesn't fit all. I want a different solution for a different application, a different microservice. A lot of different technologies have arisen. And there's been this idea started about 10 years ago that, well, I will find a specific data storage tool for my specific need. And while that does work, if you don't make any kind of tweaks and you stay very much in that lane, the challenge as an organization is you now crop up, you know, 10s to 15 to 20, 30 different data products that you're using that is the flavor of their choice of the developer or particular organization or group or so on. And what that leads to is a lot of data management between these different products, and also licensing models and security concerns and a lot of other factors that need to be managed across all of these different products, which leads to a higher cost of ownership and data sprawl. And then a fourth challenge is really, you know, how can an organization be very effective in moving their data to mobile, right? We're living through a mobile revolution where now we're all accessing, we all probably have hundreds of apps on our phone. We're using that not just for browsing the web, but, you know, accessing our bank and interacting with our own organization and all the different, you know, companies that we engage with and buy from, right? And so on, social media platforms and networking platforms, things like that. So all of that, how can I, as an organization and someone who builds apps, how can I be smart about bringing my data to the edge, to where people want it? And these apps just keep getting more and more complex. They get more and more rich, which is great, but it's also challenging. Okay, so let's move forward. So what's the solution here? So Couchbase is a cloud database platform. Feel we have a pretty good solution, and here's why customers come to us. There's pretty much four main reasons. It's around performance. Couchbase was designed is a NoSQL distributed database. Distributed meaning that from day one, it is designed to run on multiple boxes and run very efficiently. We run in memory, and so that results are extremely fast, and the data is distributed across those boxes automatically. So you can add another virtual, you don't add a physical box, but you add a virtual box behind the scenes, and we call those nodes. You add nodes, you can add 5 nodes, you just keep adding nodes very efficiently. That data is automatically synchronized between all the nodes, makes it very effective for scaling out without a lot of work from our customers. Our database stores data in a JSON format, and we'll get into that, but basically this is a very flexible format that allows customers to store data in objects, which then aligns really well to the way applications are built, because applications are built in objects. You have a lot of object concepts, so you can align your database to your application, and they are very flexible in terms of how you change and evolve them over time. Our mobile IoT solution allows for an offline first database that allows customers to store data very effectively on their mobile device and their mobile app, which means that customers can do queries and analysis and searching and all those things on their mobile phone, even if they're disconnected, right? So they can get a great mobile experience even if the web connectivity is gone. And we have a variety of services that combine that reduce that data sprawl, that reduced our cloud costs overall. I'll give you some examples of that. But so customers are using us for things like advanced dynamic product catalogs, where you're online and you're looking at a product catalog and it's generated on the fly. Very dynamic user profiles and customer 360 type applications. Things like operational analytics, where you can use the data to kind of manage campaigns and do analysis on your real-time data, and mobile applications. And I'll tell you a few of those. Okay, so in terms of those solutions aligning to the challenges, I mentioned JSON documents as being flexible. What you can see here real quickly in the image is a typical structure in a relational database where you're taking an object and you have to break it apart into different tables. And that's part of the efficiency of a relational database. The problem is that when you're querying that object or you want to make changes to that object, you're really stuck into this rigid structure and format that can be changed, but is often a long process and costly. JSON documents are very flexible. They can be changed without needing to change the application. And this makes it very flexible for developers, and it allows customers to evolve applications and fits really well into an agile methodology and things like microservices. In terms of horizontal scaling, I talked about this a little bit in terms of the different boxes, right? As we add boxes, add nodes to the data is automatically spread out. So this means you can be very cost effective in the types of hardware and the types of expansion and scalability that you need for your machines. And our memory first architecture means that every user is going to get the same performance. So the millionth user is going to see the same performance as the first, because every node in our cluster is active. That means every node can read and write. Some of our competitors, they only do that on, like, they have a primary node that does read and write, and the rest are read only, which can slow them down. Okay. The third point is around data sprawl and total cost of ownership. So the Couchbase data platform, at its fundamental heart, is a JSON document database. Again, that flexibility that I've mentioned a few times, built in with an integrated caching technology. So if you know Redis as a cache, this is very similar to the Couchbase caching technology. The difference being is our caching technology is built into the platform. So customers don't need a NoSQL database and Redis on top. It's already built in with Couchbase. We have SQL as our query language. We have text search built in. So think of like building Google search into an application. We don't need customers don't need a third party for that. That's already built into Couchbase. Analytics, eventing capability makes allow you to stream data in and out and also track changes very effectively. And I've highlighted the replication earlier, and the mobile database sync is another key feature. So all of these capabilities within one platform mean that Couchbase can provide customers a lot of capabilities without needing to integrate different technologies, license technologies, learn all these different things, maintain and troubleshoot them, right? It's all within one platform. And fourth is the mobile scenario, right? So our app services is our mobile solution, which combines kind of two key components: the embeddable mobile version of Couchbase and the syncing technology that controls the data flow between your cloud database and those end devices, right? So you want our mobile technology has been in market for 8 years. It's quite robust. And we have a lot of customers who built their mobile applications, and they're just really struggling in how they manage that data flow because it's not an easy task, right? So that's one powerful thing that's built into the platform, comes out of the box, making it easy for customers. As well as these edge devices, we do something unique as we offer peer-to-peer syncing. So that means if, let's say, some field workers are out and they're working together, but they don't have connectivity, they can continue working. And as they're updating their apps, those changes are automatically being reflected because they're syncing together in each other's applications. So once one of them comes online, that gets connected back and the sync happens back to the main server, right? So this is both effective at the local level, but then also on the global level as well, right? So it's quite sophisticated in that regard. So who's using Couchbase? We're used across a wide variety of industries. We're a horizontal application, right? So you can find us in retail, travel is very big for us, but financial services and media and so on. So I'm sure you'll recognize most of the names on this chart. But I want to dig in kind of with a few examples and stories to kind of make this more concrete. So FICO, I'm sure you know your FICO credit score, right? FICO is the organization that manages fraud detection among many things. They work with 10,000 kind of retailers and banks around the globe. They manage 65% of the world's credit cards in terms of monitoring fraud. They have an application called their Ford Falcon application. And that project is using Couchbase on the back end to do the fraud detection. As an example, in terms of scalability, they were running this application on Oracle databases. I think they were using something like 200 nodes, and they could not get through the performance requirements that they wanted, that millisecond latency that they needed to do, because when you're verifying, you're performing fraud transactions for someone's credit card, you don't want that to take seconds. You want it to take milliseconds. It needs to be extremely fast. And they moved to Couchbase and were able to drive down the latency and get that speed that they wanted. A Carnival Cruise Line, as an example, uses Couchbase on their cruise ships to get the flexibility of the experience that they want. So when you go on a Carnival cruise and you have they call it the Ocean Medallion that you carry in your pocket, you wear around your neck, you wear on your watch, and it does a variety of things. It acts as your room key. It's part of your billing system. If you order a sandwich in your stateroom and you walk down to the pool, your sandwich arrives at the pool because they know you've moved. If you went to one restaurant, you may get a coupon that evening for a similar restaurant the next day, so on. That flexibility and the management of data and performing that real time while out at sea is leveraging our mobile technology, our search technology, our data change capture technology, all built into the platform, and they were only able to get this through Couchbase. LinkedIn is a good example, another example of where Oracle was not able to scale for them. LinkedIn is using us for user profile. So every time you logged into LinkedIn and accessing the login and that user profile of yours, that is being handled on the back end through Couchbase, and we're handling millions of requests every second with single-digit latency, single-digit millisecond latency. And then finally, Staples is a good example of a dynamic customer catalog, right? So for Staples B2B customers, they wanted real flexibility. So when everyone logs in, if you're a B2B customer of Staples, you log in, they're leveraging your profile, your shopping history, the stores that are close to you, the region you live in, the products that are on sale. Think of all the different kind of things that they could present to you, and they dynamically present to you your catalog in real time, right? So they're applying all these different business rules, discounting, and so forth to present everyone a customized catalog. And they do that storing all of that information in Couchbase. And it's the flexibility of the JSON format and our memory-first architecture combined that's really allowing them to build out these dynamic catalogs in real time. So really, really the fast flexibility and mobile offering all at once. Okay, so wrapping up really quick, I think I'm pretty close to the end of my time here. If you want to learn more about Couchbase and what we're doing in the area of cloud databases and NoSQL and how we're helping our customers, there's a great resource about why NoSQL, talking about the benefits of a flexible cloud database and all the advantages that provides to you, a white paper on how to modernize your applications, and some great Couchbase overview videos, all linked in this document, so you can find these afterwards. For those who are, more database aficionados and actually want to dig in a bit more, we have a playground where you can go and try some sample code. There's just nothing to install. It's all right there. Couchbase Capella is our database as a service. We have a 30-day free trial. You can sign up. That's very easy. Or you can download our classic server software if that's something that's available to you. So all of those resources quite handy, and hopefully there's a variety there for those who are interested. And with that, I will say thank you, and I guess open it up to questions.
Absolutely. Yeah, great presentation, Tim. I really love all the resources at the end. I love the real world examples of all the different companies using Couchbase, especially the Carnival Cruise Lines. That was pretty cool. They can follow you around the ship. Essentially, they know where you are based on the data that's running in Couchbase. That's so cool. I've just brought up a poll question for everyone out there on the screen. We want to get your feedback on this poll. What additional information would you like about Couchbase? What's the next step you'd like to take based on what you just learned here on the summit? So respond to the poll right there on the screen while we take your questions. Let's see here, Tim. Tons of great questions coming in. I'll just start with this first one I see. They're asking, what are the use cases for NoSQL databases that make them better than relational databases?
Sure. So yeah, obviously there's a lot of choice in the database market. I think in general, it's some of those things that I highlighted in terms of flexibility, right? That's a key thing why organizations are looking at NoSQL or moving to NoSQL. It's supporting, that modern development. If you're using Agile, people are moving to serverless, microservices. I need to have a strong web offering. Essentially, I need to build and evolve my applications quickly because from a competitive standpoint, I need to get features and functions out because I need to support the business, right? And so that flexibility and scalability are big factors of where customers are going with NoSQL. And, I gave a few examples in terms of user or case studies, but things like user profiles, things that are dynamic product catalogs, customer 360, where you're bringing together a lot of information together. Those are very common areas, but it is there are people using us for a wide variety of things, as long as it really falls into that, I need to evolve quickly and I've got a lot of data at scale.
Absolutely, yeah. Okay, that's good to hear. Let's see, next question they're asking, how close to ANSI SQL is the Couchbase query language?
Yeah, good question. So I did highlight that. So that's one of the unique things about Couchbase as a NoSQL database, which NoSQL traditionally stands for not only SQL. Most non-SQL databases actually have their own proprietary query language, but Couchbase, even though the data is stored in JSON documents, we use SQL as our query language, which makes it easy for those people who come from a more traditional background to get on board with Couchbase. Our query language SQL++ is ANSI 92 standard, so people are, will fit right in with their knowledge, and it's got advanced syntax, supporting arrays, supporting joins, which is something you can't do with our competitors like MongoDB. It supports analysis, so it's actually a very rich query language, and for those who know SQL, they often have no problem at all starting to use SQL++ with Couchbase.
Very nice. Yeah, and there's a good question out here. They're wanting to know if Couchbase has any tools to help with migration, and there's also a kind of a two-part to that. Another one they're asking, how long does this take to get set up and deploy?
Yeah, so deploying is actually quite, can be quite simple. Really, it depends on the size and scope of the application. Often customers can get a development environment set up and kind of in weeks, and can be in production in a few months. Again, it depends on what they're trying to build. Our cloud database as a service, Capella, again, 30-day free trial. You sign up, you spin up a database in 2 minutes, right? So you're off and running. So that can be quite fast. In terms of migrating from relational, yes, we have a bunch of tools that make it easy. We have partners that make that happen. But a gentleman on my team, he took the Microsoft SQL Server database, wrote some scripts, and was able to the sample database that comes with Microsoft SQL Server, import that directly into Couchbase, and there was a one-for-one mapping of like tables to documents. And was able to then take sample SQL statements from the Microsoft side and run those in Couchbase, and was able to make that movement. So that's a very small kind of sample database, but it's a matter of working with our team and figuring out what's in your old environment and how that moves across. But yes, we have lots of people doing that.
Excellent. All right. Yeah, sounds super easy to get started. I'm afraid we're out of time here for our live Q&A, but
Sure.
There are 27 questions still there for you in the electronic queue, Tim. So maybe you can respond to some of those folks. I'm sure they'd appreciate it. Thank you so much for the great presentation today.
Thank you.
And thank you to Couchbase, of course, for supporting the event. I'm just going to bring back up these links here that Tim shared with you. These are hyperlinks. They're on the screen. If you just mouse over any one of those resources, you can click on these and go to the playground or the Couchbase Capella trial or the download page, Couchbase overviews, videos. So make sure that you check those out. I'll just leave those up here for a moment while I announce our second Amazon $300 gift card on the summit today. This one's going to Albert Hyen from California. Congratulations, Albert Hyen from California. All right, excellent. Well, hopefully you checked out the links there from Couchbase, as well as the handouts tab. It's there that you'll find a solution brief on Couchbase Capella with more information that you can download. And with that, let's go ahead and move on now to our next presentation on today's summit event. I'm excited now to welcome Andy Gonzalez, Technical Account Manager at Synology. Great to have you, Andy. Take it away.
Good morning, and thank you so much for taking the time to join me in this Data Protection for Software as a Service webinar. Today we will be talking about why you may want to back up data from cloud services such as Microsoft 365 and Google Workspace, and how to do so with all of the available options in the market today. Just as a quick introduction, my name is Andy Gonzalez, and I am a Technical Account Manager at Synology, and I will be guiding you through this presentation today. I would like to start first by looking at this case study from a healthcare treatment center in Alabama. This company has 40 servers and virtual machines that are necessary to run their day-to-day operations. They also have 250 Microsoft 365 user accounts. And now here is where they keep all of the data for their patients, all of their private internal information, and as well as all of the information required to stay HIPAA compliant. They also have 5 workstation PCs, which is where they manage everything from, all of the staff and IT members as well. Now, because they want to stay HIPAA compliant, they needed to have a copy of this data not only in the cloud, but also in an on-prem device. The solution was the Synology Rack Station model, which paired with Active Backup for Microsoft 365, it's how they were able to take the information from the Microsoft 365 centers and migrate it into a local backup. Now, once they had that primary backup in place, they were able to make a copy of that and send it to an offsite location where they could keep a secondary backup. Now, you may be thinking, why is it necessary to back up data from cloud services like Microsoft 365? Doesn't Microsoft have the responsibility to take care of that data and make sure it stays in their servers? Well, not quite. Taking this from the Microsoft share responsibility model, you can see where Microsoft responsibility for your data pretty much starts and ends. When it comes to your information and data, your devices such as your phones and your tablets and your PCs, and more importantly, your accounts and identities, it is you, the customer, who is responsible for all of that data kept in the cloud. Now, when it comes to Microsoft, they are responsible for making sure that the services work as smoothly as possible, such as their applications, the network controls. That is actually where their responsibility starts and ends. Taking this from the Microsoft Service Agreement, they actually recommend that you regularly back up your content and data that you store on their services, and that you should have a regular backup plan, being that Microsoft is not able to retrieve your content or data once your account is closed. What does this mean? So even Microsoft recommends that you have a local backup, so pull the data from their services and also have a copy of it into your local device. You can choose to either leave that data there, but you definitely are recommended to have a second copy of that. Now, data, although you are responsible for it, it's also at risk from many different factors. You have internal factors such as a disgruntled employee who may be able to delete files he's not supposed to with malicious deletion. Accidents happen, and you may have an IT administrator who deletes something by mistake. And also, your company may have the need for long term archiving while keeping not only the files for current associates, but former associates as well. Let's start by looking at malicious deletion. I actually have a real life story where a resentful employee deletes 1,200 Microsoft 365 accounts and actually receives prison for it. As a little background, a consulting firm was hired to help a company migrate their current solution to Microsoft 365 environment. This consulting firm, they had one of these employees and sent them over this other company that they wanted to migrate their current solution to Microsoft 365 so they could have another copy of their data and eliminate whatever previous service they were using. So that employee actually was fired after the company complained that his services were not satisfactory. The company sent their concerns to the consulting company, and it resulted in them terminating the employment for that employee. That disgruntled employee, being that he had access to the credentials for the Microsoft 365 accounts, goes and deletes 1,200 out of the 1,500 accounts the company had. And because he did this, he was actually not able to be hired by any other IT company in the United States. So after prison, he decides to go back to his country. Now, what is this meant? This actually meant that employees could not access their emails, their contacts list, their documents or directories. All of their services were actually down. Clients were not able to reach out to company employees and get in contact with them. And what's worse is that the company was actually having problems with IT for over 3 months, and they were not even able to recover 100% of that data. As a matter of fact, they only were able to recover 80% of it. Having taken a look at that, I would like to dig a little deeper on when all these companies that have access or they have a need for long-term archiving. This is usually a lot of schools when they are not only required to keep current student and staff data, but they are also required legally to keep data from former students. Now, taking this from the Microsoft 365 Service Agreement, if a paid subscription ends or is terminated, Microsoft retains customer data for only 90 days. After that 90-day retention period ends, Microsoft disables the account and deletes the customer data. What does this mean? For example, let's say a company who has been deploying Microsoft 365 no longer wants to keep on going with that solution. They then terminate that account or they stop paying Microsoft. Well, Microsoft only retains that data for 90 days. During those 90 days, the company can go and access the data, download it, and keep a copy of it. However, if the company doesn't do so in the 90-day retention policy, Microsoft is then able to delete all of the customer data and deactivate those accounts. This is in their Microsoft 365 service agreement. So they have the right to delete all of that data if they don't receive the money for their services. Another case study I would like us to take a look at is this college with 18,000 students and 1,000 faculty members. Because of their legal obligations to retain this data, they racked up on 60,000 email accounts for Microsoft 365, 30,000 OneDrive accounts, and 10,000 SharePoint sites. Like I mentioned, they were legally obligated to retain this data for current faculty, current students, and actually former students as well. Now, because of this, monthly fees were building up quite rapidly. Microsoft 365 and Google Workspace, for example, they are subscription based and they required more monthly payment to archive data in their cloud services. And because of this, all of these accounts that you see in here, being that there are quite a lot, they actually meant a lot of money spending for this company every single month. So what they wanted to do was move away from having to pay an additional bill, not only from their Microsoft 365 day-to-day operations, but also they wanted to cut the bill on cloud archiving. So the solution was a Synology rack station model, and they were able to pair it with Active Backup for Microsoft 365, which is our completely license-free software. And they were able to back up the data from Microsoft 365 servers into a local on-prem device. Right after that, since they were able to back up the data from Microsoft 365, not only they kept a copy of their local students and staff, but also they kept a copy of the archive data from former students that they were keeping into Microsoft 365. Once they had that backup, they were then able to go and eliminate those licenses and that way cut the bill on the money they were paying Microsoft month to month just for that cloud services and archiving services that they were paying for. And being that they had that local backup, they were then able to reactivate former user accounts and restore data from the local backup solution rather than having to go back and pay Microsoft to have access to the data they had in their clouds. And that's where Synology comes in. We are a unified hardware and software solution where we provide data storage, backup, and many other solutions. Our software is completely license-free when it comes down to backup. This is thanks to the Active Backup Suite, We have three iterations of the software, one being Active Backup for business, Active Backup for Google Workspace, and what we will be seeing today will be Active Backup for Microsoft 365. That actually offers a local backup of your cloud data, meaning that you are able to pull data from those cloud services and keep a copy on your on-prem device. It also offers a centralized management tool where you can keep an eye on all of those services from the cloud services in one little spot. And most importantly, um, our Active Backup Suite allows you to cut the expenses on month-to-month subscription base, being that our software is completely license free and it comes included in most of our enterprise units, whether they are rack stations, rack mounted models, or desktop units. Taking this quote from the IT manager at Corin, Synology's Active Backup not only kept 2,400 inboxes safe, but we were also able to save them over $60,000 annually. This was another example of a company that was paying month-to-month fees to Microsoft and also Google Workspace, and they were able to reduce the spending they had month-to-month with a Synology unit that they were able to pair with Active Backup for Google Workspace and Active Backup for Microsoft 365. Now, I would like to take a moment and show you guys how to create a backup task for Microsoft 365 data using our license-free software, Active Backup for Microsoft 365. Okay, so here I'm in my browser, and I'm just going to go into my Synology NAS. In this case, I'm already logged in. My credentials have already been authenticated. Here is the operating system for it. It's called Disk Station Manager, and it's a Linux-based operating system. Within there, we have the package center, which is where all of our software is stored. So it's basically like an app store. From there, you just go and get Active Backup for Microsoft 365 downloaded and installed into your NAS. And this is what it looks like. Once you open it, you will be taken to the overview page. The overview page, what it does is showing you all of the protected services that you have backed up into the NAS, such as OneDrive, Mail, SharePoint, contacts, calendars, and Teams information. On the backup summary screen, you can see all the tasks that have been successfully completed in green, or you can see the ones in amber or orange that have any type of issues or anything that was skipped. The activities log, it shows you anything that is running currently, similar to the log, which is going to show you what it's happening or which user is using which task. With the service usage, this is a very important part. You can see everything that is being stored from all the different Microsoft 365 services. Keep in mind that this data is deduplicated. So any files that you have duplicates of on OneDrive or Mail, any contacts that you may have duplicates of, that data will only be copied once. So that way you save on space. The usage here, you can see which users are using how much percentage of their OneDrive allotment. The transfer size, you can see how much data has been transferred using Active Backup for Microsoft 365. You can see on a day-to-day basis, or you can see it hourly. You can just scroll back and see all the data that's been transferred. The task list is the main tab. This is where we create our backup tasks from Microsoft 365. Very simple. You just click on create and you will be taken to the task creation wizard. Two things to note here. You can either create a backup from scratch or you can relink an existing task that you have created in the past and you can just relink it to it. The following plans are supported. Just keep that in mind. It's just Microsoft 365 for business, enterprise, education, and exchange online. In this case, I'm just going to create a new task from Microsoft 365. It will require you to create a certificate password. This would just allow for you to come back later and authenticate that with your own credentials. In this case, I have one saved. I am just going to retype that password. It will prompt me to log in. I have this right here. It's been authenticated before, so all it asks is for you to give permission to Synology to access all of your information on Microsoft. So you just click accept. Then it will just asking to agree to the terms and conditions. It's just going to redirect all your personal information to your Synology NAS, which as you can see is the same one. Just click agree, and you'll be brought back to the creation wizard. In here is just registering the Azure ID application. So all it's doing is linking your Microsoft 365 to your Synology NAS so they are able to communicate one with the other one. This process may take a few seconds. It's just a longer part of the process. So we're just going to give it some time. Keep in mind, by the way, while this is doing this, this is an entirely license-free software. You don't need to spend anything else. It's not subscription-based. It's completely license-free, as I mentioned before. Now it's connecting to Microsoft 365. My connection may not be the best at the moment. As you can see, the authentication was successful. You can download that certificate, and it will be downloaded into your computer, the one you just created. From here, we just create a task name. For the purposes of this, I'm just going to say webinar demo. Backup destination. This is the share folder in your NAS where that information will be pulled to. So where it will be stored. I have a folder in here. It's just a share folder. For your backup list, you can click edit and choose which users you want to backup. You can also do it by group. You can do it by website, by sites on SharePoint, as well as in Teams. In this case, I'm just going to leave everything as it is and then just have everything checked. Active Backup for Microsoft 365 Portal. This is what it does. It allows a self-service interaction from your users without having to go with administrative credentials. So they can just go and restore their own files, view their own files, and that's in the portal. They will be able to restore it from any of the groups that you have backed up. From here, it's just going to submit a request to access the team data. This is for Microsoft Teams. If you're using it, you can just look at this tutorial that shows you how to fill in the form, and just clicking here, it will show you why it's needed. From here, we have the auto discovery services that you can choose to enable or disable, meaning that any new accounts that are added into your domain, you will be able to automatically have them back up that data. Same for any type of services that you use. Those accounts, like I said, will be automatically backed up when they're created or even when they're changed. From here, we click next, and then we are into our policy for backups and retention. You can choose to have a continuous backup. A continuous backup, what it does is that it will run automatically. Let me see if I click in here. It will run automatically. So any modifications to the files will be backed up automatically into your Synology NAS. Keep in mind it may take a few minutes depending on the size of the data. You can either do a manual backup or you can schedule a backup to run daily, or you can even go more granular, have it at certain times during the day when traffic is slow. But for the purposes of this, I'm just going to leave it as a continuous backup. Same for retention policy. For those archiving needs, you can choose to keep all the versions, or you can keep versions from a specified number of days. Very simple. And the last part of this will be the task summary. Well, it just shows you all of the settings that you have implemented. If anything needs to be changed, you can just go back and change that. The last thing is just creating that task, and it will show into your activities log. Let's give it some time. So it shows it's backing up at the moment. Like I said, it's doing this because I set it as a continuous backup. So it's just going to start backing up immediately. You can see that into your activities page as well as your log. One thing I also want to show is under settings, you can limit the amount of concurrent backups. You can either do it, uh, you can set a maximum number of concurrent backup accounts or a number of concurrent backup files. Same for user delegation. You can create permissions in here and allow users either a manager and an operator privileges. Managers, of course, will have full access to all functions. Operators, you can either have them access to backing up files where they can add and edit backup tasks or delete them. Same with restoration. With restoration, they're able to restore, preview and export and change restore destination. And that is basically it. I am not going to change any of those settings, but you can see all the activities backing up. It's on 57% already. And yes, that is it. If you guys have any questions or anything, I will be taking those now.
All right, excellent presentation and really cool demo. Thank you so much, Andy. I'm a big fan of Synology. I've got a Synology here in my office. Excellent product. So I encourage everyone to check out the handouts tab there. Before I forget to mention that, there's a great resource in the handouts tab. It is entitled the Synology Backup Solution Guide. So make sure that you download that resource. And then before we start Q&A, I want to call your attention to the poll that's on the screen right there. What additional information would you like about the Synology solution? What's your next follow-up from here? Maybe you'd like to try it out for yourself, get pricing information, learn about other customers who are using this. We do want to get your feedback. So Andy, you ready for some questions?
I sure am.
Excellent. All right. Let's see. Here's the first one I see that came in that I like. They're asking what methods are available to back up a PC server and how to restore it and can keep any versions.
Yeah, so generally there are two options to back up a Windows PC or server. You can either do a full backup where you can back up all the system settings and system files. Use the entire system, you'll be able to restore to a new system or file level backup. It keeps the same file folder structure, but then in this case there wouldn't be a full restore.
Got it. Okay. Thanks for clarifying that one. Let's see another one here. Are there any performance issues with backups, assuming they run client side rather than server side?
It all depends on the amount of users you have. Generally speaking, if you have less than 500 users, you're probably good to go. If you have more, just give us a call for a consult.
Okay. Okay. Good advice. Next one, they want to know what rule of thumb do you use for the amount of storage required for each device? So how do you scale or how do you size the storage array?
Well, so it's really going to depend on the deployment in the environment. So are these mostly devices that are working on off of network shares on their own? Are they also storing databases or other work-related files that need to be backed up? Will they be modified and added to in the future? You can usually reasonably deduct any empty space on most workstations, but also the device will have the specs on the specs page for the unit specifically.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, that's good advice. Let's see, next one. What are the methods available to back up a PC server? Oh, we covered that one. Okay, excellent. Let's see, lots of good questions here. I guess the one I just want to make sure that we cover before we go is how should folks get started with Synology? Like, what do you recommend? If somebody's interested in the Synology solution, what should they do?
Yeah, folks can usually just call us on our sales line, and from there, a sales associate will get in contact with them, and then we can generate some calls and do some training with them, and that way we can put together a deployment and go from there.
Awesome. All right. Well, it's been a pleasure having you on the event today, Andy. I see there are a ton more questions there for you in the electronic queue, 26 of them, in fact. So maybe you can get back to some of those folks electronically. We do appreciate it.
We sure will.
Awesome. All right. Well, thank you everyone out there in the audience for the excellent questions, and thank you to Synology for supporting us here on the event today and presenting. I love to see the demos. I'm a sucker for demos, so that was cool. I'm gonna just leave up the poll question for everyone who hasn't responded yet while I announce our next prize winner here on the summit today. We have another Amazon $300 gift card. This one going to Sarah Reed from California. Congratulations, Sarah Reed from California. All right, after our next presentation, that's when we'll start our first grand prize announcement. So stay tuned for that. And speaking of our next presentation, I'm excited now to welcome our next presenter. Welcome to Sean Walsh, who is the Vice President for Global Marketing at SimSpace. Hi, Sean. It's great to have you on.
Hi, how you doing? And thanks for having me.
We're doing great here. Take it away, Sean.
Thank you. So, folks, I'm going to probably take a slightly different tack than some of the other presenters. When I first started thinking about this, and I read the title, Devising Your 2023 IT Strategy, I wanted to chat a little bit about some of the non-technical side of what's going on that impacts the types of plans that people need to think about for their 23 strategy. So no product demos. You're probably going to have to listen to me drain on a bit. But the world has been, to say, changed a lot this year, I think is an understatement. When I think about some of the major things that have impacted this year, because as a security company, we live at a crossroads between all of these areas that are on the agenda. Cloud, obviously core security, but data protection, data privacy, how do you deal with different types of infrastructure? And what we've seen, obviously, with the horrendous invasion of Ukraine is a fundamental impact to almost everything in the greater European region. We're now seeing that we fight on 5 different fronts. It's not just land, sea, and air. We have cyber, and we have critical infrastructure. So we're dealing with new ways that we have to protect, concern, and worry about what we need to plan for in the resiliency of our IT networks. Cost and complexity. One of the things I'll touch on a little bit later, but our friends at Gartner talk about the fact that most security stacks have something on the order of 50 to 70 products. And how do you make those all work together? The attack surface continues to grow with remote work, and the threat actors are better funded, they are more organized, and they are far more capable than they have been in the past, and they will continue to get more capable. So when I think about where we sit as an industry, I think one of the most important trends that we'll see next year is planning for consolidation. Again, if you believe our friends at Gartner, about 57% of CISOs already have this in play, and they're trying to take that 40 or 50 vendors and bring that down to 10. Now, where are we seeing this happen? Well, we're seeing this happen with the expansion of platforms. So there are many, many boutique individual products. You're seeing similar features added to the platform. And how can you validate if those platforms work together and those integrated features work together or work as well as the others? That's one of the ways that we help companies with our cyber range technology be able to test their people, process, and technology together in integrated modes against different types of attacks. And this, I think, is going to be one of the biggest things that as you look at how do you plan your budgets, how do you plan the skill sets that you need, the more you're able to consolidate, the higher optimization you'll get out of your teams in 23. Our friends at Enterprise Strategy Group have talked a lot about the edge. Bob Laliberte there has really been drilling into what is happening at the edge. We have more data at the edge, and it is a much more vulnerable place than it was just a few years ago. So spending some time rethinking about that strategy, it is much more human dependent than some of the core IT strategies. And, unfortunately, human beings are always a greater cause for concern than the automated IT environments. And this is one of the areas that I think if you haven't spent some time over the holidays, it'd be a good time to reflect on where you're at, what you need to do, and then how does that cross-reference with your regulatory and compliance requirements. Over and over again, the regulatory and compliance world is, now I don't want to say impinging, but it is changing the requirements of how we think about IT and how IT not only supports the operational parts of business, but the regulatory parts as well. And that kind of leads me to the next area around disclosure rules. The EU and the SEC have put together new disclosure rules that require disclosure of any breach in upwards of 48 to 120, or whatever 4 days is, not 72. I have to be able to do the math in my head, but I can't. But the disclosure times are going to become much, much more pronounced next year. And this is obviously going to be before IT teams have had a chance to do the full incident response and discovery work. So one of the things that we'll have to change from a process side in 23 is how do you do this in stages? There's the announcement of the breach. There's making sure that it's couched in the right way with your legal teams to protect your organization. Then there's how do you disclose the incremental investigation as it goes on. And I think this is going to end up looking a lot like law enforcement press conferences, where they say, yes, we know that an incident occurred. We've identified people or technology of interest. This is when we expect to have the next step in this. And then there's this continuous drumbeat that goes with that. The other thing is a lot of people have been concerned that these new breach rules would require unique disclosures. And what I mean by that is people tend to see it as, well, now I have to share more, but there's 4,500 public companies in the U.S., and they're going to have to see more as they go forward as well. So I think there'll be a lot of noise around this, but doing this properly is going to be critical for your boards of directors and your CXO partners. The next piece is critical infrastructure. We've all heard various stories about how IoT devices or other systems are more vulnerable than our core IT environments. And this boils down to two things. One, they typically don't have the processing power to run a lot of the security tools that we would normally expect. And in the critical infrastructure world, some of these things are just incredibly old. The degree of legacy technology in critical infrastructure is probably the single greatest risk that we have in IT. Often you're seeing these older manufacturing systems or power plant systems running Windows 7 or things that are even older. So the more that you can look at, not so much that you want to change everything, but you need to think about if these are all of the known issues related to a particular technology, how do you do that in such a way that you can leave them in place but put that extra layer of security in? When you combine the higher regulatory rules, this ability to extend protection across the legacy environment, I think, is going to be another critical requirement for looking at your IT strategy for 23. The other big thing that continues to plague everyone in this business is patching. So many times when I've been working with investigative teams, they will go and they'll say, hey, this version version of this database or this version of the web server, you knew there was a patch for it. And they go, yes, there was. We have 20 or 30 different applications or websites sitting on top of this particular implementation. In order to do that upgrade, I would break half of those applications, and I couldn't do that at the time that we had either the budget or the staffing set aside. And this is a recurring theme, that over and over again, patches are exploited by threat actors. And much like the legacy discussion we just had on critical infrastructure, the question becomes, what else can you do when you know that your patching cadence for operational issues has to lag the pure security technology issues? And that's one of the things that we don't tend to talk to executives about a great deal, but there's always a balance of risk. There's always a requirement to look at what is the mitigation path, what's the communication path, and what is the shared risk path that business leaders need to know about in order to make the right decisions or to change the funding and staffing so that they can have the right pieces put into place. And people. We talk about all the technology in the world, but the technology is only as effective as the human beings that are using it. And at least on the security side, there continues to be a huge shortage. I spent over 25 years in the data protection, cloud infrastructure side of the world as well, and I can tell you that they're struggling to find all of the right skill sets as well. IT is a challenging environment to work in, and the investment in the people is not only what's required to have the right skill sets, but it is also probably the single greatest retention tool. If you believe the folks at ISC Squared, turnover rate in security is about 30%. There was a recent poll that said roughly 35% of CISOs are not only considering new jobs, but considering an industry or career change because of the stress levels placed on them in security environments. So being able to change that with the right training and the right skill set and bringing the next generation of security folks along is something that may not seem like the highest priority in your IT budget, but it probably will pay the greatest dividends because it will keep consistency in the team and the skill sets. Zero trust. This, I think, is one of the key architectural changes that have to happen in 2023. We've seen that the Department of Defense has now said they will move everything by 2027, which for them is kind of lightning speed. But I think that there is one core technology that you could change. Implementing these strategies across your enterprise, your operational technology would be critical. And unfortunately, looking at insider threats. As we have seen rises in reduction in force and other changes, insider threats continue to grow as people have concerns about their futures and organizations. And this is something that requires another rethink of how you do things. One of my mentors in this business was a gentleman named Malcolm Harkins. When I first moved over from the cloud storage side into security, and his mantra is protect to enable. And you need to be able to enable your teams, but also protect your organizations. And rethinking that balance, and probably in the past have been more enable the end user, and we probably need to maybe swing that pendulum back just a little bit more to protect the organization. And data privacy. When we talk about data protection, the other corollary to that, of course, is, are you protecting data privacy? There was an interesting statistic that came out through Forbes that said of companies that had to publicly disclose data privacy breaches, their stocks trailed their competitors by 15%. Now, you think about the market capitalization of some of the largest companies in the world, that 15% is a huge amount. So looking at your privacy policies again, it's time that you do that, and I think that this one data point. 75% of the world's population are now going to be covered under some form of data privacy law. That makes it one of the requirements for your strategy going forward. So I know I've thrown a lot of factoids and concepts out to think about. This is one of the reasons why this job is exhilarating and fun and challenging, but it's also one of the reasons that it can feel sometimes overwhelming. And the biggest thing I'd like to leave you with is security is a team sport. Don't do it alone. Reach out to your business partners, reach out to your executives, reach out to your boards, and make sure that they share that responsibility and those key decisions so that you're doing it all together. And as I said on the Looney Tunes, that is the end of the prepared remarks. So let me pause there to take questions.
Great presentation, Sean. I really appreciate that. So many great bits of wisdom there in the presentation for everyone on the event today. Thank you so much. We do have some questions for you from the audience. While we take those questions, we've just brought up a poll for everyone out there. We do want to get your feedback on this poll. What additional information would you like about the SimSpace solution? And
all right.
Let's see. Yeah, first question I'm going to ask you here, Sean. They want to get your, they want you to get your crystal ball out here and maybe answer what's the biggest change for security challenges in 2023?
I think the single biggest change is remote work. That is something that I think a lot of senior executives was hoping was a COVID blip, and it is now a cultural paradigm shift. And now what happens? You have people in areas where their kids have access, where you don't have physical control over badge swipes coming in the building. You don't control their ISP or the type of equipment they're using. And that expansion of the attack surface as they choose to move around without telling folks is going to be probably the biggest individual risk profile change for organizations that they've ever had.
I totally agree. Totally agree. We weren't all prepared for it, but now it's the new norm, as the saying goes. Another question here. I know you mentioned security is a team sport. Any further advice for C-suite executives? What do they really need to know about security?
I'm going to start with a real simple thing. If you haven't had lunch with your GRC counterpart, your CFO, your customers of reporting of security in the last 6 months, go do that. It is as much about a conversation and getting folks in the boat. If we look at some of the higher profile breaches that have occurred this year, the CISOs bear the brunt of that. They become, unfortunately, the sacrificial lamb. And if you're going to have success, you have to have partnerships with these business leaders where they understand the level of risk, the type of risk they're taking, what the regulatory impact of that is, and are you making it together? More than anything else, isolation is probably the single greatest risk in security.
That's great advice. I like that. Very practical. Another question here, they want to know, how do the new SEC breach disclosure regulations, what do those mean for the SecOps team?
So for the SecOps team, it means you need a brand new tabletop exercise. All of us do various types of tabletop exercises to plan response to a breach or a different or particular risk scenarios. You need to create a new one for this to understand that the disclosure timeline is going to be faster. Your investigation won't be completed. You will need to do this in a bit of a drumbeat fashion, and you need to be in lockstep with your legal departments to make sure that you do not say or disclose something that is outside of the regulatory requirements, and that when you are working with your communications teams and your PR teams and your SEC disclosure rules, that you know exactly what that drumbeat is in advance. You've walked through those and practiced that response scenario. You have to create new muscle memory inside your organization.
Excellent. Excellent. Here's a good question from Paul. He's asking if SimSpace develops templated cyber range scenarios based on recent attacks or current and emerging threats.
Yeah, we do that in two fashions. One is we create templated scenarios on our cyber range. So you can say, okay, I want to pretend that I'm having an attack against my credit card payment system, or I'm experiencing a specific type of phishing attack. And so we will, let you set up the different scenarios for your vertical industry and the types of risk environments. Then we'll provide you specific attack scenarios and automated red team experiences for your blue teams to defend against, so that they can, again, practice, get that muscle memory, see where there might be improvements both in process, in product configurations, and in response times.
Excellent, excellent. And another question here, they're wanting to know, like, what sort of training would we need to use the SimSpace solution?
So the training is pretty straightforward. If you can configure AWS or GCP, where you come in and you set up your compute, your applications, and those sorts of things, the range behaves very much like that. It's a virtualized environment. It's a standalone, guaranteed safe environment. But you pick your resources. You pick your applications. So if you're running CrowdStrike or SentinelOne or other sorts of things, we can emulate those and let you recreate your technology stack. And then you can run our automated red team attacks from there.
Nice. Nice. There's another question out there. They're wanting to know if this could help us in compliance. Does SimSpace do something specific around compliance?
We do. And we do it, when we look at compliance, we look at 4 dimensions of compliance. There's first, are you a public company? Because there's one set of compliance rules that apply to all companies. Next, we look at operational compliance. So ISO 27001, MITRE, NIST, CMMC, things that you need in order to be operationally compliant as a supplier to your customer. Then we look at data privacy compliance, GDPR, CCPA, those sorts of things. And then finally, we look at industry-specific compliance. So in the case of financial environments, FFIEC or PCI DSS. And we support healthcare, insurance, financial, power and electric, and military and government types of verticals.
Very nice. And so what should folks do if they want to get started with SimSpace? What's kind of the easiest route? What do you recommend?
I think the easiest route is to go to simspace.com and watch one of our demo videos. As a marketing guy, I always have people from MarTech stack companies wanting me to get on a demo right away and see everything. But I prefer to find a really nice YouTube video that takes me through everything so I understand what I'm getting into before I make that commitment. But that would be what I would do. What I would do is start with our website, watch our demo videos, and then if you think that this is something that can help you, you can click that request a demo, and you'll have to deal with all of our sales and marketing stuff after that.
I like it. Yeah, I love demos personally myself. I think that's a great solution for folks who want to get started. Visit simspace.com, check out demos, see this product in action for yourself. And I think that's a great place for us to wrap up. Sean, it's been really great having you on the summit today. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And for more information on SimSpace, also don't forget about the handout. It's there in your handouts tab. It is a resource, a data sheet on the SimSpace CyberForce platform for critical infrastructure. You can download that PDF and get more information on the SimSpace solution. And of course, don't forget about the poll question that's there on the screen. We do want to get your feedback on that. In fact, I will leave that up while I announce our next Amazon $300 gift card. This is going out to Jonathan Burlbach from Maryland. Congratulations, Jonathan Burlbach from Maryland. All right, if you haven't answered the poll, now's the time to do it because we are moving on to our grand prize announcement. And I'm excited to welcome back Jess. Jess, you want to do the honors of announcing these headphones, the big win here for our first grand prize?
You bet I do, David. I've been waiting for it all morning. And David, thank you so much for such a wonderful and engaging morning already. I am seeing lots of high fives and appreciation coming in from the audience. I am also just on the edge of my seat. We've had some incredible presentations. So thanks for guiding us through those conversations, David.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's been a great event, and I'll hand it off to you now, Jess, to take it from here with our next big grand prize.
Well, that's quite the entrance I get to make because we're starting out with 4 AirPod Max headphones. So again, as David has reminded you, you do need to be here present live at the webinar in order to win. And our 4 winners of the AirPod Max headphones are Mike Amaya of Michigan, Joshua Nugent of Pennsylvania, Priscilla McKenney of Missouri, and Nick Gall of Oregon. I'm going to read that out one more time. Mike Amaya of Michigan, Joshua Nugent of Pennsylvania, Priscilla McKinley of Missouri, and Nick Gall of Oregon. You have each one a pair of AirPod Max headphones. Those look awesome. Okay, I'm excited for you. Hopefully that's a good Christmas gift to yourself. And hey, folks, the excitement is not over right now because we actually have Sean waiting in the wings again. And I know you all really enjoyed the keynote chat with him. I'm so excited to bring him back on. So without any further ado, Sean, I'm going to hand the mic right on over to you.
Oh, thanks, Jess. I've been having a really great session, and I want you to keep up the engagement in the comments. In fact, I want to ask you a question. What is the most disruptive technology over the next number of years? Put it in the chat. I want to see what people have to say. Here's what I want to say when it comes to this idea of relevance, because I've been working with organizations to figure out how do you become more relevant. And many people look to technology. And for the first time in your life, I want to tell you that actually the dirty secret to innovation is not following the technology. The dirty secret to innovation is that innovation is actually 90% psychological and 10% technological. 90% psychology and 10% technology. You see, technological innovations are bounded by the laws of physics and code, but psychological innovations are bounded by our own imagination. Some of the most disruptive ideas on the planet were just psychological innovations. You think about money, the entire idea that this thing is worth what it's worth, and we've convinced everybody around the world, even kids, that it's the truth. It's remarkable. You think about accounting. Accounting is a great technical innovation, but really when Luca Pacioli invented the double entry bookkeeping system in the Italian Renaissance, it was a psychological innovation. You see, when you had debits and credits, you have the ability to financialize. You have the ability to create more collateral, more investments, and all these different types of financial assets. Even Starbucks. Starbucks, it has great technical innovations. Yes, it creates great coffee, and yes, they have a nice mobile app order system, but really the psychological innovation is that you go into Starbucks and you know exactly what you're going to get. You know exactly how it's going to taste. And that's why you will spend $5 for a latte, even though they get your name wrong on the cup, and you will still enjoy it. This is the whole thing when it comes to staying relevant, is that I believe that we shouldn't be following the technological trends, but we should be following also the psychological trends. These are the brands, the systems, the ideas, and the concepts that are actually garnering trust at the end of the day. And I know we have a lot of vendors here at the actual Tech Media Summit here, and we've been showing off all our great technologies, but you see all these vendors, what they are doing ultimately is they're creating the base layer for you to actually innovate on top of. A base layer for you to actually create more psychological innovations. And so if you want to stay relevant, pay attention to the ideas, the concepts, the brands, and the systems that are garnering trust. Back to you, Jessica.
Oh man, Sean, I thank you so much for all of these chats that you're you're breaking in to give us today. And I really like that reminder, and I think it actually connects in really well to the conversation we just had. That change starts with a mindset shift. You know, we've all experienced a lot of unexpected disruptions in the last years, and I feel like we keep referencing back to that. And I think if nothing else, we've learned that mental agility, mental fortitude, mental resiliency is just as important, if not more important, than any other conversation that we're having. It's sort of the foundation and the starting place. And then we get to jump into all these exciting solutions and strategies and platforms that we can sort of build on top of that internal innovation. So a really cool reminder, and I want to thank everyone who sent in some responses. I saw a lot of votes for AI and machine learning, and so let's see, metaverse. There's a couple complaints about too many video conferencing. Sure, yep, get it. Let's see, accelerators into processors. Yeah, all kinds of really great answers here. Keep those coming in. Love that. And I know Sean's really enjoying seeing all your responses as well. So thank you to everyone who's participating. All right, well, on that note, I think it's time to move into our next presentation on this summit here. And I am very excited to introduce you all to Cody Alt, Staff Solution Architect, Cloud Product Management at Veeam. Cody, I know that you have a lot of great info to cover, and it is always so much fun when we get to chat with the Veeam team. You guys have some incredible content and presentations. So I'm going to hand the mic right on over to you. Take it away, Cody.
Hey everybody, my name is Cody Alt. I'm a Staff Solutions Architect here at Veeam Software. I work on the Product Management Alliances team, and I cover our technical relationship with Google Cloud. Today I want to talk to you guys a little bit about data protection strategies, infrastructure strategies with hybrid cloud. So the reality is most companies right now are in a hybrid cloud type of environment. We did a survey, and what we're seeing is, to no one's real surprise, a decline in physical servers, and virtual machines had a slight decline, but they've kind of averaged out to just under 25%. And cloud virtual machines, whether that's hosted in a hyperscaler or in a service provider, are planned to be at just over 50% in the next couple years. So one of the things that I take away from this graphic is half of the environment is still going to run on-prem with a mix of physical servers and virtual machines, but also cloud virtual machines. We included in the survey was another question about some of the most important aspects of a modern data protection or data management platform. One of the most selected responses was the ability to leverage disaster recovery to the cloud. I think the reason this is incredibly important for customers is people are trying to move to that CapEx model where they only have as much infrastructure as they need to run at any given time. And the cloud gives them the ability to have that on-demand infrastructure. So they don't have to, invest in additional sites, additional time and management from employees to manage that infrastructure and keep it up to date and patched and secure. And it gives them the ability to only spin stuff up and pay for it when a disaster happens, as opposed to before a disaster happens. So it's easier to justify at the time of a failure that we need to run this, as opposed to, hey, I need to invest in this infrastructure that I might not use for a long time. And that, that hardware eventually ages out and needs to be replaced. And if it's never used, the business doesn't always see a gain from that. One of the other, most selected options was people are looking for a single vendor or a single platform that is able to protect their on-premises assets as well as their cloud assets, whether that's virtual machines, platform as a service databases, SaaS solutions. The other trend that I see throughout this is people are looking for the ability to migrate and move between on-prem to the cloud and then back to on-prem or to another cloud in case, you know, they don't want to be locked in to a specific environment. If, you know, if it becomes more useful to leverage services from another cloud and migrate the applications that are going to leverage those services closer to that data. One of the other takeaways from this report that we put out, only 30% of the virtual machines that are created in the last year in the cloud started in the cloud. The other 60 or 70% either were migrated from physical servers or virtual machines on-prem up to the cloud. And then one other takeaway that I found very interesting is that only 12% have no intention of bringing back on-prem. So half of the people surveyed are planning to develop in the cloud, but still run in production on-prem in their own data centers. And other people that are leveraging disaster recovery to the cloud still plan on bringing things back on-prem or have migrated some machines to the cloud and realize that, you know, due to the nature of the cloud or the data locality or the management or the cost, some of that stuff has to come back on-prem. So now I want to talk to you guys about how Google Cloud and Veeam can help you simplify that hybrid cloud reality. Right now, about 2/3 of people are planning on using or are already using the cloud as part of their disaster recovery plan or data protection strategy. And up to 80% plan on using the cloud as part of their solution in the next couple years. We have native integrations with Google Cloud that allow you to take an extra copy of your data and send it from on-prem up to the cloud. Whether that's a virtual system, like a VMware virtual machine, physical servers, like Windows or Linux, NAS data, application data, like enterprise database platforms, or Kubernetes backups. But people, like we said, have 50% of their environment running in the cloud, and those workloads also need data protection. As you can see, most customers realize that they do need to protect the data. Less than 12% plan on or don't have a solution or are not sure what to do. And close to half are planning on using a third-party solution such as Veeam to protect their cloud workloads. So in Google Cloud, people who are running native GCE instances or Cloud SQL MySQL instances today can protect that with our Veeam backup for Google Cloud, which allows you to create snapshots and then take backups and send those to object storage in standard tier and archive tier to keep long-term copies of your data. We also support running Veeam backup and replication in the cloud to protect workloads such as Google Cloud VMware Engine, which is essentially the exact same thing as running a VMware environment on premises, as well as running enterprise plugins for Oracle and SAP. We also have a product called Castin K10 that helps you protect GKE and Anthos environments. Okay, so now I want to walk you through deploying the Veeam backup for Google Cloud via Veeam backup and replication. This is the cloud Veeam backup for Google Cloud via Veeam backup and replication. This is the cloud appliance that runs in GCE and protects GCE workloads and Cloud SQL instances. You can deploy it directly from the marketplace, but since we're living and talking about the hybrid cloud, I'm going to deploy it from Veeam backup and replication so that it's already integrated. So if we go into servers, we can add a server, select Veeam Backup for Google Cloud, and deploy a new machine. We'll specify our service account and data center and region and zone that we want to deploy. We'll give it a name, select the VPC to use. We'll assign it an address and create a user account that will be used to deploy the machine. And then after a few minutes, you'll see a new GCE instance running up in the cloud. And then we can open the console and log in, and we can start setting it up so that we can configure backups for native instances and Cloud SQL instances. So then you can add your projects, configure your workers, set up your repositories, which are your clouds, your Google Cloud storage buckets, whether that's standard or archive tier, and set up your backup policies. Okay, so now I want to talk to you a little bit about business continuity and disaster recovery. 61% of our customers that were surveyed said that they plan on recovering their data on-prem. So that data might exist up in the cloud, but they'll pull it back down on-prem or mount it in the cloud and recover the data back into their data center. Whereas 39% do plan on recovering directly to the cloud from the data that was already backed up and sitting in the cloud. So with disaster recovery, there's different recovery time objectives depending on the application. If you have the lowest possible recovery time required, we do have the ability to do VMware to VMware replication to Google Cloud VMware Engine, which lets you basically power on the virtual machine, and it starts up a living virtual machine that's already there and set up. The networking's already configured because you set up your GCVE environment, and then you just have to, start the failover process with making sure that the network gets redirected or DNS gets redirected. Routes are populated so that services can be discovered. But if you don't need that ability to do a really low RTO objective, we also offer the ability to do infrastructure on demand where nothing's set up ahead of time, and you can perform recovery to Google Cloud VMware Engine, same as you would on-prem, or recover anything that you backed up on-prem, such as physical servers like Windows or Linux, or virtual machines like VMware or Hyper-V, directly into Google Cloud Engine, Compute Engine. So I'm going to walk you through a restore to GCE, because a restore to VMware is something that we've been doing forever. So recovery to GCE is more of an actual migration to the cloud. So I have a VM that I backed up on-prem. I can go right-click, recover to GCE, select my account, select the region I want to use and the zone. I can edit the name of the virtual machine so that it complies with requirements of virtual machine names. I can set the size and the network that I want it to be on. And then I can use a proxy, which will read data from the bucket, and it'll run natively in the cloud, so everything stays in the cloud for you. It's not coming from on-prem. And then after it recovers the machine, we'll have to convert the disks to GCE. And as part of that import process, it installs Google's application integration tools, operating system integration tools. And then after a few minutes, that virtual machine will be up and running. And you can see it within the GCE portal. So now I've recovered something up to the cloud. as part of a DR situation, how do I bring it back on-prem? So I'm going to show you setting up the external repository and then recovering in that hybrid cloud or multi-cloud scenario. So I will go into properties, and I'm going to skip down to the repository section and edit. I'm going to specify my credentials, and we will go through and connect to that external repository and check to see what backups exist up there. So now that we have the external repository, we can see the backups that exist, and we have the option to recover to vSphere, Hyper-V. We can perform multi-cloud recovery, so you can move from AWS or Azure into GCE. I'll select my virtual machine. I'll select the host that I want it to recover to. I'll map the network that I want it to recover to, and we'll put it in the DMZ. I'm going to choose to redirect writes to improve performance. And I'm going to untick this because it is a virtual machine that I recovered from on-prem to the cloud and then back again. So you'll see it kicks off and it starts the vPower NFS service. And then we can run that virtual machine directly from the object storage, or we can perform a backup copy and bring it back to an on-premises data store, an on-premises backup repository through a backup copy job, and recover it locally. So it just depends on what kind of performance you need and how good your connection is to the cloud. So now I want to talk about containerized applications in Kubernetes. In our survey, we found that more than 56% of people are already running containers in production, with another 35% looking to move to production soon. So containerized applications with Kubernetes look a little different than your traditional application. On a legacy application, you'd see things like everything either being installed on the same machine, or you might have database machines, application machines, and web machines. But all the data is kind of inside of the server. It's attached to the server, whether it's a physical or a virtual machine. And you can take an application or storage snapshot of that unit, and it would capture the entire application. With Kubernetes and containerized applications, that data is spread across multiple processes running on different nodes, potentially different storage, underlying storage and other applications, but the data is not always stored inside the application itself. You have things like secrets and deployment information that kind of tells Kubernetes how much data or how many processes to run and how it should look, and names of applications, and the applications know how to communicate with each other, distributed across the cluster. So with Kasten, we try to look at it from the whole application perspective. So we will talk directly to Kubernetes and query information about the application and pull all of that environmental data, as well as snapshot the virtual machine, or snapshot the persistent volume claims and volumes and stateful sets to capture the persistent data, but also the application data. So if we kind of look through the architecture for Kasten K10, primarily the first integration is with the containerized with the Kubernetes platform. So we will talk to Kubernetes through the native Kubernetes APIs to tell Kubernetes to issue requests for underlying storage or to query information about the platform. And then we can also integrate directly with things like GKE or VMware if additional APIs are required to work with outside storage or application APIs that are necessary. But we can also talk directly to the application through blueprints to take native database backups or application backups and have that also protected and orchestrated through Kasten. So I want to show you guys real quick a deployment of Kasten in a GKE cluster. So you have your new cluster that you're going to run production data in. To deploy Kasten so that we can protect that data, we can go to Applications and then look at the marketplace, search for Kasten. And we can choose to deploy it and purchase it directly through GKE. But we could also deploy it through a Helm chart by logging into the cluster. So we get on a terminal, create the namespace, and then issue the Helm command with the appropriate flags to configure the application before it's deployed. And you'll see it deployed. And you'll see that here in a few minutes, we should see the services are up and running. So if we try to find the gateway service, we can get the production IP and we'll put in the right URL. And then from here, depending on how you configured it, you would be able to log in by either copying out a bearer token, or if you integrated it with OpenID or some other identity platform, there are other options for how to log in and into Kasten. So K10, just like Veeam Backup and Replication, just like Veeam Backup for Google Cloud, the first use case that everybody thinks of is backup and recovery. So data gets lost, data gets recovered. But we also make it really easy to perform disaster recovery. So if your production cluster goes down, you can pre-configure disaster recovery so that you can restore the Kasten application and then recover your Kubernetes applications in a new cluster and start working. But we also have the ability to perform application mobility, where this lets you transform the application during recovery. So let's say someone is running a production workload in GKE, but they want to restore it on-prem into a VMware environment or to an OpenShift environment. The K10 application lets you customize the Kubernetes application during restore so that you can change things like load balancer names or number of deployment numbers, persistent volume names, anything that you might need to change, you can change during that recovery so that you can truly have that multi-cloud and hybrid cloud application mobility. So if we look through the integrations that Kasten has, there's data services, so we can use blueprints to talk to things like Postgres, MySQL, Cassandra, the databases that are running persistently in the Kubernetes application or outside of it. You can have Kasten run the blueprint to protect the data natively. We also have integrations directly with things like GKE or VMware or OpenShift, and any distribution that runs a vanilla version of Kubernetes and not a highly modified version anyways. But we also have integration with different storage vendors, such as GCS, or if you're backing up on-prem, you might look at NetApp or MinIO or Dell for on-prem object storage, or NFS storage. All right, thank you.
Well, thank you, Cody, for that awesome presentation. You covered so many great topics. I kept seeing questions come in and then you'd instantly answer them. So we got everything in, plus some cool demos, just really interesting. So thank you for that. We have a ton of great questions coming in. And I do want to get to those in just a moment. But before Cody and I dive in, I do want to point out to all of you out there that we do have that poll up on the screen for you. And what we want to know is what additional information you would like to get about the Veeam solution. So you guys have been getting these polls after every session, and I hope that you're taking advantage of that opportunity to reach out directly to these teams and let them know what information they can send you. I know that this is a lot today. We've got a lot of sessions. There's a lot to remember as we wrap here. So this is a great way to make sure that you are going to be able to hearken back to all the wonderful things that you're hearing today and recall them by accessing this information later, whether it's a white paper, a data sheet, a demo. So make sure that you are clicking on that poll and taking advantage of that. Cody, you ready to jump into some of these questions?
Sure.
Great, let's do it. Okay, so you just mentioned a bunch of customizations, which is awesome. Yolanta is wondering about the out-of-the-box solution.
Right. So Veeam is a software solution. So you would purchase Veeam and you would spin up the infrastructure that you need to deploy it. We're not an appliance, so we fit in just about any infrastructure, any kind of environment that you can think of. We have integrations with 4 or 5 different hypervisor platforms, physical and virtual systems, most of the major cloud providers, and we do have. I know I cover the Google Cloud relationship, so my demo was all about Google Cloud, but we do have products for Azure and AWS as well that have similar feature sets and integrations with DVR.
And maybe speaking to some of the spirit of Yolanta's question as well, if we've got folks out there that are worried about, customization is wonderful, but maybe they don't have the team or the support internally to, be able to do something that feels really complicated or onerous, how much can they rely? How helpful is Veeam going to be during that implementation process?
Yeah, so you can always reach out to the support team or to the sales team that you're working with. The installation is actually really, really simple. So the simpler the environment, the easier it is. I mean, you can pretty much deploy it, from start to finish in a matter of a few minutes, and start backing up within the hour. It just depends on what kind of integrations you really need. If you're just looking for a simple backup solution that backs up to a Windows or Linux machine, it's really easy to get started. And we have best practices guides and user guides that walk through every aspect of the product. So.
Perfect. Okay, well, we are unfortunately running short on time. I'm going to sneak in one last question because it's an interesting one and a little bit maybe more higher level. So Heath is wondering here. He says, we all know ransomware is an ongoing and growing concern and will be throughout 2023. Wondering if you have any thoughts on new developments that you foresee in both, attacks, but I think hopefully speaking on the Veeam side, the defenses against them.
Sure. So I think one of the growing trends that I've seen is the exfiltration of data. So people are in it, Veeam is able to help you protect the data so that you can recover. So we can help mitigate the risk that a bad actor is going to sneak in and encrypt all of your data. We can leverage immutable repositories to harden that data and make it, very difficult for them to delete your data and make it unrecoverable. But, in addition to that, I think good monitoring software is also a key to, keep track of where your data is, who's accessing your data, following best practices for minimizing access.
Perfect. All right. Well, and Adam was asking that question right as you answered it. So there you go. We preemptively got your answer there, Adam. And so I think that was a great answer and a great thing for people to have in mind. I wish we could keep going with this, Cody, and you have a lot more questions. So you're welcome to stick around if you have some time to answer them on live chat. We will also make sure that all the unasked questions and unanswered questions go to Cody and the Veeam team, so you will get some answers. Cody, before you take off today, if somebody really wants to jump in and get started with Veeam, what do they do? What's their first step?
I would just go to veeam.com, and then there's a product section, there's a download section, we have tutorials, and the user guide is excellent. So you can learn just about everything about the product directly from the user guide.
Amazing, simple and easy. Well, Cody, thank you again so much for joining us today. It's been a pleasure chatting with you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and thank you to anyone who filled out that poll or asked a question. As I said, we will make sure that we get you some answers to those. And if you do want to learn some more right away, I'm going to recommend that you head on over to that Handouts tab. You can download the Cloud Protection Trends for 2023 from Veeam, a really interesting report and an excellent way to follow up on what we just heard from Cody. As he said, he kind of zoomed in on the cloud life. So head on over there, download that report, and take a look. But for now, we've got a little more excitement for you all. I'm going to leave that poll up just a minute longer while I give away a $300 Amazon gift card. Now, a quick reminder that you do need to be here present live at the webinar in order to win. Our lucky winner of a $300 Amazon gift card next is Daniel Garcia of Colorado. Daniel Garcia of Colorado, congratulations. That's a nice little jump start on some holiday shopping. As always, we will be in touch about claiming your prize after the webinar wraps today. And don't forget, there are still lots more chances to win a prize, plus that best question gift card from each session. So reminder, even if we don't get to your question live during our Q&A, you are still entered to win. So keep those questions coming. Also because, hey, it's awesome, and I love seeing all your questions come in, and so do our speakers. Speaking of our speakers, I'm going to move us along in our presentation here because wow, yep, it is my pleasure to introduce you all to our first presenter our next presenter in today's virtual summit. Folks, yes, it has been a long morning already, and my brain clearly just folded in on itself. So we're gonna bring on our next speaker while I go breathe. Our next wonderful speaker is Chris Prahl, Senior Product Marketing Manager, Extended Detection and Response at CrowdStrike. And the CrowdStrike presentations are always a highlight. I'm so excited for this. Chris, thank you so much for being here with us today. The platform is all yours.
Hey, thanks. I'm glad to be here. So hi, everyone, and thanks for joining me today. My name is Chris Prahl, Senior Product Marketing Manager for XDR at CrowdStrike. All righty. So CrowdStrike, for those of you who may not be familiar, is the company that pioneered cloud-delivered endpoint protection and continues to revolutionize the security market with new innovations. Today, I want to introduce you to our company as well as share with you what I think is the pretty exciting future of XDR, Extended Detection and Response, and what it means for organizations' IT and security strategies in 2023, backed by some recent market research that we just did. Let's do it. So today's reality is that breaches are absolutely everywhere, hitting and disrupting organizations of all sizes, all industries, regions. There's actually some pretty recent research from IDC that finds that 1/3 of organizations worldwide experienced some kind of ransomware attack or security breach in the last 12 months, 1/3. And that's what I'm here to talk to you about today. Organizations are looking for a security partner, a partner to help them stop these breaches, to help them fight the bad guys and keep their brands out of the headlines, ultimately. Above all else, I'm here to show you that at CrowdStrike, we stop breaches. And we make good on these claims in meaningful ways that I don't think anyone else does. We believe in this so strongly that when organizations choose our unbeaten combination of CrowdStrike Falcon platform, along with CrowdStrike's expert monitoring and response, we back it up with the industry's strongest breach prevention warranty, up to $1 million. So let's first explore the challenge at hand a little bit. So, stopping breaches today is challenging because many organizations are stuck solving yesterday's problems. Our industry has focused a great deal of importance on stopping malware, of course, but stopping breaches require a much broader approach. Now remember, delivering malware isn't the end goal of an attacker. It's just one way to obtain initial access, just one step toward the final objective. And naturally, organizations want to prevent as much as possible, but no security technology is 100% effective. I'm sorry. And effective security programs must plan for what happens when something like an infiltration actually does occur. So in that case, fast and effective response is critical to be able to stop a breach today. The first stages of an attack are the most critical. It's when the adversary is still establishing the initial footprint, achieving persistence, and performing discovery. Later, step 8, where the adversary begins to move laterally inside the organization. Now that represents a pivotal moment in the attack cycle. So we know based on years of data that a determined adversary achieves lateral movement within just a few hours. We call this breakout time. And after this point, the defender, the job gets significantly more complicated and more expensive. So this actually sets up a race in between the defender and the adversary. And to win consistently, you have to consider the rule of 1-10-60. So winning organizations have the power to detect threats in the first minute, to investigate and understand threats in 10 minutes, and contain and remediate in 60. So practically every security team, though, struggles to keep up with the onslaught of operational challenges, budget constraints, and evolving threats that they face every day. Let's be clear, though, no organization is alone in this. I mean, breaches happen. They're going to continue to happen for 3 main reasons. So challenge number 1 here is the attack sophistication. So attacks continue to get more sophisticated with no signs of letting up. Even your average, like, run-of-the-mill attackers often have nation-state level tradecraft at their disposal. It's easily available. Challenge number 2 is solution complexity. So security architectures have grown more complex over time because, well, historically, every new security problem required organizations to acquire a new tool to solve the problem. And after decades of that approach, you can imagine security architectures have grown overly complex. That complexity then undermines the actual integrity of the solution itself, all the while slowing systems down and impacting end user productivity. And then the third challenge, of course, is that all that technology is only part of the problem. Each new layer introduces infrastructure that must be managed, alerts that have to be triaged, incidents for someone to investigate, and the telemetry that threat hunters must sift through to find that needle in that ever-growing haystack. Today's security industry is outgunned and, frankly, losing ground. We need a new approach that strikes the right balance of advanced technology and skilled expertise if we're ever going to be successful at defending our organizations against these adversaries. So let's talk about that sophistication problem a little bit. In our 2020 Global Threat Report, we found that more than, I think it was 3/4, 77% of security professionals agreed that detection and response is becoming more difficult than it's ever been before. CrowdStrike observed that I think 62% of attacks were malware-free, consisting primarily of hands-on keyboard activity. So as these adversaries advance their tradecraft to bypass legacy, AV, and security solutions, autonomous machine learning alone is not going to be good enough to stop a dedicated human on the other end. And in an increasingly remote working world, endpoints have emerged as both the new perimeter of an organization and the gateway to the cloud, and so thus becomes that new battleground effectively. Endpoint security is critical, but for many organizations, it's hard, frankly, because attacker sophistication requires more and more advanced protection technology. It's hard because endpoint security needs to scale across thousands of users and devices, delivering strong protection without impacting productivity. And these trade-offs historically put endpoint security out of the reach for the majority of organizations until CrowdStrike. We pioneered endpoint detection and response and changed the way security was delivered with our lightweight agent and cloud-native architecture. The CrowdStrike platform doesn't just meet customers where they are, but it acts as the vehicle to ultimately get their security posture where it needs to be. Now, we've heard customers loud and clear, their solutions are too complex, and more importantly, they're just ineffective against modern threats. They're frustrated by ever-growing complexity of the architecture. Legacy vendors are continually being added, just bolt on more and more components to something that's already crazy complex. And this makes it harder to manage and also taxes the endpoints to the point where it's going to interfere with employee productivity. And even with all the investment and the effort, they're still not stopping breaches. So to address these mounting challenges, to cope with a relentless arms race against the adversary, organizations have added more and more layers of countermeasures. So after decades of that approach, we know 95% of organizations use more than 10 security tools. The average enterprise organization is using 45 different security-related tools deployed and active. This is a complex and expensive problem. Disparate and disconnected tools slow down security teams, and they keep the valuable security insights isolated and locked in. The majority of organizations, nearly 70%, say that they believe security operations are much more difficult than 2 years ago due to the increased volume and complexity of the alerts that they're receiving. 66% of organizations are actively trying to reduce complexity by consolidating a number of security tools, while another 32%, so basically the whole pie, said that they're considering consolidating. That's based on some recent ESG research that we did. And the top reason that they cited is cost optimization as well. And I think it's fair to say that with the current macroeconomic outlook, we're likely to see even more budget scrutiny in the short term that could continue to accelerate consolidation of some complex tech stacks. And then finally, this issue of skill shortage. I mean, these complex solutions required skilled staff to manage and maintain them and to deal with the increasingly enormous amounts of data that they generate. So making any solution actually work requires people with technical training and experience to rapidly identify an attack, take appropriate action quickly. Those skills are scarce, expensive, and they're hard to keep long term. The 2022 ISACA's Free State of the Cybersecurity Report shows that 63% of respondents have unfilled cybersecurity positions, 62% report understaffed cyber teams, and 60% report difficulties retaining the qualified cybersecurity professionals that they do manage to get. So if our industry is ever going to succeed in stopping breaches, we need to break this cycle to do more with less and find a better way forward. So here's just a quick look at a typical investigation. An alert is triggered and then validated, escalated to more senior, more expensive personnel. The reputation and the behavior of the file gets analyzed. The details are deciphered to attempt to determine the who, the what, the why behind the attack. A mature security team might be able to search for related threats, see what they can learn from the past. The results get transformed into protections that get tested. An incident report is created, and then finally, the team acts by patching, hardening, injecting IOCs into the other security products, and maintaining new policy and strategies to address future attacks. Ideally, we're not hunting for the same threats over and over again. The challenge is that investigations like this require time, resources, and advanced skills. In fact, many organizations simply can't afford to investigate every attack, so they're left exposed and reactive to incoming threats. Now, historically, some folks on the call may already know that this has been tackled by EDR, endpoint detection and response, which lets you see what's happening on an endpoint, detect suspicious behavior, and respond accordingly to try and remediate as quick as you can. But for threats that live and move beyond the endpoint, how can organizations get all the data that they need from the various key security domains while also being able to respond quickly across those different domains and do so in a more automated way? Well, enter XDR, Extended Detection and Response. So built on the foundation of EDR, XDR extends enterprise-wide visibility across all key security domains, native and third-party, to speed and simplify near real-time detection, investigation, and response for the most sophisticated attacks. At the core of CrowdStrike's XDR solution is its industry-leading visibility delivered by our EDR technology. And according to Forrester Research, good XDR lives and dies by the foundation of good EDR. A powerful EDR component is not optional for an XDR solution, it's essential. And good enough EDR in this case just isn't going to cut it. So we've established that there's no prevention technology that's 100% perfect, and we aim to be, we strive to be, we want to detect and prevent as much as we can, but there are things that are nearly impossible to prevent. For example, if an attacker managed to obtain or guess valid credentials for your environment, and they're impersonating one of your employees, chances are that no prevention technology is going to be able to flag that as outright malicious. And Now you have a breach that you don't even know about. And most organizations aren't able to find out about a breach like this for another 100 days or so on average. Our EDR module acts like a DVR for the endpoint. So it monitors and records the chain of execution, all the activity that takes place on the endpoint, sends it back to the CrowdStrike threat graph, which you can think of as the security brains behind our big data operation here. So you can always rewind the footage and review what happened if there is an incident. The visibility that we deliver here is unparalleled, more than 400 event types compared to other competitors who maybe have 20. There's not much that our EDR can't find from an endpoint visibility perspective. So we believe that building the world's best XDR solution naturally begins with our market-leading EDR solution at its core. And having a world-class EDR module at the core of our XDR solution is the reason that we say we've been doing XDR since day one. CrowdStrike is one of the only vendors to have been doing EDR since before EDR was even an accepted market term. And a lot of security people I talk to agree the goal of XDR is something that they've been working on to perfect for years now, let's face it, but we're just now getting our arms around the best way to solve this problem and do so at scale. So as a global security leader, CrowdStrike brings over a decade of experience building an industry-leading EDR solution to deliver superior cross-domain detection, investigation, and response capabilities to stop breaches and deliver an unrivaled experience for security analysts. For example, CrowdStrike customers have been leveraging the CrowdStrike Falcon platform for XDR use cases for years now. CrowdStrike's been enriching endpoint telemetry, which includes threat intel and network visibility with telemetry from cloud workloads, on-prem, in cloud or container, vulnerability management, and identity data from other Falcon modules all together in one place. So Falcon Insight XDR correlates native and third-party cross-domain telemetry to deliver high-confidence detections, unprecedented investigative efficiency, and rapid, confident response. Organizations that we work with benefit from unparalleled visibility across their extended security ecosystem with third-party connectors for all key security domains. And this ultimately enables their security team with one unified threat-centric command console. Perfect tool for the SOC. And Falcon Insight XDR extends CrowdStrike's industry-leading EDR capabilities and delivers a unified solution that helps you rapidly and efficiently identify, hunt, and eliminate threats across these multiple security domains. It seamlessly ingests the high-quality telemetry from CrowdStrike, as well as a wide range of other security solutions that customers are already using. So purpose-built XDR integrations and an open data schema streamline the telemetry ingestion, the parsing, the mapping, to provide critical visibility across the entire environment beyond the endpoint. Prioritized alerts, rich context, detailed detection information, all mapped to MITRE ATT&CK framework to help analysts quickly understand and act on threats using a common language. You can take action by triggering response actions across the Falcon protected hosts and through third-party solutions. There's one unified command console to empower analysts, from containing a host under attack to automatically enforcing more restrictive user access policies based on detection criticality through third-party vendors. And you can also orchestrate and automate workflows with Falcon's native SOAR capabilities. So CrowdStrike Falcon Fusion streamlines tasks, everything from notifications and repetitive tasks to the more complex workflows, ultimately dramatically improving the efficiency of your SOC teams. We'll take a quick peek at the console here. So this, in my opinion, game-changing force multiplier for analyst efficiency. Investigations are truly unified in a single place to root out even the most stealthy adversaries. Analysts can instantly pivot from their detection to the platform-wide search, which, it's not just limited to what they're looking at, but searches across everything that the Falcon platform knows about. So you can see they can pivot and then visualize and interact with the complete picture of an attack using the Graph Explorer that you can see in the middle of your screen here to better understand the root cause of a threat. And the integrated view contains all the related threat intel from the Falcon platform right at an analyst's fingertips for all the right context to stop attackers no more and no less. So to then extend these XDR capabilities to other parts of the security stack, CrowdStrike's XDR leverages the power of our CrowdXDR alliance. So in addition to native telemetry, we have purpose-built XDR integrations to facilitate more bidirectional insights and response actions. This is a customer-centric, not a vendor-centric approach, because it lets organizations get even more value out of their existing solutions across security domains. And here's a look at where we are today supporting the top security tools in the areas shown that organizations are already using. So you'll be pretty hard pressed to find another XDR solution that has already achieved this level of third-party integration, and I'm talking purpose-built for XDR coming together in one place, not existing EDR or existing NGAV integrations. And of course, analysts, you can see in the first column here, can also pivot to CrowdStrike Spotlight, Discover from an XDR detection, which are all delivered in the same unified sensor and console. Speaking of which, CrowdStrike achieves the highest levels of visibility, simplicity, and control by packing all of these necessary capabilities for unified prevention, detection, hunting, intelligence, remediation, all that into one universal lightweight agent. So the lightweight Falcon agent uses a fraction of the resources compared to legacy solutions, and without requiring all these extra hardware and tuning and config, the Falcon agent is intelligent and dynamic, uniquely designed to install, run, and natively adapt to any endpoint workload, identity, or cloud environment. And this is why in customers' own testing and validation of Falcon, they frequently report more than 20x reduction in resource utilization. But you don't have to take my word for it. CrowdStrike's long-standing and diverse set of accolades and leadership positions from independent evaluators and industry analysts, including all three of the big firms, Gartner, Forrester, IDC, it's pretty remarkable. Not only has CrowdStrike been acknowledged as a leader by every major analyst, but we also have been regularly tested and proven to provide best-in-class protection by independent testing orgs such as AV Comparatives, SE Labs, MITRE, and others. CrowdStrike's mountain of validation adds up to make Falcon the most highly decorated endpoint security solution our industry has ever seen, and best positions ourselves for a real killer XDR solution because it's actually delivering on the promise to stop breaches and doing it in a way that doesn't slow down your system or operations or require a massive army of staff to operate. And finally, trusted by customers everywhere. It's no accident that the most demanding organizations in the world have turned to CrowdStrike to provide the strongest level of defense against today's sophisticated threats. And so if you're not among our customers yet, we hope to see you there soon. Thanks, everyone.
I love that, Chris. What a great way to wrap that up. And thank you so much for a really engaging presentation with lots of wonderful takeaways for our audience out there today. I know we have a lot of questions coming in. Before we jump into those, I'm just going to throw this poll up for everyone out there. So what we want to know is what additional information you would like to get about the CrowdStrike solution. And as I've been reminding you folks of, this is a really, really important way to make sure that you don't lose all of this cool stuff that you've just learned. You're getting all this information and we're stacking solution on solution on solution, and it's going to stay for a little bit, and then you're going to jump into something work-related this evening and you're going to lose some of what we heard today. So make your future self happy by clicking on this poll now, and that way CrowdStrike can follow up with you and hand you that data sheet, that technical white paper, book you that demo with you, and make sure that you get the information that you need to kind of help make sure that this all stays in your head. So a really important resource right there. Make sure that you do click on that poll. While you're doing that, Chris and I are going to jump into some questions. Chris, you ready?
Sounds good.
Okay. Well, let's start with this one here. This is an interesting one. So wondering if you could potentially give an example of a third-party response action that XDR customers could use today.
Yeah, for sure. So, one example would be our Zscaler integration, where right from within the Falcon console, an analyst can review an alert about, say, a malicious attachment from a phishing email, and then actually trigger a Zscaler response action, like adding the relevant user to a restricted user group. Again, right from within the Falcon console, where they're already triaging that alert. So pretty awesome. This is just one of the ways that we're tipping the advantage away from the attackers and back toward the defenders.
So important, and I love that. Okay, so this actually will tie in nicely. Does CrowdStrike's XDR have SOAR capabilities for automation?
Yes, actually touched on this just a little bit, but yeah, Falcon Fusion is a SOAR framework built right into the Falcon platform and lets you natively collect enriched data and easily automate what would otherwise be some pretty complex security operations, threat intel, and incident response tasks. So yeah, definitely built right into the platform, and yeah, definitely critical to scale SecOps in a larger enterprise.
Absolutely. Okay. We are getting close to the end of our time here, but I'm going to sneak in another question because I like this one. Alerts come up a lot, and that's something we talk about, especially with alert fatigue and the ways that people are notified and how often they're notified and all these things. So we have an audience member here wondering about where the alerts are coming from, and their question is, does CrowdStrike XDR just surface alerts from other integrated products, or are they creating net new detections?
Yeah, great question. So yeah, CrowdStrike is not just showing you someone else's alerts again, but actually using native and third-party telemetry together to generate novel detections. So ones that are, completely net new and looking across all the different security domains. Super key to XDR use cases for all sorts of XDR buyers, and yeah, definitely why XDR is going to be an important next step, I'd say, particularly for anyone that's already getting value out of EDR today.
And I know I said I was going to wrap it up, but we did get this question, and I love it when people ask this because I do think it's a good one to, especially when we're in these phases at the end of the year where we're researching and trying to think ahead to future strategies and approaches. So when somebody's thinking about CrowdStrike, what is something, the key unique or differentiator? What's the one thing that you would want people to be aware of if they're considering CrowdStrike?
Yeah. I think one of the key things is just the pace of innovation. I think it really just outclasses a lot of other vendors in the space, and I think just gives you that peace of mind that you're on the cutting edge when it comes to security. And then the other piece I think is just striking that balance between really, really good technology, but also skilled human expertise. The human element is still so important, especially when, as we said before, there is typically a human on the other side of an attack. And I think that striking that right balance at CrowdStrike is something we do well.
I love hearing that. And it's something that I think is so important to remember, because often when we talk about the human side of things, we are talking about the human error side of things. And it's important to remember sort of the positive impact of the human element
for sure.
There as well. So Cheryl, thank you for asking that question, and Chris, thanks for elaborating on that. Before we let you go, if somebody really wants to get started with CrowdStrike, they want to jump in, what do you recommend as their first step?
Yeah, for sure. I know we attached our XDR data sheet here for anyone that's really interested in XDR specifically from us, but otherwise, yeah, check out crowdstrike.com. And then one thing I'll also plug is on YouTube, our new series called Under the Wing, which is really just helpful little videos getting you familiar with CrowdStrike and familiar with the security challenges at hand.
I love that. I have to say, as a total side note, I love the CrowdStrike branding. You do the coolest things with all the different threat actors. I love Under the Wing. That's just, everything you guys do is great. Please pass on a kudos to your design and branding team.
Will do. Thanks so much, and thanks everyone for joining.
Thanks for being with us, Chris. You have a great rest of your day. All right, and to everyone who's still here with us asking some great questions, I want to remind you that I know we didn't get to all of them, but we are going to make sure that we get those to the CrowdStrike team. So please do keep those questions coming in, and we will make sure that you get some answers to those. I'm going to leave that poll question up just a second longer here because we are going to give away another prize. Now, before I do that, I also want to make sure that I call out, Chris just mentioned the handout. So if you head on over to that handouts tab, and click on the CrowdStrike link, you can find the CrowdStrike Falcon XDR data sheet. Supercharged detection and response across your security stack, all from one command console. So I mentioned earlier, and I've heard a lot of you talk about that fatigue or that sense of disorganization. You're getting alerts from different places. You have 15 different dashboards you have to check. So really consolidating to that one console and being able to have that line of sight to your data is so important. So please do take a look at that and be sure to follow up with CrowdStrike as well. All right, so I said prize. I know as soon as I said that, you all got very excited, so let's go ahead and do a prize. We are going to give away a $300 Amazon gift card. A quick reminder that you do need to be here, present, live at the summit in order to win. And our next winner of a $300 Amazon gift card is Shrujana Yuna of Louisiana. Shrujana Yuna of Louisiana. Congratulations to Shrujana. As always, we will be in touch about claiming your prize after we wrap. Now, don't forget, there are still lots more chances. We've got a big, long day ahead of us, lots more chances to win a prize, plus that best question gift card. Even if we do not ask your question live in the webinar, you are still entered to win. But for now, we're going to keep moving along in our summit, because as soon as I click on the slide, I know a few of you are going to smile and be very excited. Oh, look at that. Up next, I'm going to introduce you to someone who probably needs no introduction for many of you, because most of you are already big fans. And hey, I know I am as well. It is my absolute pleasure to introduce you all to Roger Grimes, Data-Driven Defense Evangelist at KnowBe4. Roger, thank you so much for being with us. It is always such a pleasure to hear from you, and I'm really excited to dig into this next session with you. So without any further ado, the mic is all yours.
Thanks everyone for joining me for my talk on DMARC, SPF, and DCHEM. If you haven't met me before, besides talking very fast and being a fire hose of information, I've been doing computer security for 34 years. I've written 13 books and over 1,100 magazine articles. There's some of my books. The most recent one, Ransomware Protection Playbook. I work for KnowBe4, the world's largest security awareness training and simulated phishing platform vendor. Basically, we help you to help yourselves and other people, your friends, family, and coworkers, not to be phished. But today I'm here to talk about DCHEM, DMARC, SPF. What are they? I can tell you from the start, you should implement them. You should have them implemented. They are good things. They reduce phishing risk. And what they are is they're global phishing protection standards that try to prevent spam and phishing that pretends to be from domains that they aren't. So if somebody sends you an email that claims to be from Microsoft, Facebook, KnowBe4, and they're claiming that they come from these valid domains, these three protection standards will allow your email servers and email clients to determine, did the email really come from the domain that it's claiming? And if it's not really from an authorized email server for that claimed domain, then the email fails the DMARC, DCHEM, and SPF checks, and hopefully will either be rejected or placed in a spam folder. And this kind of happens all automatically without anybody doing anything. You can set up DMARC, DCHEM, and SPF for your company literally in a day, at least in a testing capability, and have it up and running with a minimal amount of time. So again, but what they do is help to prevent domain spoofing. If somebody receives an email claiming to be from a particular domain, these three protocols can be used to check, was that email really sent by an email server authorized for that domain? And if not, it can be treated differently. So it's a pretty cool standard. They all rely upon DNS. So for each one of these, DMARC, DCHEM, SPF, you have to have at least one DNS record for each. And then DCHEM, we'll talk about in a minute, actually requires that there has to be more things that are going on. And you have to set up the sending domains, so that the domains that want to be protected have to enable this and place this up in DNS. And then the receivers, which is really the email servers, email clients, they have to then go check for those records. It's a little bit harder to set up for the sending domains, because you have to set up these DNS records, and sometimes for as with DCHEM, you have to download and install an asymmetric key. But for receivers, it's basically just going into your email servers and your email clients and just saying, yes, please check SPF, DCHEM, and DMARC. Although many times today, for the last year or so, it's enabled by default, if not longer. The first one, Sender Policy Framework, SPF, it looks, when an email comes in, it looks to see if the email really came from the domain that's from what's called the 5321 mail from address. And let me be clear, that's not the address that you see when you open up an email. When you open up an email, the first email address you see there is called the friendly email address. And the email address that kind of follows that friendly address is known as the 5322, which is also checked actually by DKIM and DMARC, but SPF checks 5321, and that's called the mail from receipt to. If you were to reply to an email, that auto-populated address is the one that would be that it checks. But that's where a lot of phishing and spammers are trying to fake. But essentially, if you get an email that claims to be in the mail from receipt to address from a particular domain, SPF will check and see if that happened. And the domain keys identified mail, DKIM, it actually email servers for legitimate domains get an asymmetric key, public-private key, and it signs emails with the private key. They upload the shareable public key to the DNS server where receivers can download that and verify the DKIM signature of an email. So if it claims to be from a particular server, you can download the public key of the DKIM key of that email server and see if the DKIM signature is verified. And then DMARC is kind of a management protocol. It also allows you to get reports, but you have to have DKIM and or SPF to have DMARC. DMARC is nothing without at least SPF or DKIM, and really you want to have both if you can. But then DMARC tells receivers, if you get an email that claims to be from our domain, this is how you should treat it. You should accept it, you should reject it, you should put it in quarantine. Also, you can, if you're a DMARC person, a DMARC sender, you can specify that receivers possibly send you reports telling you about emails that passed or failed the different DMARC checks. And DMARC looks at the 5322 address, so you kind of get coverage for multiple email addresses, and they're all used in conjunction together. And again, the way that this works is that the sender creates at least one DNS record for SPF, another record for DKIM, at least one, and another record for DMARC. And for DKIM, the sender has to also install a asymmetric public-private key pair on the email server that's signing the outgoing emails, and the receiver essentially just enables that on their email server or client. SPF, again, what it tries to do is prevent someone from pretending to be from a domain that it's not. It relies upon this DNS record that the legitimate domains have to put in DNS. The DNS record, they're called TXT records, if you're familiar with that DNS architecture, and it will say something like in text, and then quotation marks, V equals SPF1, meaning SPF version 1. Then the IP address could say IP4 or IP6, or you can just leave the SPF1, meaning SPF version 1. Then the IP address could say IP4 or IP6, or you can just leave that off. And then the IP address or addresses of the different email servers, the public IP addresses of the different email servers that are addresses of the different email servers, the public IP addresses of the different email servers that are authorized to send email on behalf of that domain. And then you'll see a tilde all or a dash all or a plus all, which is kind of telling people how to treat it. And we'll talk more about that in a minute. So the sender enables it in DNS and DNS only, and then the receiver just has to say check for SPF, and most email clients and servers do. Again, the way this works is that the sender composes and sends an email. It goes to their email server that then sends it to the destination email server. The destination email server or the client can download the sender's SPF DNS record and then compare, did the IP address of the email server that was connecting to the destination email server, did it match the SPF record, which has the authenticated, has the allowed IP addresses or domain names of email servers that are allowed to send on behalf of the domain. The way that you set this up as the sender is you collect all the domain names that you want to protect, possibly even ones you never plan to send email from. Remember, if there's any park domain, you know, like if we had like no before email and we weren't using it, an attacker could possibly use it. So include all the possible domains that you want to protect with your SPF, DKIM, and DMARC records. Then you collect the IP addresses and or domain names of all the mail servers or services, the public IP address or domain names of those email servers or services that are authorized to send email on behalf of your domain. So that could be your on-premises servers. It could be any ISP email servers or services you use. It could be any third-party email servers or services that maybe send out, you know, bulk mail on your behalf. and then you create this DNS record. V, it's a TXT record, V equals SPF1. If you use an IP version 4, you don't have to put that optional tag in there. And then you put in the email addresses of the servers, and you can say include any third-party domain names of anybody that sends email on behalf of your domain. And then again, you have a dash all, a tilde all, or a plus all. Dash all means that any email that arrives that isn't really from the domain that it's claimed would be rejected and nobody would ever see it. The tilde all means that it will be placed in the spam folder, and then a plus all would mean that you don't fail anything, you just accept it. Not sure why you would do that. But here's some examples of the DNS records for a sender setting up SPF. You see the first one there, they just got a single IP address. That's a public IP address, but in real life that would be some public IP address there. And the second one, they've got a couple of different IP addresses. That would be like if you had 3 email servers or services or multiple public IP addresses that respond for those email servers or services. The third one is an example of a classless internet domain routing server, meaning anything coming out of this IP address range would be there. And then you can do include statements that would include other domains that are allowed to send email on behalf of your domain. Again, that would be something like if you use Gmail or Microsoft Office 365, or you have a bulk email provider. So there's some examples like that. And then what happens again is when someone gets an email, they can actually open up and look in the header, and you can see whether it says, SPF pass or fail. Like you see in this example here, it's SPF pass, SPF pass. So that email really did come from harlanclark.com. Here's a failure where someone's claiming that it came from Microsoft Online, but it was not from their SPF fail, SPF fail. That's what you want to see. You may even see SPF equals none. That means the sender typically didn't have SPF enabled, or there wasn't a check done. And that can be treated as a pass or fail depending on how DMARC says to do it by the sender, or how your email clients or servers or services handle it. But what you're looking for is an SPF pass. DKIM, domain keys identified email. Again, it allows authorized sending email servers to sign outgoing email with a private key. The sender then uploads the public key up to DNS, and then receivers can download the public key and use it to verify the DKIM signature. I'll skip on up here a little bit. So you enable DKIM on the receiving side. You just enable it. On the receiving side, you just enable it. On the sender side, you enable DKIM on the server or services that are doing it. Plus, you have to install that DKIM key. Plus, you have to create that DNS record that has the DKIM public key. And this is what the DNS record looks like. It's a little bit thicker than the SPF one, but you'll usually see something called selector._domain key. That's kind of the domain keys identified email DNS format, followed by the actual domain name of the domain that you're protecting. Then in text equals V equals DKIM1, semicolon, then P equals, and the P equals is the base 64 encoded format of the public key of the email server. So it might look like something like this right here. This is KnowBe4's DKIM record, and there's our public key that anybody can download. And this is what it looks like if somebody receives an email that's DKIM protected. It is say DKIM passed, signature was verified, versus here's one that failed. This is a phishing attack that was sent against me, and it says the DKIM failed, signature did not verify. There might even be none there, but a DKIM fail, not a good thing, right? It means somebody was claimed to be from a domain where they were not, where DKIM was enabled or wasn't set up yet. DMARC is this overall overreaching, it does two things again. It allows the sender to tell a receiver, if you get an email that comes from me, claims to come from my domain, one of my protected domains, and it doesn't really come from that domain, this is what I want you to do. Either accept it, which is none, or you can reject it, which means the email server or client should reject the email, not even let the end user get it. Or it could be P equals reject, which says that it's going to, the quarantine. So there's none, reject, and quarantine. Quarantine, if P equals quarantine, what that means is that the email server client accepts it, but it goes into like a spam folder, a junk mail folder, something like that, where somebody should look at it more to see if it should pass. So again, this is what's being, what the sender is telling receivers. If you get an email that claims to be from one of our protected domains and it doesn't, this is how I want you to treat that email. Just accept it normally, reject it, or quarantine it. And there's another part, this RUA, that you'll see, and there'll be a couple of different things. That's where any DMARC reports, senders can actually ask receivers to send reports, either on every passed or failed DKIM and DMARC protected, SPF protected email, or just get an aggregate daily report of which different ones. And what's nice about that is it allows you as a sender to make sure that your DMARC, DKIM, and SPF is configured correctly, but it also allows you to see if there is anybody trying to spoof is coming from your domains. That's kind of cool. Best practices, I'm going to go back to this right here. Again, the TXT record for DMARC is this TXT space N, and then inside of quotation marks, V equals DMARC 1. That was like V equals SPF 1 or V equals DKIM 1. But then P equals none, quarantine, or reject. The percent here, 100, just means 100% of the time apply this policy to any incoming email. It's really weird that you can put 50% or you can put any percentage there if you didn't want it to apply to all. And then this here, again, is for DMARC reports. And I don't have enough time to go into the detail of that. The best practice is when you're starting to set up SPF, DKIM, and DMARC for the first time, set the DMARC record to P equals none. And so that enables it, but it's not rejecting any emails, and you can actually get reports back from different receivers to see if you have it configured correctly. A lot of times people think that they have SPF, DKIM, and DMARC configured correctly, but they forgot about this, third-party bulk email provider that sends email on their behalf, or they forgot to include, Gmail or Office 365 or something like that. And so you could, by setting it to none, still get these reports that would tell you, hey, this would have failed because of this mistake. Or you can even get a handle with P equals none of who's faking sending email from your domain. But basically, you use P equals none to just make sure you're getting SPF, DKIM, and DMARC to have all the right IP addresses, domain names. You got your keys up there in DNS and that sort of stuff, and then set it to quarantine. Then P equals quarantine on your DMARC record. That is telling all receivers that get an email that's coming from your domain, what to accept or not accept. But if there's a mistake, they'll still get the email. If there's a mistake on the sender's part, you'll still get the email and be put in your quarantine spam or junk mail folder. And then once you know that you've really done a good job with SPF, DKIM, and DMARC, you've got everything configured, you've got all the right domains in there, you've got your keys uploaded. Then if you feel very confident in it, you can go to P equals reject, which says, hey, if there's an email arriving that claims to be from our domain and isn't, then you can reject it. A lot of people move to the P equals reject a little bit too quickly, and it ends up rejecting legitimate email because they didn't consider something or they didn't have the right keys out there or something like that. But your ultimate objective is to get to P equals reject once you know that you have it all set up correctly. Here's a bunch of other resources. You can basically go on the internet and put in DMARC and go to these, or you can go to all these sites. There's a lot of really good information, lots of examples, lots of check my SPF record, check my DKIM record, and that sort of stuff. Lots of really good organizational content out there, and it's in Wikipedia, and you can avail yourself of both open source and commercial tools and services and companies. Like if you're like, okay, Roger convinced me I need DMARC, DKIM, and SPF, but you can hand it off to a commercial vendor and pay them a monthly fee. It's on all the fees for running DMARC, DKIM, and SPF. If you turn it over to a third-party vendor, is typically not that bad. Out of all the things you may pay money for, this is not going to be on the high end of that. Of course, at KnowBe4, we believe that everybody should be trained, that they should get training when they're hired. Longer training, 15, 30, 45 minutes when they're hired, and then every year thereafter they get a lot of training. And then each month they get just a little bit of training, maybe 1 to 3 minutes, maybe it's an email, maybe it's a video, maybe it's a newsletter, and then you do simulated phishing testing to see how many people that were that got the training were they able to successfully answer the simulated phish. You don't want the real phishers being the only people testing your employees, and then people that failed the simulated phishing test get more training. And in the context of DMARC and DKIM and SPF, it's not a bad thing to tell people, hey, if you see something in your quarantine folder or junk mail folder, or if you see an email you're not sure whether it's malicious or not, look at the email header and go look for SPF pass and DKIM pass and DMARC pass. And if you see SPF fail and DKIM fail and DMARC fail, well, then that's something. It could be a legitimate email, but it starts to be that it starts to look more suspicious. So that's what we're going to tell you to do, is make sure you do the training to all your employees and coworkers and friends, and that you're putting a healthy level of skepticism in your environment. of what people should be aware of, the different types of phishing attacks. Then you simulated fish different people to see how well they remember the training, and people that failed the training or failed the simulated phishing get more training. And we know this works because the average customer of KnowBe4, when they come to us, about 30% of their employees, over 30% of their employees can be phished and will respond to a simple phishing attack that you don't think they should. And when you give them training in simulated phishing, the percentage that will click on a simulated phish attack drops significantly, below 5%. And since phishing and social engineering is the #1 way that most compromises happen, significantly decreasing who will fall for a social engineering and phishing attack is going to make your organization far more secure than otherwise. We don't have time to take questions today, but if you have any questions, you can email me at rogerg@knowbe4.com, and I promise I'll respond within 24 hours. You can follow me on LinkedIn and Twitter. And if you have any more SPF, DKIM, or DMARC questions, feel free to send them to me there as well. And with that said, thanks for putting up with me for the last 20 minutes, and enjoy the rest of your conference.
Whew, man, Roger says at the beginning he's going to speak quickly and cram a lot in, and I always feel when we finish a session with you, Roger, as if I've run a mental marathon in the best way. I'm still kind of trying to process all of the information that we just got, and I hope that you all really enjoyed that presentation. I'm seeing a lot of really amazing questions coming in. Tyler, I agree with you. He says Mr. Grimes is one of the best, and I would have to second that. As Roger mentioned, we aren't going to pause for questions right here because we wanted to get as much information in as we could, so we took up our Q&A time. But that said, Roger is excellent at responding. So as he just mentioned, feel free to reach out to him and he will get back to you. Now, another great way to make sure that you get the information that you want from KnowBe4 is to click on the poll that I've put up on your screen here. So you can see that poll up, lots of great options for follow-up with KnowBe4. Please do click right now and let them know how they can reach back out to you. Because again, there's lots to cover here, and Roger obviously crams a lot into these sessions, but there's only so much we can fit into, a quick overview. So make sure that you get the follow-up that you need by clicking on that poll. While you're doing that, I'm also going to remind you to head on over to the handouts tab. There's actually a link there. Roger was just mentioning the phishing security test and kind of getting an idea in that cycle of testing and then training and testing and then training. So if you want that benchmark, you want to understand where your current employees are and how phish prone they are, click on that KnowBe4 link in your handouts window there, and you can actually register to get a free phishing security test to find out what percentage of your employees are phish prone. So be sure to click on that and get a little bit more information, and that's going to be a great start, especially as we head into the new year. That is an excellent place to kind of do a little bit of checking and make sure that your team is not phish prone. All right, well, I'm going to leave that poll up for just a minute longer, and I'm going to move on to a prize giveaway because we have another $300 Amazon gift card to give away. And I will remind you again that you do need to be here live present at the summit in order to win. So our next winner of a $300 Amazon gift card is Courtney Washington of Alabama. It looks like my screen is cutting this in half, so I can't tell if it's Courtney, Alabama of Washington or Courtney Washington of Alabama. I'm going to check on that. Hang on one second. Courtney Washington of Alabama, you have won a $300 Amazon gift card. Love your last name there. All right. And Courtney, as always, we will be in touch about claiming your prize after we wrap today. And don't forget, there are still lots more chances for all of you out there to win, plus that best question gift card from each one of our sessions. So there's a best question gift card that we are giving away, and we will be looking at all the questions asked, even if we don't get to them live. So make sure that you get those questions in. Okay, well, I know that the prize is definitely a lot of excitement, but I think that you're all going to be as excited about my next announcement because we've actually brought Sean back with us again one more time, and he's going to talk to us about something that might seem a little bit, unconventional in a tech summit. But I'm going to let Sean explain that. So, Sean, my friend, I'm going to hand the mic right back on over to you.
We are back, Jessica. I've been having a really great time at this event. And, I thought it'd be a really great idea to talk a little bit about data and artificial intelligence. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm a data guy. Obviously, big data, machine learning, artificial intelligence is at an exponential scale. In fact, many of the vendors that we have today are using AI at scale and infusing that electricity within their product. But I want to warn everybody. I know we're all about big data and artificial intelligence, machine learning. All of it actually optimizes the past, though. It's using past data. And innovation is about creating the future. It's about unlocking insights that we haven't seen before. It's about going into waters that we haven't gone in before. And I believe that in a world abundant with data, we should be spending more time, more effort, more resources on luck, on getting lucky. Come with me, actually. Come with me. Let me sit down here. I'm getting passionate about this entire subject, okay? I've been working with a lot of innovation leaders recently, and one of the innovation leaders I was working with was for a CPG company, consumer packaged goods company, and he asked me, we're spending this much on our innovations, what are we getting in return? And I actually tell him that we're actually looking at the wrong metric. Innovation is actually about increasing the surface area for you to get lucky. Innovation is about looking at your entire business and figuring out how do we push the limits around our customers, our employees, and our community at the end of the day? And the question that we're always asking in innovation is, what if this doesn't work out? What if this doesn't work out? But the real question we should be asking is, what if this works out way better than we ever imagined? And luck doesn't happen in optimized environments. Luck happens when you're increasing the velocity of experiments that you're making within your organization. So I know we're all here talking about data, machine learning, artificial intelligence, which is really great. But I just want to remind everybody that we should be focusing on a little bit more luck. Thank you so much, Jessica. Back to you.
Oh, Sean, I love that. I really like this idea of maybe what looks like luck is just opening you and your organization up to opportunity. So trying things, just getting out and experimenting and being open to creativity. Yeah, I'm gonna spend some time mulling that over, Sean. Thanks for that insight. Really interesting things to think about. All right, well, the good news is we have even more fun things to think about because we have another wonderful presenter lined up for us now. So we are going to bring out the one and only Robert West, Inside Sales Engineer at Rubrik. Robert, thank you so much for joining us again on the summit. It is just always an absolute pleasure to chat with you. I know that you have lots of great info to dig into, so I'm going to hand the mic right on over to you.
Good morning, good afternoon. My name is Robert West. I'm a sales engineer here at Rubrik, based out of Austin, Texas. Today, we're going to be discussing Rubrik's offerings for securing your cloud environments. All right, so here are some of the objectives I'm going to talk you through in regards to some of the key challenges you may be facing when it comes to data protection in the cloud. Then we'll talk about in regards to some of the key challenges you may be facing when it comes to data protection in the cloud. Then we'll talk about how Rubrik can step in and help. At the end of the presentation, I'll walk you through a brief tour of our Polaris platform where we make all this possible. At the end of the presentation, I'll walk you through a brief tour of our Polaris platform where we make all this possible from a single pane of glass. First things first, let's do a brief level set on Rubrik and the core value proposition of our platform, where it really all begins. Rubrik and the core value proposition of our platform, where it really all begins. First, we modernize the way that traditional legacy backup is done through our single scale-out software fabric approach built on a 2U 4-node hyperconverged appliance on-prem, which drastically consolidates and simplifies the way that core backup is done. We support all enterprise apps for this workflow with an API-first platform that is secure and flexible to automate, driven essentially by our SLAs. Out of the box, it's natively immutable through our pinned-only Atlas file system. So once data is written to Rubrik, it can't be edited, overwritten, encrypted, etc. We also provide a logical air gap by not presenting Rubrik over the network via standard network protocols like NFS or SMB. Instead, every communication is done with secure APIs. Second, what we will mostly be talking about today is that our platform natively extends to the cloud. Our software was designed in the cloud era with cloud in mind, where we can dynamically move data to the cloud, spin things up in the cloud, take a VM and archive it to the cloud, and protect cloud native assets. Last but not least, where we're going and our vision as a company is to deliver additional business value beyond just the core backup layer. We provide additional insights with use cases like cyber resiliency and data governance by making use of the backup metadata that we ingest. So think of monitoring snapshots for any anomalous changes or finding out exactly where sensitive data like credit cards and social security numbers might be out in the open. And we also provide you with threat hunting capabilities so that our customers can scan existing snapshots for indicators of compromise to help signal when an infection likely started in the first place. And that's the core platform in general. But let's jump back into why we're here, and that is to talk about the cloud and the challenges to managing and protecting that data. So here's a checklist and what we're trying to solve for here. Three things. The first, quite fitting for today, is figuring out how do I solve for the cloud. We find that enterprises are trying to solve for data management in a hybrid architecture. So that means they're adopting new cloud platforms and even deploying multiple cloud platforms to achieve a lot of different things unique to that specific organization. Secondly, customers we talk to are trying to make it easier to run their digital estate. Automation is a key tenet to our operational efficiencies. So when thinking about your next data management solution, it's something that must be easy to automate and integrate into your existing environment. Last, but certainly not least, is tackling the security risk. Data security and being able to recover from ransomware plus data governance are top of mind for really everyone. A data management solution would be incomplete if it did not provide recovery capabilities for cyber attacks and region failures. Another problem that comes into play and has to do with the shared responsibility model, where one part of the setup is the responsibility of the cloud provider, and another part of it is the responsibility of the customer. But no matter what, when it comes to security, it's always going to fall in the lap of the customer. And because of that, they're seeking out well-architected cloud solutions. And because of this, it can become especially tricky if you're hybrid, multi-cloud, or operating at an enormous scale, whether it's infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, or software as a service apps. And here's the main challenge for those with existing workloads in the cloud. A typical cloud architecture often involves tens, if not hundreds, of different account subscriptions across many different clouds and regions, which combined with manual job scheduling or painful scripting, it can really drain the productivity from IT teams. In the field, we're hearing from some of our prospects that they're having to set up all these different components around things like retention and frequency, then having to deploy resources within multiple regions for each account, where now you have to manage backup schemes across all these different regions. However, at Rubrik, we can help you solve this and ensure that your data is backed up and protected no matter where it sits in the cloud. Our platform can tie in regardless of where your organization is in its cloud journey, whether you're 90% on-prem and have a deadline to be in the cloud in the next 6 to 12 months, or you're born in the cloud and building all your apps there. So, we can definitely extend security and governance to the cloud for you. Our customers are all on a journey to the cloud, and thus far, this is what we have helped them solve. Rubrik makes it easy to archive backup data to low-cost storage in the cloud. We can also help orchestrate their existing applications into the cloud to accelerate their move away from on-premise infrastructure. And we also help to ensure their new cloud native workloads are protected. First up, archival. Most customers, if they have an on-prem data center and have replaced a legacy solution with Rubrik, will take an archive of their backup data and send it to the public cloud, maybe something like an AWS S3 bucket or Azure Blob. Our technology does incremental forever in the archive piece. So it's efficient with how we're placing the data in the cloud bucket. We can also automate that life cycle of how the data tiers and when it tiers based on policies and storage class. This is all controlled within our SLA policy domain to dictate when and where you want your data archived. Because again, of all the metadata and how it's indexed, it's searchable. And if you need to pull back data out of the archive with our software, you can retrieve singular files without pulling the whole VM back. So if you had an archive living in an S3 IA infrequent access bucket, but maybe there's a document you've been asked to pull from 3 months ago, which is no longer in production, it's in the backup. Or let's say you want to set up an SLA policy that says you want to take snapshots every 6 hours, keep that data local on the appliance for 30 days, but then you also have a retention requirement of 2 years. You can then set up the SLA policy to reflect this need, so data after it's been retained locally for 30 days can automatically get pushed up to the least expensive tier in the cloud. We also, of course, offer end-to-end encryption, 256-bit at rest and at flight. Next up, cloud instantiation. This is a feature of ours that we call Cloud On, which is only available currently for AWS and Azure. Customers protecting their on-prem workloads using Rubrik usually implement this for things like disaster recovery, app migration, or an accelerated test dev environment from their existing snapshots on the appliance. Technically speaking, what this does is it supports conversion on an on-prem VM to an EC2 instance in AWS or a VM in Azure, irrespective of whether if the snapshot's available locally on the brick or has already been archived to AWS or Azure. It does this by converting the VMDK to an AMI for AWS or VHD for Azure, from which an instance can be launched in the cloud. Rubrik supports 2 workflows for converting and instantiating an on-premise VM in the cloud. We can do it on demand, providing flexibility of a good RPO, as an end user can go back in time on any snapshot and hit the launch in the cloud button, or you could choose to schedule this conversion. Once that is enabled, the Cloud On job will execute every 2 hours by default and convert the latest snapshot, last point in time snapshot to that particular image format. Last up is Cloud Native Protection. This is delivered as a service based snapshotting tool available through Polaris GPS, which we'll touch on, which I'll show you here in a bit. This software is used to protect workloads that are infrastructure as a service or platform as a service in the cloud. Because some customers, after they've lifted and shifted or they built things cloud native, they want to make sure that they can provide the same level of governance and security. First of all, for this capability, it's software as a service from a configuration standpoint. There's no running resources like compute nodes or anything like that in your cloud account. All we're doing is connecting via API from our console, which is an aggregation of metadata. It's a control plane, if you will. We connect from that control plane via API to your cloud account, and you're off and running. Implementation usually only takes several minutes. So it's very quick to set up and consume. For scalable protection, we offer the ability to create a policy that spans hundreds of thousands of resources in the cloud by simply telling what kind of RPO and RTO you want. For instance, you could say, I want to be able to back up all of my cloud resources, whether it's RDS workloads or EC2 once a day. I want to retain that data for 15 days and then archive it out somewhere else. You can set that policy up and the software handles the entire backup and recovery process. We take a lot of the manual work out of having to go configure all these different components in the cloud. And 90% of the clients we talk to tell us that their cloud teams are launching and building things in the cloud really fast. And most times it's challenging for them to get a baseline backup and be able to prove to both themselves and internal and external stakeholders that the data is protected. And through the SLA domain, it makes it very easy to always ensure that you have a baseline backup. From a recovery standpoint, it's near zero RTO, just several clicks to recover. You can recover things across region and account in the cloud. Everything is searchable. and we present you with that data back very quickly. In terms of security, a logical air gap provides protection from ransomware, keeping your backups data isolated and safe in the case of compromise. And from a usability standpoint, we purposely developed a no-brainer approach. We have a point-and-click multi-cloud dashboard experience that the operator can go into, derive reporting from, have visibility, plain and simple, in a way that some native tooling from cloud provider cannot do. And then from the cloud builders or DevOps folks, we have the ability to deploy this as a code with a dedicated Terraform provider like we talked about earlier. So you can auto provision Rubrik up and down as you're launching cloud templates across different resources in AWS and Azure. It's really flexible in how to manage, and that's our cloud native protection at a high level. Lastly, I do want to show that we cover and protect a broad range of workloads, the most popular being EC2 instances, Azure VMs, VMware Cloud, SQL, and M365, just to name a few. We actually announced back in August of last year that we teamed up with Microsoft to co-engineer some projects with them, which in fact included backing up and protecting M365, which includes, of course, Exchange, OneDrive, SharePoint, and Teams. It's all derived as a service, and the backups are hosted inside our own Azure tenant, providing customers with that logical air gap and the operational freedom that comes with Rubrik managing that setup end to end. I would actually love to show you this real quick when we jump into Polaris. And having said that, I'm going to go ahead and dive into Polaris GPS really quickly. Bear with me for a second, folks. So this is Polaris GPS. This is that SaaS-based platform that I've been talking about. Think of it as the manager of managers as it pertains to Rubrik. It's pulling in all the telemetry data that you're protecting with Rubrik, whether it be on-prem or cloud native for Azure, AWS, GCP, or SaaS-based for M365. So for OneDrive, Exchange, SharePoint, and Teams, to give you a single aggregated view of your entire environment that you're protecting with Rubrik. As it pertains to M365 or cloud native, it's very easy to set up. So we're going to go to our M365 offering here. You would click add subscription, put in your global admin permissions for OneDrive, SharePoint, Exchange, and Teams. At no point would we store those credentials. We use modern authentication, so OAuth 2.0, to create that secure sync with your M365 estate. And at that point, you can start creating these SLAs and protecting these particular objects. So I'm going to go ahead and go to assign SLA domain. For the sake of this demo, I'm just going to assign an SLA or show you the process of assigning an SLA just to Exchange. But know that you can assign a single SLA across all the objects in M365. You can also get very granular and assign it at the user level as well. So we're going to click next. Out of the solution, you'll have a gold, a silver, and a bronze SLA, but you can certainly create your own, and I'll walk you through that workflow right now. We can click create. And then on the left, we're going to be looking at RPOs. On the right, we're going to look at retention. So with M365, we can take snapshots every 4 hours. So say we want to hang on to that for 3 days, let's say a daily, hang on to that for 30 days, let's say a monthly for 12 months. Again, this is completely customizable based on your requirements. We're then going to click next, review the SLA. If everything looked good, we click create, and we would start protecting that environment or that Exchange object. From a recovery standpoint, it's super easy. The workflow is the same, whether it's on-prem, M365, or cloud native. You're going to be presented with this calendar view here in a second when I go to the user that I want to recover. And then we see the SLA that's assigned to this particular user, which again can be at the object level or the user level. So if we go back to, let's say, the 12th and we want to recover, click recover. We can either recover Aaron's entire mailbox to himself or to another user if Aaron has exited the organization. or we can crack open his mailbox and recover specific components. We also have the ability to provide you with a Google-like search functionality to search based on the actual title of the email or attachment to locate that specific email, and then provide you with various recovery options as well, the same recovery options. Original user to another user. Later this year, you also have the ability to download locally to your browser. That workflow is very similar across the board, whether it's Exchange, OneDrive, SharePoint, or Teams. We do have we have that download locally option for OneDrive, SharePoint, and Teams. And again, that's on the roadmap for Exchange. As it pertains to cloud native, let's go to all, and we can see all the objects we're currently protecting within this Rubrik demo environment. So I'll just choose Azure specifically for the sake of this demo. Obviously, we protect VMs and applications, SQL databases, as well as managed SQL instances. And with these two offerings here, we provide point-in-time recovery, getting you down to the second, granularity when it comes to recover. Again, very easy to set up. You put in your global admin permissions for all of your cloud accounts, and we auto-discover your environment and provide you with a singular view of all your various accounts. Once we do that auto-discovery, you can start with managed protection. So we're going to select these particular VMs. Before we jump into creating that SLA, you click this ellipses here, and it gives you some options for configuring, right? So we can do file level recovery. So it does require some compute to be spun up when we take those. It's exocompute, so it's not always running, but whenever we take that first full backup, and then every subsequent incremental backup will spin up small exocompute within your environment. To allow that file level recovery, and then we'll spin it right back down. Super cost effective. Also, out of the solution is going to be in a crash consistent state from our backup perspective, but you can enable app consistency. It does require our agent, but because of this, we'll capture all the data within memory too for that specific VM. So when we click Manage Protection. Again, you have that gold, silver, and bronze, and if you hover over them, it'll tell you exactly what the RPO and retention is. But then, we can obviously create an SLA from scratch. So I'm going to select the object I want to protect with this particular SLA. On the left, we're looking at our RPOs. On the right, retention again. So say I want to take a snapshot every 1 hour, hang on it for 2 days, a daily for 30 days, and then a monthly for 12 months. We're then going to click Next. We have the ability to enable archiving. So, at a certain point in time, which you dictate, we'll tier that off to, very cheap, deep storage for long-term retention. I do not have a storage account associated with Azure apparently in this particular demo, so I cannot do that at this time, but you do have that option. We now can enable replication. So we select the region we want to replicate to. And then we tell the system how long we want that data to sit at that secondary site before aging out. Click Next. If everything looked good, you click Create. Now this is a demo environment, and I have limited access permissions that I'm granted here, so I cannot do it, but it's really that simple. And then lastly, before we conclude this, this demo here, I just want to show you our recovery options. So if I pick on this, I'll just select this VM here at the bottom. Again, you're going to see that same workflow. We have that calendar view. We see the SLA that's assigned to it. And when we go to recovery, let's see, I chose this one because we do have indexing available, so I can search. Based on the file name to locate specific files. And when I go to recover, I can recover specific files, traverse the folder hierarchy. I've provided, Rubrik provides that Google-like search functionality. We can restore the existing VM from this snapshot, or we can export to another region or account. It's really that simple. Unfortunately, I'm coming up on time here, but if you'd like to see a deep dive on Rubrik and all its capabilities, please reach out to your Rubrik sales team. or your vendor of choice with how you procure technology, and they'll get that call set up for you. Thank you very much for your time today. I really appreciate it.
Well, thank you, Robert. I know that myself and the audience all really enjoyed that presentation. It's so nice, the way that you integrate the demos in is such a great way to actually see the solution in action. So I really appreciate that. And as Robert mentioned, we are pretty close to the end of our time for that session, so we are going to keep things moving. But before we move on, I do want to let you all know, if you haven't already clicked on the handouts for Rubrik, please do that now. There's a technical white paper there, Rubrik Security Cloud, how it works, cloud native protection for Azure VM. It is such an interesting read, so be sure to download that and save for later. Now, speaking of information to hold on to for later, I'm also going to recommend that you take a second now and click on that poll. I'll keep reminding you about this, but it really is an important thing. First of all, it lets Rubrik know what kind of follow-up that you'd like. It lets us know what sort of information is helpful for you folks. But best of all, it's going to make your future life so much easier because you don't have to do any Google searching. You don't have to do any research on your own. You can just click on this button right now, and Rubrik is going to send you the information that you need right here in this moment. What are you looking for? So click on that button. Make your life simple and easy. Everyone needs that this time of year. We're just completely overloaded with everything. So why not just simplify one aspect? Click on that poll and let Rubrik follow up with you. Before we move on from that, and we are going to get into some prizes, and then we've got some more awesome sessions. We're about halfway through. For anyone out there, I was just having this thought, kind of like the, do you guys remember the old Wii thing? And after a little while, you'd get a little message on the Wii that would have a little image of a window, and it would say, "Have you gone outside today?" And so I'm going to be your little Wii message right now. And I'm just going to recommend that everybody stand up if you're seated. And if you are standing, to just kind of give it a little bit of a stretch and maybe, spin around a little bit, move your back around a little bit. I know that in these types of events, when you've got session after session after session, and it's so interesting, and I'm guessing that some of you are multitasking. You're working and you're listening to this, and so you're taking all kinds of information in. And it's really easy to forget about our physical selves. And at some point, you're going to stop absorbing information if you don't take a little bit of a break. So my hot tip is every session that we do, I try to stand up and do one stretch, and that just is my little indicator. As soon as I've handed the mic off to the speaker, I do a little bit of a stretch or a squat or a, whatever it is that just kind of gets me my blood flowing a little bit. And that's what keeps me, active and engaged all the way through these sessions. So normally I don't stop and mention this, but since we've got a bit of a long day, we're kind of going morning to evening with you all, I am going to recommend here at this halfway point that everybody take a second now, stretch it out a little bit, breathe, go grab that water, that coffee, whatever the case may be, and make sure that you are able to be physically here present for the rest of the day, because it is going to be a wonderful day, and I don't want you to miss a thing. All right, so with that said, I know I said the word prize, so I should probably get to that before you guys all run off to stretch it out. Or, hopefully you're all just doing deep lunges across your living room right now or your office as I read these out to you. So let's start with a $300 Amazon gift card. Now, one more reminder that you do need to be here present live with us at the summit today in order to qualify to win. So our $300 Amazon gift card now is going to Scott Aldinger of California. Scott Aldinger of California, you have won a $300 Amazon gift card. And then up next, we're going to give away, oh, you know what, I'm feeling a little jazzy. Let's do 2 Apple Watch Ultras. Oh, I need one of those myself. All right, an Apple Watch Ultra. We've got 2 of them. One is going to Harold Welch of Utah, and one is going to Dennis Nesnadal. Ooh, that's a cool last name, Dennis. Dennis Nesnadal of Kentucky. So congratulations to Harold and to Dennis on your shiny new Apple Watch Ultras, and congratulations to Scott on your fancy new gift card. Hopefully that gives you a little bit of a jump start on some holiday shopping. And as always, we will be in touch with all of our winners after we wrap the webinar today. Now, I do want to remind you, as I just said, we are about halfway through. which means that we still have a lot of sessions left to go, which means that we still have a lot of prizes left to go. So there's a lot of winning coming up, and I do want to encourage you all to keep those questions coming in as well. So the questions are what qualifies you to win that best question ask card. And again, we are reviewing all of those questions after we wrap. So even if we don't take the time or have the time to dig into your question live during one of our sessions today, you are still entered to win. And on that note, please, 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 thinking about, again, that stretching, that staying engaged, that kind of giving your brain some mental breaks. The questions, the conversations, it's a great way to stay engaged. It's a great way for you to stay engaged. It's a great way for our speakers to stay involved and be activated by all of you out there. So please do keep those questions and comments, even if it's just a thought or sharing a use case, anything like that. We love seeing those come in. Kim has just said that they'll be drinking a lot more coffee. There's a lot more coffee to be had. I agree with you, Kim. I think it's about time for a refill for me as well. So on that note, as I was saying, every time I hand it off to a different presenter, I like to stand up and take a little stretch break. So I think I'm overdue, which means that I think we should probably hand the mic on over. So up next, it is my pleasure to introduce you to our next two exciting presenters on the virtual summit today. We will be hearing from Joseph Carson, Chief Security Scientist and Advisory CISO at Delinea, and Tony Golding, Cybersecurity Evangelist, also at Delinea. Joseph and Tony, thank you so much for being here with us today. I know that you've got a lot of great information to cover, and I want to make sure that we have some good time for Q&A at the end. So I am going to hand the mic right on over to you both.
Hello everyone, my name is Joseph Carson, Chief Security Scientist and Advisory CISO here at Delinea. Delinea is a company who helps organizations protect and secure access to privileged accounts, whether those accounts are on-premise or in the cloud. And I really do hope that you have a fantastic conference. It's a pleasure to be here with you today, and hope that you get a lot of great knowledge and lessons from the amazing speakers. Now this session today, Future-Proofing Your Cybersecurity Strategy, is all about recent research that Delinea has conducted with professionals around the world in the security industry to really understand about how we can stop from being reactive to cybersecurity threats and incidents and start thinking about being more proactive. How can we make sure that we help security become much more of an innovation to the business, empower, enable the business, more of an investment? So let's deep dive into some of the findings. The first question we asked the respondents was, what are their top security concerns? We want to understand what the threats, what the things that they're prioritizing their business around. And one of the top threats that came back was around ransomware. Ransomware is the top threat to all businesses around the world. It can be very destructive, very costly. I've seen businesses lose 1 year's worth of data that has been very costly and major impact to actually bringing the business to a complete stop. So yes, ransomware is a major threat. But unfortunately for many businesses, they have been reacting to ransomware, not having sufficient backup strategies that focus around ransomware resilient. Those backups actually being basically on the same network, using the same credentials that ultimately get encrypted themselves. That means organizations then start to consider, in order to get back to business, that they might have to pay that ransom. And this really means that if you do become a victim, or when you do become a victim of ransomware, you trigger your incident response plan. Many organizations in the past few years have really improved, really planned, really went into really looking at what a good incident response plan is. And yes, they went through and they've got their checklist. They've got defined owners, got established communication plans, contact lists of who to call, who should be involved, clear definitions of the threat, confidentiality, whether it being integrity, data poisoning, to availability, the service not being up and running, to what your in-house capabilities are, to third-party responsibility, to containing the evidence, having a press statement, what the legal assessment is, do you have to respond to legal requirements and regulations, how do you eradicate the ransomware from the environment to get back to the service, back to business and operations, what you do to recover, and the lessons learned. So yes, many organizations have went through and they've got their incident response checklist, and that's great. That's a great start. And yes, when we think about most security incidents today, it's no longer just an IT security incident. It's no longer just an IT team incident. It's a business incident. It's a business response. So we have to start looking at actually security incidents from a business response. And that means that checklists are not enough. You need to become incident response ready. You need to start thinking about how you prepare, having time formats and naming conventions. Who needs to be involved from the business, whether it being HR, legal, law enforcement? How are you going to gather evidence, and where's that evidence going to be stored? Do you have the terabytes of data at hand to basically take images of machines and store it? How is the responders going to be accessing your environment? What credentials are they going to be using? Alternative means of communication. You might not have access to email. Your phone system may not be working. Having the help desk ready to respond? Going through this as a simulation, we need to make sure that you practice it, you simulate it, and you're ready. Not just have a plan, but be ready. The next concern and challenge that many organizations had was around the hybrid workforce and hybrid cloud. And what does this really mean? Today, employees are working from all around the world, from different locations, from their home offices. And their home offices have almost become like mini clouds, mini little cloud droplets from people's home offices where they're working remotely, accessing cloud infrastructure and corporate resources from all around the world, not just from basically within country, but from different country locations. And this also means hybrid cloud. Most organizations are not stuck to one cloud infrastructure, but multiple. It might be basically a virtual, hosted, a SaaS-based application, your on-premise application, which means that organizations are losing visibility of all of those. They have single windows into each of them, but not having a full transparent view of all of those activities across multiple clouds. And that causes many challenges. It causes organizations to have to change how they do business, how they provide services to their employees. So yes, we need to start thinking about how do we actually address this. And unfortunately, for most of the access, it's still passwords. Some, yes, might have two-factor, some might have multi-factor authentication. But for majority of businesses, they're still relying heavily on passwords. So we need to think about how we can move passwords more into the background. How we can actually reduce the risks and reduce the cyber fatigue that passwords cause. Now, we did ask the respondents in this research about how they were able to respond to these types of threats and these risks. And one of the key takeaways was that we found that there is a large amount of overconfidence in our industry. We look at deploying solutions and checking tick boxes. We think about that, yes, we've got that challenge covered. 71% of the respondents felt that they were able to quickly recover from a cyber attack. We also find that 83% were confident that their access controls for things like cloud and remote workers were sufficient for the business. We also find that 69% think that their privileged access controls are mature or even very mature. For me, if I look at the reality check and I take the respondents actually kind of what they provided to what the reality is that we see in the industry, the reality check is that yes, we have overconfidence. We become overconfident in our capabilities. We always have to stay vigilant. We should never become complacent into the threats that's out there. When we think about it, what does that recent history look like? 50% more attacks per week in 2021 compared to 2020. An increase of 50% of more attacks. 98% of companies experienced at least one cloud data breach over an 18-month period, compared to 79% over the previous. 20% of breaches take months and even longer to discover, meaning most organizations don't even know they become a victim. Maybe it's an attacker sitting with a standard user access, waiting for a 0-day or a vulnerability to occur to allow them to elevate privileges to full domain. Maybe they're sitting waiting, hiding, being stealthy. 80% of organizations were willing to pay the ransom to get control of their business back again. Because going back to that, the resilience, their backup plan is focused around hardware failure, data resiliency, not ransomware resiliency. So we had to look beyond and look for a backup plan that focuses around ransomware, that actually mitigates and becomes resilient against ransomware threats. This is the reality check. I strongly believe that we do have overconfidence in our industry and we need to address it. The next question we asked the respondents was around increase in IT budget and staff. Are they getting more people to help them, become more resilient to these attacks, to help innovate in the IT and security within the business? Are they getting more budget to pay for things they need to help the business take it to the next level? And what was really concerning is that while, yes, they are getting a budget increase, typically in both 70%, almost 70%, were receiving an increase of both budget and staff. However, it was falling short. It's still not enough. While they're getting more resources, they can't find the people to get in those positions, or it takes months to source those resources or to get them skilled up. And the budget, yes, it is increase, but it's falling short of what they need. And we look into the details. Let's go into some of the kind of findings. Was 1/3 of the businesses were lacking executive support. Most executives seen security as a cost to the business, not as an investment. And that's where we need to change the communication and narrative. We need to be able to communicate to the executive team that it is not a cost. This can help the business become innovative, to help the business actually be able to deploy new solutions much faster. Security needs to change from being a cost to being an innovation, to being an enabler. So we need to change how we communicate security to the business. When we look at some of the results here, staff shortages in hiring, still lack of budget, lack of executive support, unable to find the solutions that meets their needs. Workforces dispersed around the world. These are the challenges. From the cyber threats such as ransomware, hybrid cloud, and actually budget not meeting the needs. And this results in many organizations taking short-term decisions. Short-term decisions is all about basically resulting in technical debt. You get one tool to fix one problem. You get another tool to fix another problem. These tools don't work together. They don't integrate. They don't share information and data. They become technical debt. Because while software might be a specific cost to the business, it's maintaining that over multiple years, which is the biggest part of the cost. So we need solutions that basically are long-term, easy to use, flexible and dynamic, that can adapt to the future. We need to think about security being more flexible, more usable, long-term, strategic decisions around security. No longer being reactive, becoming dynamic, being able to be flexible, to be able to be changed and modified to future threats. That's how we future-proof security, is not reacting to the threats of the past, but thinking about the threats of the future. How we can actually modify and make security be able to change, more intelligent, more automated, more information sharing. That's the path and direction we need to be going. So we asked the question, what would help your organizations future-proof your cybersecurity investments? What things that basically would be a top priority to help you be successful, to help you do the things you need to be able to move from technical debt to more strategic cybersecurity decisions? And the key takeaway, the top takeaway from this was all around cloud automation and also moving to autonomous privilege access. And when we talk about autonomous privilege access, it's around access that is on demand, just in time, that takes basically the threats and the risks into consideration using intelligence to determine whether the access should be granted, whether more security controls should be required, or whether basically it should be denied. These were two of the top takeaways. We look at some of the others. Well, basically, what was the challenges that help make to future-proofing security investments? Cloud automation, to do more, to get things to basically be more consistent, more predictable, and allow the actually resource to focus on how to continually evolve this. Deeper integrations, broader interoperability are also key in being able to future-proof cybersecurity investments. It's about getting security to work for the business, not just to be basically there as a checkbox. How to make sure that it helps employees be successful. So what's some of the things you can do in order to help actually get to autonomous privilege access and also help enable cloud automation as well? Some of the things you can do is getting into practicing the privilege access management lifecycle. Making sure you understand what privileges are in your business and what that definition is. About automating the discovery of privileges so you have better visibility across multi-cloud, multi-hybrid environments and on-premise as well. Getting to know that basically privilege accounts, where they are, how many you have, and what security controls are in place. And enhancing those security of those accounts. Enhancing them, being able to manage them and secure them. Also getting into better visibility and access across those multiple clouds, SaaS applications, dev environments. Getting visibility in alerts, knowing when something suspicious is happening. Enabling it for instant response, as I mentioned earlier about ransomware in the instant response plan and being ready. Having it integrated so that you can actually respond to incidents more effectively and efficiently. And have this continuously. So what's some of the things you can do to automate PAM? 89% of companies that we surveyed wanted to actually have alerts on unauthorized privilege activity. So what can you do? With automated PAM, you can actually create, rotate, and expire passwords on demand when you need to, without human intervention. Moving passwords into the background, making passwords more complex or more difficult for attackers to be successful at cracking. Scheduling tasks, being able to run reports that actually help you meet compliance. A lot of organizations struggle with meeting and mapping to compliance, and an automated PAM can help you do that. Out of the box with built-in reports. The next thing is about risk scores, getting it to being more autonomous, looking at the threats out there, looking at the risk of accessing this data, looking at the security controls that's in place, setting the risk scores to really determine whether access should be granted or denied or whether more security controls should be required. Also thinking about policy-based checks. So this takes the human out of the kind of decision making. So looking at policy-based that will check that certain things are in place and control to determine whether you can actually have users as least privileged, least standing users that gets elevated on demand, either elevating the user or elevating the application privileges. Doing it on demand in real time will help reduce the threats and risks. Also tracking privileged user behavior and activity, being able to actually report on suspicious activity quickly. Because one of the things that it's important that organizations understand it, in order to help get that visibility, it's about basically forcing attackers to take more risk. The more risk they take, the more chance you have at detecting them earlier. And also, when a problem occurs, trigger actions, rotate the passwords, force continuous verification such as multi-factor authentication. Privileged access is the foundation to helping you get to a zero trust strategy. That's one of the things that we can help do. Getting it to where actually trust is dynamically classified. Getting to adaptive security. As I mentioned, moving to security where it becomes more flexible and adapts to the actually threats out there. So you might have a user or a system or an application that has an identity tied to it, a digital identity, and that user might need to have access to critical systems. So they'll make they might be using a personal device, they might be using a corporate laptop that has additional security controls applied. They'll make a request into a privileged access management solution, whether that being on-premise or in the cloud, and that will actually then broker the access and do continuous verification with multi-factor authentication, and then enable the access to those target systems. Privileges on demand, non-persistent privileges, security controls enhanced, separation of duties, and also enable them to access cloud environments as well, protecting the access to those critical systems that are valuable to the business. So if an attacker ever comes along and decides they want to compromise that user account, they won't be able to use it to gain access to your critical systems and environment. Securing the data in vaults, checking continuously the reputation, the behavior, and actually making sure you validate and check the risks. And this is almost like a digital polygraph test for access. Getting to that point where you can actually have autonomous privileges and cloud automation. Our job is all about stopping the attacks, stopping them early and reducing the threats. This means that we really have to realize that it's no longer, my job is no longer just about cybersecurity. My job is about helping organizations understand and assess the risk to the business. Our job is to help reduce that risk, to help employees be successful, to help listen to what the business needs are, to stop saying no and think about how we can help that employee be successful. How can we help them be successful in doing their job, but doing it with reducing the risk? So, understanding hacker techniques and processes, yes, is the best way to defend against cyber attacks. But it's focusing on the business risks, which is the best way to help you get the security budget. It's about converting security threats and risks into business enablers, how it helps the business. That's how we be successful. And that's how we future-proof cybersecurity for the future of the business needs. And we move away from technical debt decisions to being more strategic security decisions. That's how we get security to work for the business of the future and reduce the threats of future attacks. So, my name is Joseph Carson, Chief Security Scientist and Advisory CISO here at Delinea. It's been a pleasure, and again, I hope you found this session very valuable and that you have a fantastic event. Take care and stay safe.
Hi everybody, this is Scott Becker from ATM. I'll be moderating the next few sessions, including this Q&A portion of Delinea's session. Okay, Tony Golding, that was a great presentation for you guys with a lot of food for thought. Are you ready for some questions?
I sure am. Hopefully you can hear me okay.
I can, super. Yeah, and while
Terrific.
we see what questions we have here, I'll just note that the poll question is up. We really appreciate your answers on what additional information you'd like from Delinea. So yeah, let's get into those questions. The first one here, we realize the need for stronger security and budget is being made available, but not enough to cover all the bases. What do you suggest?
That's a good one. It's pointing back to one of the stats I think that Joe mentioned about budget is being made available, but is it sufficient? There's a lot of moving parts to security, and I think a lot of organizations are having to make judicious decisions as to where that budget goes. But the person asking the question says that there's not enough budget. So I'm guessing that in order to come to that conclusion, they've already done their due diligence. They've looked at their business critical assets. They've looked at what's important to their business, how secure it is today, and determine what gaps exist. So presumably you know what you need and that you don't have enough funds to do it all, let's say, in this budget year. So I would suggest, first of all, you've got to research the PAM market to isolate a vendor who has everything you need based on your assessment of the gaps. And there are organizations who are not as familiar with PAM, and obviously the PAM vendors can be more consultative in helping them navigate those choppy waters. But working with the PAM vendors to then prioritize those gaps and creating a plan to acquire and deploy capabilities over time. So for this, a PAM maturity model would definitely help to advise on the various kind of basic and advanced PAM capabilities that are available to help mitigate those risks and close the gaps. And the maturity model can help you prioritize and phase that deployment over whatever time frame is suitable for you, your budget today and budgets down the road. But you don't have to eat the elephant all at once, but you must be sensitive to closing enough gaps initially so that you mitigate risk to an acceptable level. So if the business is content with that, then great. If you can show them what residual risk remains after that first phase of the journey and what incremental budget is necessary for subsequent phases, then they can make that determination whether it's good enough or whether to commit more budget more quickly to accelerate the project. So that would be my response to that one, Scott. Back to you.
Okay. Yeah, great, Tony. Lots of solid tips there for sort of a squishy situation. So really appreciate it.
It is squishy, yes.
Another question in here. You guys said ransomware is the top concern. How do we defend against it?
Oh boy, that's kind of the million-dollar question, isn't it?
Yep.
So the answer is kind of multi-layered. Here at Delinea, we focus on privileged access management. So I have kind of a PAM-specific response, and that is to focus on two things. One is governing, managing, and protecting access to privileged accounts. So in essence, that requires a bulletproof vault that protects them. It rotates the passwords automatically, and that becomes your main portal through which remote access to IT servers is kind of centrally managed and controlled, whether it's internal IT, but as well as third-party vendors, outsourced IT, and that kind of thing. The other is protecting access to workstations and servers, because I find a lot of organizations stop at the vault. And the vault protects, privileged accounts, but you need controls down at the server level to strictly control who can log in and then what applications and commands they're allowed to run on them that require privilege. And enforcing least privilege, eliminating standing privilege, those are best practice. Zero trust is another one. They're all kind of doing the same thing with a core dependence on least privilege. You want to enable workstation users as well as server admins to elevate privilege just in time. So we're going to allow them in with minimum rights, so you then need to enable them to elevate that privilege legitimately when they need to. But that needs to be for a limited amount of time. Workflows to have managers or people in authority approve or deny those. And then with optional MFA, I think Joe mentioned MFA a number of times, but MFA at multiple places, not just on, let's say, login to your vault, but also on login to your servers, because vaults can be circumvented, right? Bad attackers, insiders can go straight to the crown jewels on a server. So you need to have optional MFA on login to those servers, as well as when elevating rights to run privileged commands or applications on those servers, so that you can better assure that there's actually a physical human at the keyboard and not a bot or some malware, and also that human is the legitimate owner of that credential and that it hasn't been compromised and been used by a threat actor. And all of that, it requires additional PAM capabilities like continuous discovery, right? You need to have full visibility of your workstations, your servers, your privileged accounts, your permissions, your security group memberships in AD, for example, across your entire hybrid IT infrastructure, whether it's on premises today, whether it's in the cloud as a hybrid, or whether it's multi-cloud, which is where a lot of our customers are going today. So clearly it's more involved than I can talk to in this Q&A, but hopefully that gave you some high-level insights of the role that PAM should play in helping prevent ransomware. Scott.
Really interesting. Yeah, really interesting stuff. Yeah, the vault stuff, and also the multiple MFA. Good tips. Next question here. You mentioned future-proofing several times. How can we predict what attackers are going to do?
Yeah, that's a pretty cool question. I guess the short answer is we can't. We don't have a crystal ball, right? But how PAM, Privileged Access Management, is evolving to help you with this is along several fronts. Some of them are simply, tenets of good security that we've known for ages. Layered security, defense in depth. Others are more modern approaches to Privileged Access Management. So, in terms of existing tenets, we're all familiar, as I mentioned earlier, about least privilege and things like that. But we need to play off the attack chain. The attack chain has been used for years to help prescribe or demonstrate the typical techniques and tactics and procedures that attackers will use from the point of inception all the way through to the actual end game. So from a PAM perspective, we need to put hurdles in their path. And Joe actually mentioned some of this. We want to force them to adapt. We want them to go off their playbook. They're all businesses. They all follow a fairly well-prescribed playbook of techniques that they're going to use. And if we can force them to go off that playbook, if we can put hurdles in their path, then in order to compensate, they risk generating more noise. Or they give up altogether, which is fantastic. But if they generate more noise, then we have a better opportunity to detect them earlier and then to actually do the investigation, figure out where they're at, and hopefully prevent them from exfiltrating data or encrypting it for ransom. The other one is using more modern techniques to spot anomalous behavior, and then using those automations that Joe was emphasizing to act on that. Static policies are still being used. They're still beneficial, but augmenting those static policies with analytics and artificial intelligence so that you can get a real-time risk score. So if somebody is in an access situation, they're trying to log in, they're trying to elevate privilege, whatever, the AI can look at that and say, for that identity that's being used, is that typical behavior? And behavioral analysis can come back with a risk score. And then we can use a policy that's very simplistic, that doesn't require a lot of care and feeding by IT. It could be like, what do we do if it's a low risk score or a medium or a high? And we could react accordingly. If it's low, we could just do single sign-on. So we're not impacting the user, we're not getting in their way, we're kind of being invisible Pam and letting them get on with work. If it's medium, maybe we prompt for MFA so that we better assure the identity of the user and that the user presenting it, or the bot, is the legitimate owner of that credential. And if it's high, maybe we block and we automatically not deprovision the account, probably disable it and send an alert. So we can use all this to improve our odds by being more preventive, by blocking an incident before it becomes a breach, all along that attack chain. Containing, enforcing best practices, least privilege, zero standing privileges, zero trust, all that kind of stuff. So if an account is compromised, we can contain the blast radius. We prevent vertical movement from workstations to servers, and we prevent lateral movement from server to server. So hopefully that answered the question, Scott.
Excellent. Yep. Well, it looks like we're running out of time, but thank you, Tony, and also thanks to Joe for a great presentation and discussion. Really
You're welcome.
Your time.
No problem at all. Thanks for having us.
And now it's time for our next prize drawing in the virtual summit. The winner of the $300 Amazon gift card is Artis Miller from Colorado. So congratulations to Artis. We'll be in touch about claiming your prize. And now it's time for our next presentation in the virtual summit. And this session comes from Tanium, and presenting for Tanium is RVP for Technical Account Management at Tanium, Sam Gaudet. Sam, welcome.
So thank you for taking the time. Yeah, my name is Sam Gaudet with Tanium. I'm the Regional Vice President of the Technical Account Management team for the Northeast U.S. Since I burned through a few minutes, let's kind of go through these slides while we can. Today, I'd like to talk to you about Tanium's approach to converged endpoint management. So a way that the Tanium platform can help address today's contemporary IT challenges. So I only have a few slides. I'll flip over to my demo environment real quickly. Right here, though, we just want to talk about a little bit how Tanium has a history. Who is Tanium? Why should you care? So we manage and secure over 30 million endpoints in the world. So we have about 30 million endpoints under management right now. We work with most of the Fortune 100, most of the major U.S. banks, 5 branches of the U.S. Armed Forces and the intelligence community. So we have some very, very, very large customers, but really what I'd like to talk about today is how we can give the same level of control, whatever your size of organization is, so that it can be safer by help of the Tanium platform. What we've seen over the past 2 years really is the transformation of how the environment has changed. So digital transformation is changing how we work and live. A lot of us now work from home. We have hybrid work environments. We're creating sort of new categories of work, new categories of technologies, ways that we can collaborate, ways that we can manage our business applications and things like that. Really, and also we're seeing applications, Tanium included, moving to the cloud. So how can you help migrate your infrastructure, your applications and data moving to not just a cloud, but a multi-cloud environment? Okay, I'm actually going to slide past this one just for time's sake. So recently also we've seen an endpoint explosion. So IoT, containers, everyone has a laptop, a phone, an iPad. Most employees nowadays have more than just their one corporate working device. So this endpoint explosion, how can we help secure environments that might be all over the world geographically when there's no hard shell of a enterprise anymore. Titanium's approach is we need to ensure that there's visibility so you can see every endpoint, so you can control and manage every endpoint. And this is in minutes, in close to real time as we can get. It goes from knowing which vulnerabilities you have to patching them to deploying software as quickly as possible so that we can complete the circle with the remediation approach instead of just waiting, weeks to months to be able to find what's on your environment, to fix what's in your environment. A couple statistics. So according to Vanson Bourne research, 94% of enterprises are discovering assets that they didn't know existed. That's quite a wide range of swing of, what the environment you might think you have to what the environment is in reality. It's a pretty large blind spot. Additionally, 70% of organizations have experienced breaches, through those unknown assets. And that's according to ESG. You can see the citations down at the bottom. And then every 11 seconds, a ransomware attack, according to Cybersecurity Ventures. So these massive blind spots in enterprises are resulting in some pretty substantial breaches. And my last slide before the demo, so Titanium's approach is a converged endpoint management approach. And what do I mean by that? So through converged endpoint management, we enable you to see your entire enterprise, visibility, control, remediation. You can allow your IT teams, your risk teams, your compliance teams, and your security teams to all operate under the same tool. So they all have the same data, they all have the same capabilities. And you can see, I'll show you in just a second, how you can have visibility into your whole environment in just a matter of a few seconds. The sort of secret sauce, and I'll have slides to demonstrate this at the end, is Tanium's patented linear chain technology. Let me share my screen real quick. All right, and I will pull up the Tanium demo environment. Can I just get a confirmation that you can see the demo environment?
I see it.
All right. So at its core, Tanium has this question bar where you can type in a very Google-like syntax, give me a computer name from all my environment, from my whole environment. So I'm actually going to just type just in kind of broken English. Give me computer name and IP address. And you can see what it's doing is it's going to fill in the gaps, and Tanium will take my just piecemeal question and give me a result. You can see a couple hundred endpoints in just a matter of 2 or 3 seconds. So this demo environment, I believe, is about 1,500, maybe 2,000 endpoints. So yeah, we're already over 1,000 endpoints have responded very quickly. What's important to note here is this data is not cached. We're actually querying the endpoints in near real time here. What I'm going to do is ask sort of a more complex question. So I want the computer name, the IP address, and let's do installed. Fortunately, I'll actually leave a typo. It will actually help with typos as well. So you can see it corrected my very poor typing from installed applications to the installed applications question it knows how to answer. Again, we're querying the endpoints in real time. So we're not caching the data right here. And you can see here's a full comprehensive list of everything that's installed on this endpoint right here with version numbers. So if there's another 0 day or something, you could very quickly say, 7-zip, if there's anything less than 21, we need to act on it right now. Tanium captures the last known good state of your endpoint. So even if the endpoint's offline, we can click here, we'll view the details, and we can see everything we know about the endpoint right here. What's important to note is we capture, it's about 70, maybe even 100 elements of an endpoint. So even if an endpoint's offline, if it's decommissioned, if someone's away on vacation, we can see, information about it, hardware information about it, installed applications, what's there. So we can query this, again, even if the endpoint's offline, and then just some physical information. So what I've showed up until then is just Tanium Core, asking questions of your endpoints. There's a wide breadth of capabilities we can do that fall within the risk, IT operations, and security workflows. Let me show Comply. So this is Tanium's vulnerability assessment and compliance benchmarking tool. We can utilize this to see what vulnerabilities live on our network. And then we can also look for just typical compliance things to make sure that we fall in line with, let's say, like the CIS benchmark scores. So Tanium's an agent-based solution. So what we're utilizing is the agent on the endpoint to do vulnerability checks, of what's resident on the endpoint right here. So we can see that this endpoint I just clicked on is vulnerable to this CVE. We can get some information about it, just the title about it, the CVSS score, and then the applicable patches right here. So there's 3 patches that we'd have to apply to our Windows-based systems to fix this. Here's the vulnerability definitions, again, what we need to do to fix it. One of the really neat things about Tanium when you start thinking about it as a platform is we also have a patching capability. So from within my vulnerability report right here, I can click remediate and patch. It will open up a new tab right here. And it will pre-populate a patch list to help mitigate the vulnerability findings in my previous tab. So without knowing even anything about a patching workflow, as simple as clicking this remediate and patch button, it pre-populated these list of patches, and I can just go ahead and deploy these out to my environment. So from within the same console, I was able to get basic information about an endpoint, just computer name, IP address, installed applications. I was able to see the list of vulnerabilities that were resident on this endpoint, and I'm able to very quickly create a patching definition so that I could bring this endpoint back within compliance. That's just a couple capabilities of Tanium. I'm going to show a EDR threat hunting type capability in Tanium threat response. So threat response is a capability that looks for alerts. It's our alert-centric mechanism for threat hunting, investigation, detection, things like that. So let's look at alerts by endpoint. And this is looking for suspicious behaviors that happen on the endpoint. Things like processes that might be strange, or things like domain account enumeration. So in this case, it's users that are looking to enumerate users on the endpoint itself. You can see right here, we tie all of our intel sources back to the MITRE attack framework. So if your organization uses MITRE, you can actually search for these different types of techniques right from within Tanium itself. We also can do a hash-based lookup. So in this case, there's nothing, no malware, rather, running on this environment. It's just utilizing the tools that are built into the endpoint. So living off the land type of attack. On this endpoint, I want to see who is a domain user on this machine. What we can do is start to see impact level. So if this user were to successfully compromise this endpoint, what indirect and active sessions would we get by way of compromising this one machine? We can get other information, just platform-based information. Down here, really interestingly, we can see the process ancestry. So what actually happened on the endpoint? This is the exact command that the malicious user ran in my environment. And then, here's all of the other sort of parent processes that were running as well. So you can kind of get the full chain of what was happening on the environment. And then this is the specific intelligence that we're looking for. This is all customizable to your environment. There are some users who running this type of command might be perfectly normal. Your systems administration team, they might run this type of process every day just to check who, is a domain user on their environment. But if your CEO's machine, if your CFO's machine, if your marketing-based machine start running these, that's probably suspicious, and we can configure Tanium to fire off an alert based off of that. Anything that I'm showing here can be sent out to wherever you'd like it through our Connect module. What this does is will connect Tanium, as the name implies, to other solutions. So you can package this up and say, create an email every time one of these alerts fires. We can send it off to Splunk or your SIM. We can send it off to basically any other data lake or data repository that you'd like. I know we're running short on time, so I'll show just a couple other capabilities, and then I'll go back to my slides to wrap up the session here. So Tanium gathers a lot of data on your endpoints, and in this case, we're going to package everything up into sort of more of like an executive summary. So utilizing the asset information, the compliance information, the vulnerability information that I've demonstrated, and as you can see, there's a lot of capabilities I just, due to time's sake, haven't had a chance to even talk about. But we can take all this information and tell you what your security posture looks like over time. So, your firewall posture over time, you can see that we're improving, but we're trending back down. So that's a noteworthy finding we'd probably want to know about. Missing antivirus, we've seen that there's been a significant uptick in machines not running the antivirus. So this is something our, CISO might want to know about. And then just general, operations. So, mean time to update, mean time to patch. So we can see some pretty good metrics here. We're actually doing very well compared to where we used to be in our patching. So you can think of this as high-level metrics, and you can kind of compare yourself to how were you doing before? How was I doing in the past 7 days? How have I been doing in the past month? And this is sort of, the C-level or board-level metrics that you might be asked for. All right, well, I'll just stick here on the modules page. I'll walk through these real quick, and then I go right back to my slides. So Tanium also has a capability where we can discover unmanaged endpoints, as I talked about, on your environment. We can enforce security postures, see the impact of lateral movement, help you monitor, critical files and directories on your systems for like PCI, for example, help assess operating system performance. So if users are complaining about slow or sluggish systems, we can help with that. We can provision endpoints at the bare metal. Reveal, so we can help you find sensitive data on your endpoints. And then Trends is a graphical solution very similar to this. But let me pop back to the slides. I'm going to stop my screen share. And then let's go on to, let's talk about, the architecture. And this is sort of how Tanium is different. So you can think of most systems management tools, they fall into one of two buckets, which is the centralized network or a distributed network, as you can see on the left and right here. The centralized architecture, we see the data is sampled and collected over, periodic intervals to a centralized system where it's then analyzed, you can query on it. This type of architecture, rather, it's prone to performance bottlenecks. It has a high network overhead. It's very easy to miss endpoints when you're looking from the outside in, or the inside out, rather, I'm sorry. And you can also get stale data from just doing periodic intervals. On the right-hand side, we have a distributed system where we can collect information from our endpoints, but that's also prone to kind of a very similar flaws or mishaps of a centralized architecture, where there's limitations such as complex network infrastructure, or it's very difficult for a user to administer it. What Tanium's done is we have our patented linear chain architecture, where we can create a highly resilient network where we can see more. Essentially, when I was asking questions of my endpoints, give me the computer name, give me the IP address, the endpoints were talking amongst themselves. So what we're doing here is we're getting the excess bandwidth that's resident on a subnet, and my endpoints were able to say, this is my IP address, this is my subnet, these are my installed applications, and then let's pass the collective answer of this subnet up to the Tanium server. So if an endpoint goes offline, the network basically naturally heals itself, so to speak, because it'll just pop over to the next endpoint in line. This allows us to see more in both breadth and depth of the network, because we're getting closer to the edge. So when folks are working from home now, we're working in distributed offices. We're not dependent on the core, because the endpoints themselves are where the interesting data is. And then we can utilize the Tanium query bar, like I showed at the beginning of this session, to then ask questions of endpoints no matter where they are in the world. As you saw, we can do this in near real time. We can get data in seconds to minutes, not days, weeks, or months. All right, so that concludes my session. I will pop over to the next slide so you can have my email address if you'd like it, daniel.godet@Tanium, and I will pause now if there are any questions. Thank you so much for the time.
Okay, yeah, super. Really nice presentation. And I'm going to go ahead and put the poll question up so people can just let us know what additional information they'd like to see from Tanium. We do have some questions here. Here's one for you. Can you write your own Tanium questions to ask an endpoint? And if so, what programming language is used? I know you showed some of that in the demo, but
sure.
Maybe go into more detail on that.
Yeah, every question I ask, so give me computer name, give me IP address, give me installed applications. Those are, again, what we call sensors, and those are written in the programming languages people already know. It's not a proprietary scripting language, so you can write questions in PowerShell, Bash, VB scripts, Python, pretty much the typical languages that everyone uses for systems management anyway. It's a really powerful system because you can, in a lot of cases, just kind of import the scripts that you've already written and ask them to the graphical environment or the natural language parser that Tanium has. So what I've seen a lot of customers do is, someone who's really good at scripting can write the scripts, the information you might want to pull from their endpoints, package it up within Tanium, and then just go tell their colleagues. If you want to know established network connections, just say, hey, give me computer name and established network connections. And then, anyone can use it, whether they even know what PowerShell is or what Python is. It's just another question within the Tanium toolkit.
Interesting. Yeah. Okay. Super. Ashton is wondering what protocol Tanium uses.
Well, it's a proprietary protocol that we wrote. So the natural language parser is, the linear chain, rather, how the endpoints interact with one another. It's a proprietary protocol. It's essentially the secret sauce of, how Tanium operates. We have a lot more information about it, but I guess that's the short answer. If you have much deeper questions, feel free to email me. I'm more than happy to kind of dig into the nitty gritty, but I know we're somewhat strapped for time.
Next one here. What operating systems does the Tanium agent run on?
Yeah, it's Windows, Linux, Mac OS, Solaris, and AIX are the endpoints that you can run the Tanium agent on. And then I did not show our Discover capability, but you can utilize the managed Tanium endpoints to get information about anything else in your network. So, for example, today we can't manage, iPhones or iOS devices, but we can utilize the managed agent to get information about anything connected to the network. So while you're not going to be able to ask the same level of questions, like tell me all of your installed applications, even if it's a device that we can't manage with the Tanium agent, you can still get information about it, like it's on this network with this IP, and it has this exposed ports. But again, to circle back, it's Windows, Linux, Mac OS, Solaris, and AIX are the managed operating systems that Tanium supports today.
Gotcha. Yeah, you're reaching pretty far back there with Solaris and AIX. Is there a lot of usage on this?
Yeah, in the customers you'd expect to have Solaris and AIX, we see them, but it's not important to everybody, but those who it's important to, it's very important to.
Yeah, of course. How can the Tanium server report on the status of offline endpoints?
Yeah, so when we ask questions of the Tanium managed endpoints, so give me your computer name, give me your IP address, we actually do cache the last known state of them. So, and then that asset tool that I alluded to, we do ask a series of questions kind of on a polling basis. So we do capture some information about your endpoints. So even if they're offline, we can still tell you quite a bit of information about it because the Tanium server actually does keep a last known good state of your endpoints. I've seen this come in handy where there's, let's say, a 0 day out there and you want to know, who's running, let's say, Flash at whatever version, and it might be a holiday. You can still get a pretty good idea of what your estate looks like, even if everybody's away on holiday.
Right. Yeah, in that sort of last known state, you showed that one graphic early on saying something about 20% of endpoints were missing. Does that mean like they're unaccounted for, or they're endpoints that exist that people are using that aren't really in the IT asset inventory of the company?
The latter of the two, yeah. In my experience, when I go into a new customer and ask, what's the size of your estate? We're somewhere between like 10,000 and 15,000. And it's just a huge swing. It's what we used to call the rogue IT. People just don't know where everything is. So we see our Discover capability. We can show you where those are because we're literally using the endpoints on the same subnet to say, here's what my whole neighborhood looks like.
Gotcha. Yeah. Just really interesting technology and certainly timely issues. It looks like we're running out of time. But Sam, if somebody wants to get started with Tanium or find out more, what do you recommend?
Yeah, email me, samuel.godet@tanium.com. Go to, I believe it's try.tanium.com. We have sort of a hands-free POC process where there's a wizard that'll walk you through, here's some common use cases. It's a cloud-based deployment, so you fill in a couple of forms and it's really easy to get up and going. I believe we also have a handout that you can download and take away from today's session.
Fantastic. All right, well, Sam, thanks so much for coming on. Really appreciate it, and thanks for bringing us up to speed on Tanium.
Thanks so much, everyone. Have a great day.
You too. Now it's time for our next prize drawing, and the winner of the $300 Amazon gift card is Eulogio Apolin from Hawaii. So congratulations to Eulogio. We'll be in touch about claiming your prize. And now I'd like to welcome my fellow moderator, Jess, back to the session. Jess, I understand we've got another message from innovation strategist Sean Kanungo coming up. I wonder if you can tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, we do, absolutely. And thanks, Scott, for a couple of great discussions there. And I'm listening in the wings and following the chat and just loving all of the conversation that's happening. And I just saw a comment from Mark saying, aloha to Hawaii, and I have to agree with that too. Not only do you get to live in Hawaii, but now you've won $300 on Amazon, so you're having a great day. Well, I think we'll bring Sean back out here because not only does he have some more great information, but I have it on good authority that he actually has a special giveaway for everyone out there in the audience. So Sean, back on over to you.
All right, Jessica, we are back. Yes, we are still in this theater. And, I want to ask you a question. Put it in the chat. I want to see what people have to say. And Jessica, do me a favor. The best answer actually gets a copy of this book. The bold ones. Actually, my book just came out yesterday, December 6th. My book just came out yesterday. My first book is with McGraw-Hill. It's called The Bold Ones. And if you answer this question and the best answer in the chat gets a signed copy of my book. And the question I want to ask to you is, in your mind, who is the boldest leader and why? In your mind, who is the boldest leader and why? Now, the reason why I wrote this book, The Bold Ones, is because I was inspired by these leaders building what I call innovation capital. Innovation capital is your ability for others to believe in your ideas and for you to unlock resources in order to make your ideas happen. I remember in 2017, I was working with a group of leaders at Cummins. Cummins is a really innovative diesel engine manufacturer. In fact, they're one of the most innovative companies in the world. And in 2017, they came out with a semi-electric truck, and they were really excited about the semi-electric truck. And a couple months later, this company comes out with their semi-electric truck. Well, it's Tesla and Elon. And guess who got heralded for coming out with their first semi-electric truck? Well, it was Tesla and Elon. And Cummins appreciates what Elon has done around the narrative around electric vehicles, but they don't understand the market price. They didn't understand why Tesla was valued at what they were at. And this is the power of what Tesla and Elon has been able to do. By flexing their innovation muscles, then they've been able to convince their teams, their markets, their employees that they're able to do hard things. And if you look at the number of times people talk about Cummins innovations versus Tesla innovations, you can see this graph. Cummins is in red and Tesla is in blue. You can see that it actually pays to not only talk about innovation, but to execute against innovations as well. And to me, the ultimate lesson is by sharing and executing around your innovations, you can actually do bigger and better things. And I'm hoping that at the end of this, at least we have one or two leaders that can go off and flex their innovation muscles. And the beautiful thing about this event is that we have so many vendors that are actually providing the base layer, the foundation for all these solutions to help us go off and innovate. You can do bigger and better things by leveraging some of these vendors. So I can't wait for you guys to build innovation capital, and congratulations to the person that got the side copy of The Bold Ones. See you later.
Oh, man. Okay, well, I just have to call out that I did get one nomination that I got nominated as the boldest leader, Scott, so I need you to write that down, that Dave thinks I'm the boldest leader. That's important for everyone to know. But also I saw some really, really great answers coming in, and I'm pushing them all out as fast as I can as they come in, because there's just some great answers, and a lot of really cool discussion around, what is the nature of leadership, what is the nature of boldness, and some of you are actually naming individuals, some of you are focusing more on the types of leader that you think shows that boldness. So a really cool conversation, and I am going to ask you all to keep submitting your answers as we kind of head into our next presentation here, because I am going to look at all of these with Sean, and we are going to make sure that we get a signed book to the best and boldest, I guess, of all of you out there, although I really do have to thank everyone who answered, because there's just some really great thoughts here. So with that, thanks, Sean, and back to you, Scott.
All right. Thanks, Jess, and I'll talk to you again in a little bit. So now it's time for the next presentation in the IT Strategy Summit, and this session comes from Scale Computing. And presenting for Scale is David Demlow, who's Vice President of Product Strategy. David, welcome.
Thanks for having me, and thanks for everyone for joining.
Yeah, thanks for being here, and take it away.
All right. In this session, we really want to focus on how in 2023 you can take control of your growing distributed edge computing infrastructure. All those systems and software and applications that are required to deliver new business value and computer vision, AI, edge processing, supporting all those as well as handling all your existing workloads that need to be managed across a distributed fleet. So I'll give you a little background on Scale Computing, a lot more available on our website, so we won't hit all the points. We've been a leader in providing hyper-converged or HCI solutions from the data center to the edge since 2012 was when we first released our HCI product. We have a large number of customers, including many enterprise edge names that have distributed locations, which is the kind of use case that we're going to be focusing on here. We're headquartered in Indianapolis, Indiana. That's where I'm located. All of our R&D is in the San Francisco area. We have some key partnerships in the hardware, software side, and we want to talk about a number of use cases for edge computing and how you can be in a position to rapidly deploy new applications that are going to demand localized edge computing and storage while taking control of that infrastructure that's distributed. So some definitions for you, if you may not know, hyperconvergence or HCI just means integrating compute, storage, virtualization, and infrastructure into a single solution architecture. So in our case, that means hardware, software, fully integrated. It's everything that you need to do to run applications, to manage the infrastructure, all built in, as opposed to going and piecing a bunch of hardware, software, and different systems together from multiple vendors. Our key product that you may hear is Scale Computing HyperCore. You may have also in the past heard the name HC3. They're the same products. The current brand name is on HyperCore, focusing on the software portion of that. But again, it's hyperconvergence, and what we really have always focused on since day one is simplicity. So how do we make this infrastructure that needs to sit there in whatever location, how do we make it simple, easy to manage, easy to deploy, highly available where that's required, so self-healing, being able to handle the inevitable hardware, software, network failures, available through things like disaster recovery as a service. If the entire site goes down, how you can easily, where it's applicable, repurpose and restart all those applications in a secondary location. Scalable, which does mean for us everything from a single node. Not all applications require a clustered, resilient architecture. They may not start out needing that, but they may grow to need that. We can support applications running in a hyperconverged mode on a single node, and then scale that out as your applications grow, as your needs change. And we are in a unique thing that we really focus on interoperability, where you can mix and match nodes, and that's important for kind of evergreen operation. We don't want you to buy a set of infrastructure, determine you need something different, 3-4 years down the line, and have to throw that all away and start over. We allow you to mix and match kind of the old capabilities, new capabilities, and evolve your edge fleet and systems as appropriate. And then obviously it's got to be affordable. So we offer the complete stack, simple software licensing, low cost, and so forth. What may be new for those of you who might be familiar with Scale is Scale Computing Platform. And that's the combination of two really key pieces. Scale Computing HyperCore, which is the on-prem software stack that drives the edge infrastructure that we just talked about, and a newer offering called Scale Computing Fleet Manager, which we're going to spend a lot of time talking about today. And that's, as you would imagine, that's the central control plane for managing a distributed fleet of HyperCore systems that may be in multiple locations. So to kind of get some context on who we have here, this is our first poll question. How many locations do you manage? And by locations, these would be, any sites that have IT operations, that run applications, retail stores. Ocean-going vessels is actually a use case we concentrate on quite a lot. Manufacturing locations, their location may be a particular assembly line within a factory, but that has kind of an autonomous, isolated environment. But anything that would require you to distribute, IT, compute, and storage resources close to the environment. So I see some answers coming in. Let me go ahead and push those answers here. But it's looking like a good distribution. We have several in the 500 plus site range. So yeah, this is kind of what we'd expect. And certainly in the hundreds of sites, if you've got IT operations there, especially if these are locations where you don't have full-time IT resources or don't want to have full-time IT resources, that can be very unwieldy to manage. And even in the in the tens, grocery store chains that have 10, 20, 30 locations but don't have IT people that are on-prem to keep infrastructure up and running is another example. So that's great. So let's talk generally about edge computing, and I'm not going to go into a broad definition from the scale computing perspective. It's basically anything that's not in that core data center or cloud. So if it's in a well-managed data center that either you run or you maybe call that a private cloud or a public cloud, if you've got IT resources and applications that require being run close to where people are interacting, where things are interacting, like machinery or devices, where in some cases smart devices like cameras that may actually have their own code or embedded devices or so forth. That is all edge computing, and there's obviously a spectrum from very far small tiny devices to gateways that collect lots of data, maybe provide on-premises processing, to more sophisticated, getting into kind of a compute edge where you're doing inference in real time, maybe inspecting parts as they come off of an assembly line, and you need microsecond examination of those and decision making that's just not possible from sending large streams of images or video streams to a public cloud, getting a response back, and so forth. That's those are the kinds of things that are driving the need for edge computing, and in many cases for edge computing to be very, very close to where the sources of that data is. But edge computing introduces a number of challenges. These are just some of them, but ones that we hear commonly from our customers are just the diversity of systems that they have to deal with, the number of different kinds of applications, different kinds of sites in many cases. And so that, presents everything from, simple dumb devices to PCs that have a little more intelligence, but not much in terms of resiliency, to fully resilient autonomous systems or clusters that have their own, management challenges. A lot of different pieces. And again, this is where hyperconvergence and the degree of hyperconvergence can really be important. Do you have to deal with the bare metal operating systems on these things, with firmware on these devices? If you have, a virtualization environment that you built yourself, do you have to manage that hypervisor as a separate entity from the storage, from the management? Things like container runtimes or Kubernetes clusters, all those different things that may be running your applications. Dealing with not just the initial deployment on day one, but how do you patch those, for security? How do you replace the hardware when it needs to be replaced or expanded? And then how do you scale those operations across hundreds or thousands of sites? We definitely see a lot of diversity in the applications. So in almost all environments, we see some mix of existing workloads, virtual machines, virtual appliances. A lot of these industries, it's still surprising, have hardware that relies, it's 20 years old, it relies on some specific ancient version of Windows that that's the only thing that's certified to work with this particular piece of hardware and gather the data. So you've got those things, and then you've got newer applications, cloud native, being written in containers, maybe being written for Kubernetes, and managing all those without creating new different islands of infrastructure that have to be managed. And then also in the edge, we see a lot of unique network connectivity challenges. And many of these are what drive these applications to need to be deployed onto the edge, as opposed to being in a central cloud. If there's latency issues or just data volume or privacy or compliance requirements, we don't want to transmit personally identifiable video information, off-site to a public cloud and have to deal with those security issues. Introduces just a number of unique network connectivity challenges, from how they're connected to intermittent, unreliable connections, to the cost, the latency, to resiliency of the network. All those things make edge environments all very unique and special and very different. A use case I'll probably mention a couple times throughout, because this is one where scale computing has a number of deployments, is ocean-going vessels that have little data centers that, they're out and they have, either intermittent network connectivity, very high latency, lots of places where they just physically don't have connectivity at all. And then, in many cases, again, these are critical operations that, they can't just rely on running these applications or having access to these applications over a remote network. So getting back to the scale computing solution, I mentioned briefly, and this is really the first step to gaining control of this distributed fleet is getting visibility. So how can you centrally monitor and manage an entire fleet? We built this scale computing fleet manager project with the same level of simplicity built in that we built into the hyperconverged system. So we wanted to make it very, very easy to quickly see, get centralized management for all your deployments, give you the ability to drill down. And by the way, this is a cloud-based solution. So you log in with single sign-on to this cloud-based system, get centralized management for all your systems, drill down from that full fleet view down to individual sites and systems, and even down to individual virtual machines, get centralized proactive alerting, highlighting any areas that need attention. And by need attention, this isn't, hey, you need to go troubleshoot, these logs. It's, in the scale world, these are things that we've already triaged the site, say it was a disk drive failure. This disk drive failed, we automatically evicted it from the node, so we remirrored the data for full resiliency. Everything's up and fine, your applications are good, but you need to, next time somebody does go on site, you need to send a new replacement hard drive, or same thing could be a replacement node in a resilient cluster. So things that can't be resolved automatically, can't be resolved autonomously, project those up to the central fleet manager, monitor individual hardware devices and health within the cluster, as well as VM status, and then provide where it's required the ability to drill down into the individual sites, as I mentioned. A new thing that's being added into Fleet Manager is even further simplifying the zero-touch provisioning. So, the old way, pre-Fleet Manager would be, you'd order systems, you'd maybe send them to an integrator or send them to your in-house IT. They would set everything up in a lab, configure all sorts of IPs, deploy applications, do all these kinds of things manually, then try to, do some testing, package it up and shut it down. With Scale Computing Platform and Fleet Manager and zero-touch provisioning, as the systems are ordered, even before they've been delivered to remote sites, the information about that system is, and those nodes are present in your Fleet Manager console. You can go in and apply a desired configuration, including things like site-specific IP addressing, so forth. And then when those systems arrive on site, they're automatically set up to phone home to the Fleet Manager control plane, get provisioned automatically, full status, full operation. Literally this was designed, so a retail store manager could plug in a power cable and an Ethernet cable and go in many cases. Or, if they were pre-configured in a small rack or whatever, send the rack, plug it in, and very minimal IT knowledge or skills required to get those set up. So again, this avoids sending expensive IT resources, spending time, staging environments, shutting them down, restaging them, so forth, eliminating the potential for human error, getting on a keyboard and typing in IP addresses in each of these, and providing the shortest time from pilot to production, and then fleet deployment across a large number of sites. So Fleet Manager works with HyperCore, and again, HyperCore is designed to be that hyperconverged platform that integrates your servers, your storage, the hypervisor to let you securely run multiple applications and workloads side by side. And those can be, your legacy applications running in virtual machines. Those can be virtual appliances, and they can also be modern applications such as, Docker containers, Kubernetes clusters, so on and so forth. And all with that, central management and administration and everything that you need built in to deploy your applications. So one question we want to ask here is, what automation and orchestration tools do you currently use in your environment? And this can be in your cloud environment, in your data center, in your edge environment, if you're doing automation across the edge here. So we'll give a couple minutes for answers to come in. See some none. That's sad and scary. We see some PowerShell. That's one of my personal favorites. We see some Terraform, some Ansible, some Puppet. That's interesting. So it's good that it's well, I guess none is a little alarmingly high. But again, if you haven't really deployed these multi-edge site environments, you very quickly reach a barrier where doing things manually, manual staging, manual setup, manual application deployment, manual patching is just not practical. So let me push the results here so everybody can see. So a lot of Windows PowerShell, and I will say PowerShell is a really amazing tool. Ansible, Bash, Terraform, pretty much what we see across a wide range of environments. So that's good to hear. So one of the things we have just recently added, so we have a full REST API in our product. So anything that you can do in the UI, you can orchestrate through a REST API. So PowerShell is a very, very commonly used tool for that. We offer sample code, and I will say PowerShell is very good at doing a set of tasks, a set of sequence of things on one site, one cluster. Where it's not good, and where tools like Ansible, and I would put Terraform in this category, are much better, is when you want to do similar things across many, many sites, and you want it to be able to happen in a declarative way. You don't want to have to say go through these set of steps over and over and over. You want to be able to declare what each site should look like. These are the workloads that should be running. These are how they should be configured, so on and so forth, and have that desire applied, and also have it remediated if something's caused it to be changed or drift. So Ansible is a very good tool for that, and so we recently released a scale computing hypercore collection for Ansible. It's designed to provide provisioning of the virtual machines, configuration management, application deployment, and as well as security and compliance patching. And if you're not familiar with Ansible, it looks like a number of people are. It's really designed for IT operators. It does use some code artifacts, YAML files that are human readable, but are not. You don't have to be a developer. It's a small learning curve. There's great automation tools around Ansible if you do want to use GUI-based tools and so forth. But really, the key is it is declarative, so you don't have to say do these things in this order and check for errors and so on and so forth. You just declare this is what each site should look like. These are the workloads. These are how they should be configured. And apply the playbook, and it will achieve that desired state. And say your desired intent was I need these 3 applications and they need to be configured this way. If one of them doesn't exist, it'll recreate it. It has all the information in the Ansible playbook to recreate that, reconfigure it, start that. If something has changed, like maybe somebody shut down a VM, we hear this commonly, a contractor came in, did some work, and decided it was a good idea to shut off one of the workloads, it would restart that. One of the key things is that it's idempotent, which means you can run these playbooks over and over, and if it's already in the desired state, it'll just say, I'm fine, there's nothing else to do. So it's a very good tool for applying infrastructure as code, a set of declarative statements about what every site should look like, and doing that in an automated fashion. It's also great because it's open source. There are free tools as well as some paid supported tools, and there's a large ecosystem of other collections that you can use to manage other things other than your edge infrastructure. So if you need to automatically configure networking, there's Ansible modules to do that. If you need to manage third-party software or clouds, there's a large ecosystem that leverages Ansible for that, which is why we chose that for our orchestration, our initial orchestration. And by the way, other tools like Puppet, Chef, and Terraform can use Ansible very, very easily as well. And if we get sufficient demand, we'll look at native modules for those as well. So what analysts are saying about this general approach, management at scale is very difficult, especially across an edge fleet. We've solved it with the technologies that we're providing here today, and really other vendors who are saying, hey, we're the infrastructure for the edge, are really comparing themselves to the kinds of capabilities that we're providing for customers out of the box today. So just a quick view at our hardware product line. So as I mentioned, we do distribute as an appliance. So we have everything from micro edge systems to large GPU loaded, all NVMe systems, depending on what you need at your edge or what you need at your regional or central data center. And including even cloud-based instances for things like DR as a service and so forth. So our goal is really to provide that wide range of infrastructure that's needed. And this is just a dupe. And, very highly awarded both by customers, partners, vendors, analysts, and so forth. And we look forward to helping you with your edge journey in 2023. I guess let me look at some questions here or.
Yep. Yeah, we got some questions. Great presentation there, Dave. And while we see what questions we got, I'll just put up the poll question. We appreciate your answers on what additional information you'd like from Scale Computing. So first question here, what are the primary drivers for running applications on premises at the distributed edge versus in the public cloud? What do you see out there?
Sure, yeah, and I mean, many applications can and should run in the public cloud. I mean, we see the drivers for edge, often well, a lot of cases it's, it could be the network. It's an unreliable network. We're an ocean-going vessel, or lots of countries, getting reliable, low latency internet connectivity is, impossible or costly, especially with redundancy. In many cases, it is just the latency. Like I said, there's a lot of applications where the round-trip time of sending, high-resolution video imagery data to a public cloud, doing some AI inferencing on that, getting a response back that says, hey, this part that just came off the production line, is a defect. You need to, kick it out. Those kinds of things, self-checkout in a retail store, safety analysis in the manufacturing machine. Somebody's walked into an area they're not supposed to be without a helmet, things like that. Those things all require low, instantaneous decision making, where you use a lot of data to process to, make those kinds of AI inferencing using, computer vision. So those are, a common class. Some of them also, relate to cost of, the cost of bandwidth, the cost of the cloud compute resource. I think I mentioned early on data sovereignty. In some cases, we're not going to, take personally identifiable information. Many countries that's illegal. You can't, ship imagery of a person off premises or things like that. So those tend to be a lot of the drivers that we see for that versus public cloud.
Okay. All right. Fantastic. Next question has to do with Fleet Manager. They're asking, is there a limit to how many clusters I can manage through Scale Computing's Fleet Manager?
The published limit I've heard is around 50,000 sites, and I think that's more of just we've tested that, that many endpoints, so forth. It is a multi-tenant application, so we actually have many customers, running in the hundreds of, or even thousands of sites and nodes. So, but yeah, that's the design goal, and so for most people, not a concern.
Yeah, you talked about this a little bit, but I'm just curious what kind of fleets people commonly use them on. You mentioned ships. Is trucking common? I mean, what are some of the other types of fleets that are sort of common use cases?
Yeah, I mean, retail stores. I mean, hundreds, thousands of nearly identical retail stores. There may be some variations on, hey, this is a grocery store chain, and these set of stores have a pharmacy app versus point of sale. Maybe some different applications depending on different store types. We see a lot of these highly distributed environments there. Entertainment, hospitality is another one, and I guess another specific use case, and this would go to edge, is video surveillance and access control. I mean, these are one thing. That's an application we tend to see in resale. We see in hospitality. The processes that are looking at the camera streams in real time. Doing people detection. All the different kind of computer vision applications that come out of that. So hospitality, manufacturing is another area where we see, again, many times it is multiple locations, but a lot of times it is just different assembly lines, different machines. And sometimes these machines throw so much data that they're almost an edge location on their own. Trying to even centralize that within a data center somewhere within a large factory floor can be impractical versus, well, let's just process and gather, analyze the information close to the machine, get the results, infer the usable data that we need out of that, and then, send that off to some central location or to a public cloud. So those tend to be the kinds of, fleets where we see lots of highly similar, distributed environments in different locations. Quick serve restaurants, I guess, would be another one, kind of another retail type environment.
Super. Hey, we had a question here from Philip, who's wondering where would the sweet spot be regarding total number of endpoints in this tool?
The sweet spot. That's a good. We have customers that get a lot of value. First of all, HyperCore at one site. If that's where you need to run your processing, that's your sweet spot. Then it really does depend on. And it's designed to be a easy to manage autonomous system. That's why even before we added this central fleet management, we had customers who had HyperCore systems running autonomously with, just email notifications when something was wrong, at tens or hundreds of sites. So the fleet manager was designed to be that central portal. And again, whether you have, 5 sites, 10 sites, 100 sites, or 1,000 sites, it's designed to let you see just what you need, just what needs attention. And then it is also the point going forward of, the control plane of when you really get to that level, and maybe this is the sweet spot part. When do you get big enough where doing things manually one at a time becomes cost prohibitive, impractical, error prone? To be honest, I mean, it's more than one can vary in many cases be that sweet spot. But clearly, I think once you get into the tens of things, and you want to do it with a small number of IT people, being able to have a system that is smart enough to run itself, can be centrally managed, where you can declaratively say, these are what all these sites should be doing, these are the applications that should be running, these are how I update the infrastructure, how I update the applications, and be able to centrally define that and push that out, as opposed to doing those things manually. The ROI becomes huge very quickly.
Okay. Yeah, great. You mentioned HyperCore in there. What types of applications can people run on SC HyperCore?
I mean, really anything. I mean, from Windows virtual machines, Linux virtual machines, virtual appliances, common network appliances, firewalls, things like that. Containers, Docker runtimes, Kubernetes clusters, and then any kinds of things that you would run on that. But I mean, these are line of business apps, database apps if needed. File server, file storage apps are very common. I mean, in a lot of industries, pretty much everybody needs some files, and in some cases you need more robust, file sharing or synchronization. Those kinds of things run, can run on HyperCore, and we have partnerships with a lot of vendors that provide those kinds of things. Infrastructure apps like backup, that has to run somewhere. In some cases, you can run those, alongside your other workloads as well.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right, great. Probably time for one more. They're asking, where does HCI fit at the edge?
Yeah, I think first, it does depend on your definition of HCI, but I think, HCI, clearly, if you're looking to build a centralized platform that can run, instead of having, piece part, I want, here's a device for this app, here's another device for this app, and all the management that comes along with that. If you basically want to run, a cloud-like managed environment at the edge with resiliency where it's needed, with automatic failover, with storage redundancy, then HCI, I think in all forms is a good thing to consider, because you can centralize all that on some single thing to manage. Then you need to look at the characteristics of your HCI. One of the things that we find, and that is unique to scale, is we are very resource efficient, which is why we can run on these very small form factor devices, very inexpensive hardware. A lot of edge applications, if it's a few containers and a couple Windows apps, you don't need a terabyte of RAM for sure. Matter of fact, you're probably good with 16 gig of RAM, especially if you've got multiple nodes that are clustered together for resiliency. So we made it, a big emphasis on being very, very resource efficient, so that we can run on small hardware and retain a very small amount for overhead for our software stack versus running your application. I think that, and then our ability to give all the same capability, even if you're running a single node. Like I mentioned, not everyone needs the same level of resiliency at the edge, or in some cases, maybe your application has its own resiliency. Maybe you're running it on the edge as a cache, but you're able to fail back to a cloud or fail back to something running in a corporate data center. In that case, you may not need the same level of hardware resiliency. You just want the centralized management. You want the zero-touch provisioning, so you don't have to roll a truck out to each of those locations if something breaks. That we would still consider that HCI even in a single node configuration, and so it was an important thing for us to provide kind of that continuum as well.
Okay. Well, David Demlow, I think we're going to have to leave it there, but thank you so much for coming on and bringing us up to speed on scale computing.
Yeah, thanks very much, and thanks for joining, everyone.
All right, and now it's time for our next prize drawing, and the winner of the $300 Amazon gift card, this one, is Zachary Parker from Wisconsin. So congratulations to Zachary. We'll be in touch about claiming your prize. And now it's time for our next presentation in the 2023 Strategy Summit, and this session comes from Metallic. And we have presenting for Metallic their CTO, David, and it's going to be two Davids. So David from Metallic will present, and then my colleague David Davis will come on for Q&A. So David, take it away.
Much for joining us today. So today I'll be talking about how Metallic can really help you with the challenges that what we're seeing with companies that we talk to all around the world, and companies in the middle of their digital transformations, moving towards adopting cloud technologies while trying to understand what workloads may remain in their data centers, or whether they want to keep them at all, or how they make that transition. Some of the headwinds that we're seeing in the industry around, how organizations are under stress from different factors. It's not just from a data protection standpoint, issues around things like fire and flood and natural disasters, earthquakes, things of that nature. But the threats that organizations are facing are changing. And that's what Metallic is designed to address. Metallic is really focused on three pillars. One is providing a secure service upon which you can rely to recover in the event of any disaster, including security breaches, right? And in this modern world where we're talking about more than just on-premises deployments, we're talking about deployments of workloads in the cloud and leveraging SaaS applications. Disaster means not just accidental deletion, but malicious activity. A hacker has intruded, has made a breach into your organization, and not only may have encrypted data, but now it's about long-term exfiltration, right? And these threats are evolving on a regular basis, and that's one of the primary goals of Metallic, is to provide for that recovery, as well as limit the impact radius or blast radius of any intrusion with the help of early detection and warning, right? Managing hybrid cloud data sprawl as an organization leverages services like Microsoft 365 or Salesforce or Dynamics or what have you, as well as various cloud services. We're starting to see workloads move outside of the traditional data center. Depending on where you are in that journey, it can be very challenging to ensure that all of that data is adequately protected from all sorts of threats, including modern ones, and be able to ensure that you can meet your RPO and RTO obligations for data no matter where it resides. And how do you do that across multiple environments without having to resort to multiple point solutions that are challenging to manage? And then finally, driving value. We want our customers to get the most value out of their partnership with us as quickly as possible. And that's where SaaS comes into play. Metallic being a SaaS native data protection portfolio, this is where the power and speed of SaaS really comes into play here. And speaking of portfolios, you can see Metallic has a full portfolio of data protection capabilities that span not only applications that are running as SaaS, like I mentioned before, Microsoft 365, Salesforce, Dynamics, but also spans your environments from cloud services such as VMs in the cloud, more modern virtualization platforms like containers, like Kubernetes, and even in the cloud or on premises, database workloads, things of that nature. But we also support the rest of your data estate, which may be on-prem. And what we're seeing by far is that's most common is that customers are running hybrid environments and will do so for a very long time. So how do we enable our customers to really drive their organizations forward from a data protection standpoint? And we give you, through this portfolio, the ability to manage all of these places from one console. And so you'll see on-premises workloads as well as cloud workloads. Again, things like file system, which are really straightforward, VMware on-premises, VMware in the cloud, even more modern storage technologies such as Azure Data Lake Storage. We provide cloud storage for that ultimate level of security by making the storage. That Metallic has a full portfolio of data protection capabilities that span not only applications that are running as SaaS, like I mentioned before, Microsoft 365, Salesforce, Dynamics, but also spans your environments from cloud services such as VMs in the cloud, more modern virtualization platforms like containers, like Kubernetes, and even in the cloud or on premises, database workloads, things of that nature. But we also support the rest of your data estate, which may be on-prem. And what we're seeing by far is that's most common is that customers are running hybrid environments and will do so for a very long time. So how do we enable our customers to really drive their organizations forward from a data protection standpoint? And we give you, through this portfolio, the ability to manage all of these places from one console. And so you'll see on-premises workloads as well as cloud workloads. Again, things like file system, which are really straightforward, VMware on-premises, VMware in the cloud, even more modern storage technologies such as Azure Data Lake Storage. We provide cloud storage for that ultimate level of security by making the storage itself air-gapped and immutable and immune from external attack. We also cover distributed data sets like laptops and desktops, your endpoints. That's where most of us are actually still working remotely. And so protecting the data at the edge is more critical than ever. And then that security aspect that I mentioned before starts with storage, extends to Active Directory for granular backup and recovery of not only on-premises Active Directory, but also Azure AD, because that's the service that everyone brings up first in the event of a disaster. You have to have your identity management ready to go when you need it to be. And then, of course, the latest innovation here, which we're quite proud of, is our ransomware defense via ThreatWise, which is our cyber deception capability. Deception a little bit different than just detection, whereas most cyber detection or anti-malware software works on detecting things like signatures of malicious software, and then of course we have things like anomalous file detection and anomalous activity detection, which relies on machine learning. Once someone has made it into your environment, the other thing you need to do and consider is protect your production assets. Otherwise, everything is a real asset. And I'll dive into this a little bit more later. But what ThreatWise does is enables you to put up decoy assets that surround your production ones and draw the attention of any attackers away from your production assets, and also provide for early warning as early as possible for malicious activity. All of this, of course, is delivered as a SaaS native service. We are partnered with Microsoft, but we are multi-cloud as well. So you'll see here we support a full range of SaaS applications that are running on different infrastructures. And of course, we support Azure and AWS today. So how do we do this, right? And I think the question really comes more in the context of on-premises. How do we support large on-premises data sets as a SaaS service? I think it's quite straightforward how it works with SaaS applications and things like endpoints. We provide unlimited storage, unlimited retention, and the data simply goes from the SaaS service like Microsoft 365 to the Metallic service, to Metallic storage, and that's it. It never has to go into your environment or traverse your networks or leverage your infrastructure. It's something that we provide end-to-end. It's extremely simple. When you start talking about things like databases and VMs in the cloud and on premises, there are a lot of tricky decisions to make in terms of what the best practices are and how to protect them. And then, of course, one of the critical aspects to consider is what the RTO and RPO is. How quickly can you recover a large data set on-prem when you're protecting it using a cloud service? And that's where our architecture is truly unique. Our architecture allows you to have, for on-premises workloads, a copy that's close to production, right? Data has gravity. You want to have your recovery copy as close as possible for that fast recovery. And so we can have a local copy for fast recovery, and then you can make a copy to the cloud as well for that air-gapped, off-site, immutable, ransomware-proof location for long-term retention. This is something that can get a little challenging from a configuration perspective, but one of the things at Metallic is that we give you the patterns and the best practices and the defaults in order to guide you through these choices. And this is a unique architecture. That copy on-prem is a real copy. It's not a cache. And that's what allows us to handle even into the dozens of petabytes or more of local data, and be able to recover very quickly, but still leverage the capabilities of SaaS-based deployment. And of course, Metallic being a SaaS service, you never have to worry about updates or upgrades or patches. We take care of all of that. So when we talk about security and data protection, what do we mean? Let's look at that a little more closely. So cybercrime is top of mind for just about everyone I speak to today on a daily basis. Unfortunately, even in the crazy conditions that we've been forced to endure over the past 2 or so years, cybercrime has not taken a break. It's only actually increased in frequency and severity. Of course, you have your what I would say more traditional ransomware attacks now, which are purely automated through phishing or some other vulnerability that attacks your environment and encrypts your data and requires you to pay a ransom to get it back. Now, of course, we're seeing ransomware evolve. They know that backup recovery is the best way to get data back without having to pay a ransom. And also, they're moving more towards longer-term activity and doing data exfiltration, where they're extracting data out of environments. They go and explore a customer's environment, understand what's the most valuable data that they have, and export it, right? And so this downtime is extremely costly, and it's something that what we're seeing. And back to the question that we asked, how often is a CISO involved in your data protection solution decisions? It's something that where backup is coming more and more under the purview of the security teams and not just pure IT. And so it really has C-level and board-level visibility in the modern corporate culture and environment. From a security perspective, Metallic looks at it from a couple different angles. The first one is we know that we're a SaaS service. We're backing up your data, and so security, of course, of the service itself is top of mind. And so we've really gone to great lengths to ensure that the service is as secure as possible. We have any number of certifications, our ISO 27001 and SOC 2 Type 2 reports. We help you be GDPR compliant with data residency around the world. We have PCI DSS compliance. One of the things that's most telling here, I think, is that we're the only FedRAMP High in progress now service available in the industry. And so FedRAMP High is for government level data, non-classified but controlled data. And so we've implemented all 421 controls in our government offering. The vast majority of those are also available on our commercial offering. So that's the kind of security and the types of controls that we've implemented with Metallic to make sure that you are as confident in the service as you can be. From an external attack standpoint, where our customers are being attacked, there are two aspects to that as well. One is that the service is naturally air-gapped and is immutable and cannot be attacked by ransomware or malware from our customer environment. Because we're in a separate security domain, even a malicious insider can't attack us. And I think that malicious insider is one of the most challenging security problems to address today, because it's not just a question of a malicious insider. Of course, we have to consider things like supply chain attack. And that's where something like ThreatWise with threat sensors and ransomware alerts are really critical and can really play a strong part in a company's security strategy, where it can put up essentially fake assets, things that mimic real assets that look like real services, VMs and other services, where an attacker has no idea what the real services are. And any activity on these threat sensors at all will trigger a malicious activity alert, and full forensics reporting are available. This is an innovative and unique technology in the data protection space, and something that we're very proud to be able to offer to our customers. So if we look at how we protect SaaS apps in general, why you would protect SaaS apps, really the number one thing I can talk about here is that you are still responsible for your data, even though you're using something like Salesforce or Microsoft 365. It's in the T's and C's typically and it's called the shared responsibility model. And so even though the vendor is responsible for availability of the service, you're still responsible if something happens like ransomware, malware, or accidental deletion happens. There are some built-in capabilities, but really third party is something that analysts promote as being critical, and even the services themselves talk about being an important part of your data management strategy. So having a third-party service to protect your SaaS data and data in the cloud is extremely, extremely important. There are abilities that are provided over and above what's in the platforms themselves, which our customers find to be critical. And so from a hybrid scenario, right, I talked a little bit about how we can protect data, whether it's on premises or in the cloud with that unique architecture. What we do is we give you the 4 major patterns for data protection in the cloud or on-prem, and that applies to our hybrid cloud portfolio here, VM and Kubernetes, as well as database backup and file and object backup, where you can back up straight to the cloud if your data is already in the cloud. You can, or on-prem and is small, right, and you can handle that kind of workload over the wire. You can back up to existing on-premises storage that you may have. If you want an appliance solution, you can also use our Hyperscale X appliances on premises to be that on-prem footprint of Metallic, kind of like Azure Stack or AWS Outpost. And then, of course, there's the magic combination, which is having that on-premises copy for fast recovery and a cloud copy for secondary recovery. And with these architectures, really uniquely connect the edge with the cloud, the edge really being your on-premises data center today, with our full suite of intelligent data services, both from Metallic, which is based on Commvault technology. And so the Commvault technology along with Metallic works very well together. You can use on-premises software that's self-deployed for certain scenarios. You can use our appliance on-premises. Or you can use Metallic, and you can mix and match any of these technologies as your business requires. And what we really deliver from Metallic is reduced TCO overall. It's easy to use, it's easy to administer, it's easy to buy. There's no infrastructure to handle. Administrative time and overhead is greatly reduced. Storage is used extremely efficiently with our deduplication and compression in a secure manner with encryption. Maintenance and support is included. And the subscription model is extremely flexible and maps to what you're backing up, so it's very easy to understand. And speaking of licensing, we have a great promotion running right now, which is for our VM packs, which we sell in a single pack covers 10 VMs. When you buy 3, you will get a pack for free. So be sure to look into this carefully. It's a great offer, and it runs for a limited time. So absolutely don't just take my word for it. I appreciate everyone taking the time to attend this webinar today. Go to our website, metallic.io. There's a ton of material there and additional information, and you can sign up for a free trial as well. So thank you very much. I'd love to open it for Q&A now, and by all means, go to metallic.io. Take it for a test drive yourself.
Absolutely, yeah. Great presentation, David, really for sharing that with us, showing us the Metallic solution here in action. And so we'll leave that up while we take your questions. If you have a question about exactly how this, would work, perhaps with your current applications or your data or your architecture, now's the time to get those questions in. So we'll start off here with the first question, and they're asking, how do air-gapped backups work in the cloud, David?
Oh, that's a great question. And I think when we talk about air gaps, what we're really looking at is, customers ask about air gaps and immutable backups and all of those things. And really what we're talking about is how do we protect our data protection solution from either malicious insiders or breaches from outside, right? And so that air gap that we provide, the first layer is quite critical, and that is the separation of security domains. The service is in an entirely different security domain than any of our customers. So even if all the administrative accounts at a customer were breached, say a supply chain attack, they would not have any administrative access at all to the Metallic infrastructure or service. They couldn't go delete the storage, for instance. Those things are all controlled. So the air gap that we provide there is a virtual one, as I've mentioned, but it is one that is quite critical, right? The infrastructure is separate than any of the services that we run, beyond just the security domain, and we have the controls and the walls in place to make sure that it's all highly secure.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, very important. That's a hot topic today. I know air gapping, when it comes to ransomware. So great point. Thank you for clarifying that. Next question. The question is around how does Metallic handle secondary data copies?
Yeah. So in the architecture, we have the capability to have your own cloud copy as a secondary copy. The storage that we provide in the cloud itself is redundant, right? It's replicated between geographies as well.
Okay, interesting. Very, very well designed. Another question they want to know here: how does Metallic handle data residency for SaaS apps?
Yeah, that's pretty critical, right? So with any service that has possession or management of data, making sure that we're compliant with local residency laws is very important. So, for instance, Canada, you can't have Canadian data that leaves Canada. Different types of data in the U.S. can't leave the U.S. Europe with GDPR is probably the most well-known one, but it's hardly the only one in the world. And so what we have is presence of the service globally. And we allow you to create policies which isolate the data in those regions to make sure that the data doesn't leave those regions, and we're very transparent and open about it. So customers have full control over where their data is for any particular segment of their data. So we have multinationals that have presence around the world, and in each region they can have policies set up to make sure that data stays where it should.
Excellent. Yeah, that residency is more and more important. And then a couple of questions out here about the trial. So if folks click on the trial, they're wanting to know, basically what happens from there. How does it work?
Yeah, so once you click on the trial and you sign up, we just ask for your email address. We'll send you a link to be able to log in and access your account. And that's it. You've got 30 days to play with the service.
Sounds very easy to get started like that. I see here on the trial landing page, simply put in your email address and get started from there. So sounds like a great opportunity for anyone out there to try out the Metallic solution. Back up your own data, your own application, see how it works for you for 30 days. So a really great opportunity. Looks like that's all the questions we have, and pretty much all the time we have for questions. So David, great presentation. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you. And thank you to everyone for attending.
Okay, and we do have a poll question for you. We appreciate your feedback on additional resources you'd like to see from Metallic. Well, thanks, David. And David, looks like we had more questions that we can't get to. We will. Actually, nope. I think we got to all of them. All right. But thanks to everybody who responded to the poll. We do appreciate your feedback. I'll just leave it up here for another moment, and then we'll move to our next presentation. Also, like to remind you about the handouts. In addition to the link that was up on your screen, we've got a link in the handout section as well. So be sure to check that out if you'd like to get some more information on Metallic. And now it is time for our next prize drawing. Of course, we're giving away $300 Amazon gift cards every 30 minutes. And this one is going to David Jenkins of Illinois. So congratulations to David. And thanks to everybody who has answered this poll question. We do really appreciate it. And it's time for one of our grand prize drawings. So we have 2 iPad Pro grand prizes to give away right now. One is going to go to Jeremy Metzler of Pennsylvania, and the second goes to Tamara Redondo of California. So congratulations to David, Jeremy, and Tamara. We'll be in touch about claiming your prizes. And now it's time for our next presentation in the 2023 IT Strategy Summit. And the session comes from Rapid7. So presenting for Rapid7 is Dina Durutlik, who is Senior Product Marketing Manager for DNR at Rapid7. So Dina, welcome. Thanks for being here today, and I will turn things over to you.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for joining me today. My name is Dina Durutlik, and I'm a Senior Product Marketing Manager at Rapid7. In this session, I'm going to talk about the importance of getting your head in the cloud, scaling security alongside your business. As organizations are continuously looking for new ways to enhance operations, transform processes, and reimagine customer experience, it's crucial to ensure that your security posture is keeping up with your growth. So let's dive in. The way we do business has fundamentally changed, and so must the security behind it. What might have seemed like a marketing buzzword has been a disruptor for innovation across various industries and regions for arguably years. Whether it's a legacy modernization initiative, improving processes by introducing automation, or simply bridging the gap between physical and digital, most of these strategies and initiatives involve the cloud. As a result, businesses are increasingly uncovering opportunities for growth and scale as it pertains to embracing the cloud. But don't take my word for it. Let's look at some numbers. Over the next couple of years, we're going to see some pretty impressive movement. According to Gartner, by 2025, 85% of organizations will be cloud first. Going beyond just having instances in the cloud, this will encompass the strategy for developing, deploying, utilizing, and more. Though a lot of organizations today are across different stages of their cloud adoption and maturity, for example, some are cloud native, some are on-prem and migrating, some are entertaining the idea of a hybrid approach. This statistic is impressive alone because there's a huge difference between having the goal of being cloud first and actually executing against it. Coming from reInvent, this is most definitely a reality that we'll be seeing as the years progress. A lot of folks are re-engaging in the idea of moving to the cloud, realizing the benefits of the cloud, and realizing kind of the opportunity that lies by leveraging and being in the cloud, right? So also over the next couple of years, we'll see an estimated 118 billion in spending costs associated with cloud infrastructure, as well as 100 zettabytes of data that will be stored in the cloud. And to make that more real for you all, 1 zettabyte is approximately equal to 1 billion terabytes. I'll let you do the math on that one, but net, that's a lot of data that's going to be stored in the cloud by 2025. However, the promise of the cloud isn't just lucrative for companies. It opens up new opportunities for attackers. Many threats that impact the cloud can either originate there or elsewhere and move depending on the motive of the attacker. Rarely will you ever find a threat that is contained to the cloud, right? So through a phishing attack, it could start somewhere else in your environment and move to the cloud, right? Like I said, depending on the motive of the attacker, or vice versa. They can find a misconfiguration that could be their way into the cloud and then move on-prem. As organizations continue to go beyond on-prem, security teams really need to rally and support this growth. They really need to ensure that their organization is covered and protected. So I want to ask, how is your security team ready to protect the growing environment, to protect your growing environment? Is your InfoSec and business priorities aligned? Are they aligned? Excuse me. Who will own cloud security at your organization? And how are you prioritizing cloud security next year and beyond? Though we're all excited about contributing to that 85% by 2025, these are key questions that you have to consider. It's easy to overlook the challenges associated with shifting to the cloud, but make note of their importance, as not addressing them will yield bad outcomes for the business. So let's talk about some of the common pain points that I've heard through customers, through my conversations, that's kind of well understood in the industry. First, a high rate of change. One of the biggest challenges of the cloud, and arguably one of the more exciting components as well, is how quickly assets appear and disappear, sometimes within minutes. This is often due to events such as auto scaling. So think of the auto generation of EC2 instances based on demand or traffic, or through development and deployment, where developers are empowered to configure and start using servers without working with security professionals, which can also lead to misconfiguration, which is another huge issue. Based on the data that we see at Rapid7 from Project Heisenberg, new cloud assets are scanned by malicious sources within minutes of being created. Talk about, hey, will they really exploit a net new assets? Yes, they absolutely will. Malicious actors have a tendency, like I mentioned, to do these scans, but also to find vulnerabilities that are more common in new assets if they're not configured properly or if they're not secured properly. This opens up potential oversight in your environment as your attack surface grows, and it leads to our second pain point, the lack of visibility and context, right? So like we talked about, these security teams aren't aware of all of the new assets being created and deployed. And it's really difficult for them to have a full understanding of everything in the environment. So oftentimes, cloud environments are spread across multiple accounts. This is to, add a layer of security with multiple accounts. It makes it, harder to infiltrate, so on and so forth. And often, in addition to the multiple accounts, you'll see that there's often multiple providers, right? An AWS shop can also leverage Azure. An Azure shop can also leverage Google Cloud. One organization might utilize all three and throw an Oracle Cloud in there, So again, this is all part of the strategy of the business, but it contributes to the lack of visibility, getting that holistic view of the environment and what's in there, what's going on, right? And adding to all of that, as a result of these new applications and entry points, organizations are generating a lot of data, an overwhelming amount for security teams to monitor, right? So you're expanding your attack surface, you're adding applications, you're growing, you're scaling. It is a lot to monitor for potential threats and attacks. And this kind of goes into the last kind of high level, highest pain point, that additional security burden. Within security specifically, the resource and bandwidth constraint that security teams face has been well documented across the industry. There was a survey I recently read that noted 71% of SOC analysts reported that they were burnt out as a result of their jobs. These teams are lean in nature and are chartered to detect, respond, and protect and terminate to make sure that the organization is secure. So as we expand as businesses and grow, we're putting a lot more pressure on these already lean teams, and the cloud adds kind of that additional layer of burden because, like I said, it's expanding the IT footprint that's needed to be secured. And many of these teams don't get the additional headcount to secure the cloud, right? I asked kind of earlier, a couple of minutes ago, who's going to be responsible for cloud security? How are you looking at that, right? So unfortunately, a lot of these teams don't get the additional headcount for cloud expertise, and they really need to focus their time, energy, and effort and prioritize what to investigate and what to look into. So ultimately, regardless of the maturity of your organization, no team has enough time to do it all. Teams are forced to make trade-offs and oftentimes give attackers the edge that they need. But this is where the right content-driven security approach can help, especially when we think about detection and response. An extended detection and response approach can help get a more holistic view of your environment and enable your team to work more efficiently and effectively. A strong XDR program unifies and transforms relevant security data from across your modern environment to tie together disparate data across both cloud and on-prem. So it detects real attacks early in the kill chain and provides security teams with high context, actionable insight and automation to terminate these threats fast. Actionable being the operative word here. You don't want just mountains and mountains of data that you or your team have to sift through. You want to make it actionable. You want it to point them in the right direction so they can do what they need to do quickly and efficiently. But this goes to say that not all XDR is created equal. We see a lot of new players that are focused on, one or a small number of event sources and put it on the customer to figure out the rest. And we also see some of the more established offerings either not built or deployed in the cloud themselves. A true XDR solution requires cloud-first scale, connectivity, and a way to zero in on what actually matters and how it's all connected regardless of where the threat lives. So now that we have that foundation set, let's talk about the 4 ways that you can strengthen your security. First, visibility. One of the biggest drivers of blind spots that I've heard in the market from our customers and prospects and security teams is that these teams are often collecting tens or dozens of hundreds of security tools, right? I did a presentation recently where the average tool count at an organization was around 45, I believe, and over the years, it's just grown given the growth and sprawl of their environment. This is all now kind of accelerated by cloud investments. To try to keep up with the growing attack surface, these teams need more input, more data, and oftentimes it means more tools. And imagine how complex and tedious that is, sifting through all these tools to just try to get a picture of what's going on in your environment. What's unfortunate is that with these disparate systems and resources, none of this information is connected, nor do most teams have the bandwidth to tie it all together like we were talking about. A solid approach is taking that disparate information and turning it into a cohesive story of the activity in the environment, essentially unifying that cloud data alongside user data, endpoint data, network security telemetry, and more in a single pane of glass, right? So you have all that data there. And like I emphasized, making it actionable so you have the visibility you need and the context. Next, find and fix misconfigurations early. So alongside your threat landscape, this might be rather unique to Rapid7. The simplest misconfiguration error can occur not by malicious through a developer or anyone else creating an instance, but could be a simple oversight on a basic checkbox. So what you want to do is catch and spot those misconfigurations early to not open your organization up for any, bad outcomes in the future. By ensuring that misconfigurations are addressed early on, you can get that view from kind of your correlated security solution, and you can address them early and make sure that they're not going to disrupt your environment and they're not going to be lucrative to bad actors. Next, as more organizations move to cloud infrastructure and SaaS software, it's important that security teams have the visibility into user accounts that are accessing them. The established techniques that are well known on-prem are still very dangerous since cloud servers are built anywhere, anytime for that type of access. Uncertainty around who owns what, weak passwords, and attackers' general love for the cloud and all things cloud makes it a very, attractive target. So logging the right data from your cloud environment is a good first step. Having resources like CloudTrail and GuardDuty logs alongside your broader environment data is a great way to start as well. And some of the alerts and data you'll want to look at includes a snapshot of what's exposed to the public, anomalous, user behavior detected by GuardDuty, and threat intelligence applied to the log. So you really want to understand, what this threat is, where it's moving, what its motives are, so you could take the right steps to move forward and to mitigate it. And then last but not least, efficiency and scale through automation. We talked about this before with the burden of security teams not having enough resources, not having enough time. Automation, when it comes to cloud security, is your friend. You really want to automate some of these processes to remove the manual work required by these teams so you can free up a little bit of time for them to focus on other strategic tasks, right? So a way to do that is to have, out of the box detections that trigger a workflow to either terminate or contain a threat, and free up some time for your team. Before wrapping up, I did want to throw this slide up and talk to you about Rapid7 specifically. So Rapid7 provides a holistic set of industry-leading complementary security capabilities and services that, when taken together and pulled together, can help you and your team assess your posture and better prepare for threats, but also detect, investigate, and respond to them more effectively and more efficiently, right? Kind of that consolidation of tools that we were talking about. You're really covered, think of it as pre and post compromise. With Rapid7's industry-leading solutions, you can provide a comprehensive security for your organization. Rapid7 enables you to manage your vulnerabilities, protect your applications, secure cloud infrastructure and containers, analyze and act with SIEM and extended detection and response, incorporate internal and external threat intelligence to enrich your understanding of security threats, and augment your security program with managed and consulting services. So our solutions are enabled with a cloud-based platform that provides common data, security services, and shared administrative functions that bring the portfolio together and enable integrations, both internal as well as third-party IT and security applications. So the bottom line is that the innovation, technology, and security expertise inherent in the Rapid7 products and solutions delivered through our Insight platform can really help make teams more effective and efficient in achieving their security outcomes. With that, I want to thank you again for taking the time to join me as we talk about getting your head in the clouds. I'm excited to see questions come in, so we'll cover a couple, but I'm happy to discuss with anyone further and connect offline if you have more questions or, if you want to just keep the conversation going. So first question, what is Project Heisenberg? Great question. So since 2014, the sole purpose of Project Heisenberg has been to understand what attackers are doing in, across, and against environments, including the cloud. By deploying honeypots globally and recording telemetry to better understand the tactics, techniques, and procedures used by bots and human attackers, that's how we get an understanding. So Project Heisenberg has enabled Rapid7 to provide a rational, objective assessment of attacker behaviors and their potential impact, as well as raise awareness about the depth and the breadth of determined attackers, opportunistic attackers, organizational misconfigurations, and so on. You can read about these insights in some of the various Rapid7 case studies and white papers, but you can also put them to practice by leveraging our attacker-based analytics capabilities in our cloud-native SIEM and XDR solution, Insight IDR. Okay, let's see here. Okay, so you mentioned automation is crucial pertaining to cloud security. Can you give an example of a potential workflow? Another great question. So Rapid7 provides security professionals with the centralized monitoring, comprehensive context, and automation necessary to confidently go against threats. One of the primary challenges security teams face when responding to threats in the cloud is being able to answer simple questions like, what is the cloud resource? Who owns it? Is this normal behavior or is this abnormal? And some of these types of questions can be answered with data, but others may require stakeholders outside of the security team to weigh in. And the traditional approach, the traditional process might have meant that, your security professional or someone on your team spends the time that they don't have locating or opening a new channel on whatever chat platform you use, like Slack or Teams, and then copying and pasting that alert data alongside something manual about them asking for help or needing, some insight, all that good stuff. And normally that works, but it'll quickly become inefficient and attainable with higher alert volumes, right? Remember, we talked about as you expand your environment, as your attack surface grows, you're deploying new applications, there's new points of entry, it's a lot more data. So imagine having to do this repeatedly. It's really unattainable. So Rapid7 offers customers out-of-the-box automation by leveraging Rapid7's XDR and cloud security offerings together to automatically contextualize a cloud threat detection with information about the associated cloud resources, and then we'll route those details to the appropriate channel, like I mentioned, Slack or Teams, to enable collaboration and communication with the cloud resource owners. So this way, our customers, your team would be empowered to skip that tedious step of copying and writing messages themselves and get it to the right decision maker. So, you won't attribute to the 71% that feels burnt out because you're automating some of these processes for them. All right. Last question here. There is a couple of definitions out there for extended detection response. How do you define it? That's a really great question, because you're right. There are a couple of different definitions of XDR. And to be very honest and candid with you, when I think of an XDR solution, I think of defining it as the resource that will help these teams close the gap when it comes to their detection and response, right? Some say that it's an evolution of endpoint detection, but in my opinion, in order to be a true XDR solution, teams need to feel confident with defense in depth. You can't just look at a single set of data, right? You have to look at all of it: user, attacker, network, cloud, obviously endpoint, all that good stuff. So again, for me, an XDR solution really unifies and transforms relevant security data from across your modern environment, like I mentioned, both on-prem and cloud, to detect real attacks and provide security teams with that high context, that actionable insight that we discussed to stop threats fast. So with that, again, thank you everyone for your time. It's been a pleasure talking to you about cloud and strengthening your security posture in the cloud. And I look forward to talking and connecting with some of you later on. Thank you and have a great rest of your day.
All right, thanks, Dina. Great presentation and QA session there. As always, we have a poll question for everybody. So we appreciate your feedback on additional resources you'd like to see from Rapid7. I'd also like to remind you all about the handouts. We've got a PDF link from Rapid7. So be sure to check that out if you'd like more detail. And we'll leave that poll up for a minute during the prize drawing to give everyone a chance to answer. And so our next $300 Amazon gift card goes to Malcolm Elliott from Arizona. So congratulations to Malcolm. We'll be in touch about claiming your prize. And now it's time for our next presentation in the virtual summit. And this session comes from Nasuni. And presenting for Nasuni is Ann Blanchard, Senior Director of Product Marketing. Ann, welcome to the summit.
All right, terrific. I'm glad to be here this afternoon and evening with all of you. This is a pleasure, and it's really exciting to be looking ahead at 2023. I know that's really the purpose of this summit, is kind of giving us all a chance to think about strategy and how do we approach 2023. And certainly, 3 years ago, we would never have imagined we'd be in a global pandemic, and a year ago, we never would have imagined that we would be there would be a war in Ukraine. So we all know that things change so rapidly in the environment that IT is dealing with today. So let's take a moment to breathe deeply and ask ourselves some questions. I have some questions for the audience just to think about in the first couple of slides. to take a moment to prepare and think about, are we ready for change? Are we ready for the unexpected? So if we could jump right in. I've got 4 questions I'm just going to ask our listeners to think about before I talk a little bit about the file data services business that Masuni's in and how it can solve some of those problems. So if we go to the next slide, let's see, I guess I can do that. There we go. The title of my presentation is Infrastructure Strategy, Climate Change, War, Economic Uncertainty, How Moving to a File Data Services Strategy Makes You More Resilient. And that's really the topic of my next 20 minutes, is thinking about resiliency for 2023. Not so much planning for cutting edge or newness, but planning for being able to adapt to change and being able to adapt to adverse events, which we've seen are becoming more frequent in the world that we live in, partly because of the climate and partly because of human events. So the first question I want to ask the listeners is, does your data protection strategy support losing not one, but multiple offices to a weather event? If you're down in the southeast of the country right now, you know they're having a lot of rain and a lot of flooding as a function of that. And what we've seen in our customer base is that the possibility of losing not one, but 2 or even more facilities at one time is becoming more and more real. And this is due to weather, it can be due to world events, but the notion that you only have to do disaster planning for one facility or plan on losing one facility at a time is really becoming outdated. You have to think now, and what we've heard from our customers, they have to think in terms of Murphy's Law. Not only an office or a set of offices going down, but potentially their backup or replication site going down. And so the strategy for so many companies has to somehow include the cloud to get away from this potential threat of having one or more or several facilities lost at one time. So a question for listeners is if one of your facilities went down and also the facility that it failed over to went down, where would you be and how would you access your data? The next question I have is, does your data accessibility strategy support completely rethinking your supply chain? What we saw with our customers over the last 2 years in the manufacturing space was just wholesale disruption. They lost offices, they closed manufacturing plants, they experienced shortages throughout their supply chain, and the very lean manufacturing practices and just-in-time inventory practices that had worked so well up until that point turned out to be an Achilles heel during this disruption. Manufacturing industry in particular likes to have data close to operations, likes to keep data close to the applications and to the actual production facilities in many, many cases. And so in many cases, they're one of the last to really look at the cloud because they like that security of having the data very close to their operations on the ground. However, because of all the disruption that we see in the manufacturing space with respect to the supply chain, that thinking has to change. Manufacturing companies need ways to get data close to production, close to their supply chain, but without being susceptible to the risk of both climate change and wars and other very disruptive things that happen very locally. So a question for the listeners is, if you had to completely rethink your supply chain tomorrow, could you get data where it's needed with the performance that it's needed as quickly as the business needed? Well, I think we've heard a lot this afternoon or this evening about ransomware, and certainly we see this phenomena at Masuni as well. And a really, really horrible thing about ransomware is this notion that not only could you experience an attack and go through all of the pain of either recovering or paying the ransomware attackers, but that you could actually be susceptible to multiple attacks. And we see this in healthcare. We see this with some of our government clients. We see this with some of our hospitality clients as well, sometimes experiencing 2 or 3 or more attacks in a single month. So a question I have for the listeners is, does your data resiliency strategy support recovering from multiple attacks multiple times a month? And what we see so often is that, yes, if one attack with enough resources and enough focus, companies can recover. But and it may take 20 or 25 days in full to completely recover, but very few companies are set up to recover from multiple attacks within a short period of time. And what this is doing is it's really shifting the focus and the strategic thinking to resilience, to how do we recover more quickly, how do we prepare ourselves knowing that ransomware break-ins are inevitable. What's our recovery strategy? And can we get a recovery strategy that matches our business window of productivity, that keeps us in business even while we're recovering? And, technology is getting us there. Nasuni is working very hard to get our customers there, and this is one of our key differentiators, is the speed at which we can help customers recover from an attack, almost to the point of dealing with it as an everyday occurrence. And the last question I ask folks to think about as they look ahead at sort of their planning for 2023 is, overall, for your storage strategy, are you counting on real estate and space that may not be there as a function of the pandemic, but also of the economic downturn that we're experiencing right this moment? A lot of companies are closing offices, consolidating offices, moving people around in ways that reduce their footprint. And so the traditional practice of putting storage out in multiple locations and having it close to the users is now facing problems because we've got less footprint, we've got less money for power and cooling, and yet we want to keep the data close to users. We want to keep it performant. And how do we solve that problem? And of course, the cloud is a big part of that problem. But for a long time, data in particular was perceived as having latency problems once you put it in the cloud. So how do we solve that as well? We cannot take a performance hit even while we're relocating important data that people need at all these locations in the cloud. This is a slide that Nasuni uses, and it gets a lot of resonance with customers. This is what the traditional infrastructure for file storage has grown to look like over the last 20 years. And as many of the listeners know, it's rapidly being replaced by a whole host of different cloud approaches and hybrid cloud approaches. But the traditional file structure, had the data center. It had networking that allowed for file sharing. It had separate storage out in each of its locations and separate backup. And typically a disaster recovery site that maybe was set up to cover 10%, 15% of the data. And as I said, just having that one disaster recovery site, even that is becoming problematic today if it's another physical location that could be hit by the same forces that impact your original site. So this traditional file storage infrastructure is not flexible, and it's not resilient, and it's also very economically inefficient if it's put under stress and if it's forced to respond to a ransomware attack. And this is the kind of file storage infrastructure that needs to really transform itself into a file data services model. Now, many of our customers are already down this path, and it's interesting that one of the best transformations that we've seen, and it's part of the follow-up for this particular session, was a government organization. It was the city and county of Denver. And they came to us and said, we wanted to get out of the business of managing infrastructure and facilities for data storage. We want to move our focus to delivering value. So they were really on the path of moving to a file data services strategy before they even met Nasuni, and we helped take them all the way there. And that's why we've included their story as one of the handouts for this session. Let me just make sure I've got, there we go. What are the 6 key elements of a data services strategy? And these are concepts I ask listeners just to think about as you go into 2023. Well, first of all, as we've been talking all afternoon, embrace the cloud. The cloud is a way of getting away from the physical challenges and the climate challenges that we talk about as now impacting so many businesses. But the second thing is the notion that by building a data services strategy, you can support multiple use cases with one infrastructure platform. You don't have to have specialized storage and specialized solutions for multiple use cases. The third element of a data services strategy is this move to a kind of a consumption-based budgeting and thinking. And we've had customers at Nasuni that dialed up and dialed down their subscription, multiple times during the pandemic because their business went up and down. So their need for storage went up and down, and their budgets went up and down. And when you move to an OpEx model for your file data services, you're in a position to rapidly expand. If you've added 1,000 new employees or a new division, you're also in a position to rapidly de-escalate if you're selling off a part of your business or you're closing a part of your business. And so this OpEx model is really key to thinking about economic efficiency in terms of your data strategy. The fourth pillar is really shifting resources, and it's about thinking of your people. It's about thinking about your storage management people today who might be dedicated to backing data up, moving tapes around, setting up data storage arrays in particular locations. And as that manager from the city of Denver said, we're interested in shifting our people to projects that have, the highest productivity possible. So think about reallocating those people and those resources potentially to more strategic projects, because moving to a data services strategy lets you centralize the management of your storage, puts it on a platform, potentially gives you the ability to enable policy-based management across multiple locations. And what we've seen at Nasuni is typically the need for storage management resources can go down as much as 40 to 60% by moving to a centralized platform management solution. And those resources get shifted into more strategic projects and putting more IT resources kind of on the front lines. The fifth key element is, built-in resilience. And this is where really storage is undergoing a significant change since I joined the industry years ago, which is that storage is now on the front lines of ransomware. Where that initial attack file hits should be where your defenses are, at least with regards to file storage. That built-in resilience, that built-in ability to detect an attack as it comes in, but then recover right at the ground level where that attack comes in is really key. And resilience is key to, I think, thinking about 2023 planning. And last but not least, we all may be at different places on the road towards using artificial intelligence or machine learning against our data, but thinking about getting that data more co-located or organizing it, centralizing it on a platform where you can apply these new tools as they become more relevant to your business is really important. We have many, many customers that come to us with dozens, if not hundreds, of data silos that they're interested in getting rid of because they'd like to do more interesting things and profitable things with their data. So I'm going to introduce with this slide the Nasuni File Data Platform. This is our sort of architectural slide. We are a cloud-native file system, and the file system itself is completely originated in the cloud, so it has no constraints on the number of files you can store in it, or the size of the files, or the number of directories, and all of the metadata is also completely stored in the cloud. So you don't have any hardware-based constraints on the size of that file system. We use our partners, AWS, Azure, Google, as our object storage, but we make sure that all of the files that are stored encrypted and immutable in those clouds through our file system are also available through a local caching system. And that preserves that front-end performance that we see in manufacturing and a lot of other industries. Files that are frequently used locally are put on a local cache, and at the same time, copies go to the cloud in an immutable and are stored in an immutable encrypted form. And it's a very simple system in some ways. It's centrally managed, but it scales beautifully. It enables our customers to handle petabytes of data from multiple locations and just manage all of it from a single central console. So the solution has been able to grow. I've been with Nasuni now 6 years, and we have grown our revenues and our customer base about 600% since I joined here. So it's really been a great path for a lot of customers. If we look at how we continue to change that platform, we've just added in the past year a ransomware solution that not only detects but stops attacks and shuts down the point of origin, produces a report on the attack, and then identifies the cleanest, best copy to roll back to for administrators. And that total solution gives that kind of proactive defense against ransomware that customers are looking for. But most importantly, it taps into the fact that Nasuni keeps many immutable copies of customers' previous file versions in the cloud, and so that resilience is there. You can tap back into a very frequent, clean copy of your data and restore it very, very quickly. I wanted to take time to just go through a couple of customer examples before answering questions. Again, the main concept I'd like to just communicate here is that moving to a file data services approach is different from traditional storage, but it's really a very modern way of approaching this whole topic of resilience, and it's a very modern way of very economically, efficiently delivering storage services to multiple users across multiple applications and in multiple industries. So Leo Daily is a great customer of ours. They're a medium-sized company that uses Nasuni to co-locate design files across multiple offices. But most of all, they experienced a ransomware attack. Over 100 terabytes was impacted, and they were able to recover within a few minutes using the Nasuni platform once they identified the files that had been impacted. And so they had that resilience available to them and to keep their business going when an attack actually happened. Pernod Ricard is another great customer of ours, and they realized that their disaster recovery strategy required that they be down for anywhere from 2 to 5 days, and in some locations, their disaster recovery was taking them a week. There were a lot of floods over in France a couple of years ago, some of you may remember, and they took a look at their recovery strategy and said, this is not good for the business. So they shifted their file data services to Nasuni, and now they have a disaster recovery solution that works within, half an hour to an hour for the business in terms of recovering access to their files. And that really helps them feel secure about business continuity. And Kimley Horn is another customer that basically had so many locations of scattered data that it was just unable to consolidate data and do larger projects that really needed them to look across all their customers and all their projects. But by moving to the cloud, they were able to consolidate and basically think about using AI and machine learning against some of their files containing their unstructured data. And last but not least, one of our newer customers, TGI Fridays, a great chain here in the United States, just needed a way to simply get to the cloud fast, get off of Store Simple, again, a modernizing step for them because StoreSimple is a platform that Microsoft is end-of-lifing in less than a month, and they really mean it. They're literally turning off the service. And so we have a number of StoreSimple customers that have made the transition to Nasuni since we're a Microsoft partner in that migration. And it's just another example of a cloud modernization basically impacting all different sizes of companies. So I want to wrap up just by saying that moving to a file data services strategy is something, if you're not thinking about it for 2023, we'd like to talk to you about. It's something you should consider, and maybe ask yourself questions around where you feel your resilience is today. And Nasuni would be happy to talk with any folks that are with us here today about that and how we can help you build a more resilient infrastructure.
All right, super. Yeah, that was a great presentation, and I especially love that slide about the 6 key elements. It was a really great way to visualize how we need to be thinking about data services heading into 2023. And in fact, oh, you're beating me to it. You're going right back to it. I was just going to say I'm going to go ahead and pop that slide back up for our first question here, which was, how does a company start down a road toward a file data services strategy?
Really, the first step is to look at your use cases. Where and how are you using file data today? What is the importance to the business of that file data, and how do you want to protect it and make it more resilient going forward? So you look at your use cases, look at the business case around those use cases. Is it being used to support design work? Is it being used to support manufacturing plans and production? And what are your thoughts about protecting that data or making it available more globally going forward? And after you've given that some thought, you want to look at your current infrastructure in light of all the things that we've talked about in the last 30 minutes. Is it protected? Is it flexible? Can I move it where I need to move it? And if your current infrastructure doesn't meet the requirements we're talking about, then you want to look at a file data services strategy and talk to a company that's in this space like us.
Okay. All right, great. Thank you, and thank you for that slide. So before we get to our next question, I'm just going to pop up the poll question for everybody, just about, you've seen this question all day, so you know the drill. What additional information would you like about the Nasuni solution? And there's all those options there for you. So I'll just leave that up. And this next question comes from Laura, who's asking, does Nasuni provide or require edge cache hardware?
Edge cache hardware? No, we don't require it. We typically use customers' hyperconverged systems locally. We'll use a piece of their virtual machines on premise, or they can put their caching solution in the cloud on a VM that's cloud located.
Okay. All right. Super. So here's another question for you. How does having multiple clouds affect my ability to implement a data services strategy?
Well, I think this is probably a cornerstone of why you should look at a solution that's basically cloud agnostic. There are cloud file solutions from all 3 of the vendors that are partners. We partner with Azure, we partner with Google, we partner with AWS very significantly. And in many cases, we will, call on a customer with the rep from one of those cloud providers. But again and again and again, we find that customers have kind of a primary cloud and then a secondary cloud. Or in some cases, they have no cloud policy at all and they've got 3 or 4 clouds. So if you're building a file data services strategy, you want to try to structure it or architect it so that you're independent of your cloud choices as much as possible. and not be forced to keep all your file data in one cloud. There are many, many reasons for that, and it's really the flexibility that I talked about at the beginning that you've got to think about, and so you really want to look for a cloud agnostic solution.
Okay, super. And we've probably got time for another question. How much more expensive is it to put my file data in the cloud versus on premises?
We take all of our potential folks that are interested in looking at this model through an economic exercise, and we ultimately give them, an assessment of whether they would save with what they have with their current infrastructure or expanding that versus going to the cloud. And believe it or not, some of the cloud vendors themselves find it hard to give customers an estimate of what they're going to need over the long run, because there's so much that goes into that infrastructure, like your backup, your disaster recovery, your caching for performance, and you've got to scale all that depending on what your needs are. But the way to think about it really is that you're taking an investment you're already making and transforming it into a different kind of investment. So the net should be as neutral as possible over time. And what we find is we can save customers over their existing investment in traditional file storage, sometimes 20, 30%. And, depending on which cloud vendor, if they're looking at another cloud vendor solution, we can typically match or come under that as well. I'm just talking about ours. But you absolutely want to do that analysis. And the bigger picture is thinking about it in terms of what you're already investing and how you're going to change the nature of that investment as opposed to something brand new and sort of in addition to what you're already spending. Because this is infrastructure that already exists in most cases, and you really just want to think about how am I going to modernize it.
Okay. All right, great. Well, Ann Blanchard, great presentation today. Thank you so much for educating us on Nasuni and giving us a good framework for thinking about protecting data into 2023. Really appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
And with that, I'm going to turn it back over to my colleague, Jess Steinbach, for the next prize drawing for the last few sessions. Jess?
Well, thanks, Scott, and thanks for letting me sit along with you. It's really fun to moderate, but I have to say I have enjoyed kind of being an audience member and just listening to you do your thing today, Scott. It's been great.
Well, I'm enjoying doing the same.
Well, thanks for being with us, Scott, and I'll head into a prize drawing because I know you guys are all pumped up and ready for another $300 Amazon gift card. Now, I'm going to give you one more quick reminder that you do need to be present here live at the summit in order to win. So our next lucky winner of a $300 Amazon gift card is Steve Branham of South Carolina. Steve Branham of South Carolina. Congratulations, and as always, we will be in touch about claiming your prize after we wrap the webinar. Now, don't forget, there's still a few more chances to win, plus we have that best question card from every session. So there's a best question card that we will be giving away after we wrap to every session, to a winner in every session. So that means you should be getting those questions in. And I'm still seeing a lot of questions, and I want to acknowledge how great that is because I know that it's been a long day. There's been a lot of sessions. There's been a lot of information. And it is so great to see that all of you are still engaged with the information, engaged with our speakers. So thank you for those questions. All right, well, speaking of engaging with speakers, let's bring our next awesome speaker out here with us today. So we have two more presentations, folks, two more exciting sessions, two more awesome solutions waiting for you. And up next, we're going to hear from Maciel Martinez, Senior Product Marketing Manager, Identity Management at Okta. Maciel, thank you so much for being here with us to get us started today, to bring us home today, to start wrapping us up today. I know if I'm coming or going. And with that, Maciel, the platform is all yours.
All right, so my name is Maciel Martinez, and I am a Senior Product Marketing Manager for Okta Identity Governance. And I am so excited to talk to you today about the new extended workforce and how adopting a unified IAM and IGA platform can help each of your companies with security and efficiency. But first, I want to give a quick thank you again to all of you for being here today. I also want to give a special thank you to our customers. At Okta, our #1 value is to love our customers, and we so appreciate and thank you for everything you do for us day in and day out. And to those of you who might be hearing our message for the first time, we want to say welcome, and we are thrilled to have you here. So let's get into it. So today, the modern workforce really goes beyond the traditional employee. It also includes contractors and partners that need to access corporate resources. This new extended workforce has also really embraced this hybrid model of being able to work from anywhere, really since the start of the pandemic. In fact, in a recent study published by Okta, we found that 82% of users prefer working in this hybrid mode. So this is clear evidence that today's workforce wants the ability to work from anywhere and use any device. And they also really want to be able to manage their own professional and personal responsibilities on their own time. And luckily, companies are supporting this by undertaking digital transformations and adopting more modern technology. But as companies are going through this transformation, IT teams are likely the ones most impacted. They really have to make sure that each and every identity has access to the applications that they need when they need it in order to remain productive. And as they are doing this, they also need to keep security at the top of mind. They need to make sure that they are granting the right level of access to each employee so that not one employee can go rogue. Lastly, due to the increasing regulation landscape, they are also working hand in hand with compliance teams across the organization to make sure that the company remains compliant with SOC 2 or PCI audits. So in order to support this new world of managing an extended workforce that accesses data from anywhere, it is critical for IT teams and companies to adopt an identity-first strategy. We're all familiar with zero trust, but what we must also recognize is that identity is the foundation for any zero trust architecture framework. Without a comprehensive identity-first strategy, companies risk exposing themselves to security breaches that could have severe implications, like missed revenue targets or tarnished reputations, all of which could be detrimental to any company. And even with all of this, today identity is solved in silos and not thought about holistically. For example, you may have a complex architecture of various identities spread throughout multiple Active Directory domains. You may also have an IAM system like Okta to protect your front door through SSO and MFA. And you may have yet another system for your identity governance and or privileged access in order to help meet your compliance requirements. But using all of these disparate systems makes it increasingly difficult to determine who has access to what systems, when did they get that access, how did they get that access, and should they continue to have that access. And as you can imagine, these siloed systems are delivering poor outcomes. IT teams are spending a lot of time creating custom connectors to connect the various identity systems, which leads to lower efficiency. And then because these custom connectors are being used, they can't pass signals and contexts throughout the various systems, which then reduces their security posture. And lastly, you have a frustrated workforce that is tasked with rubber stamping approvals, reviewers not wanting to certify access, and employees waiting to request and gain access to the applications they need to do their day-to-day roles. So in order to implement a modern identity-first strategy, IT teams and companies need to think about identity holistically and come to it with a unified approach. We need to bring to the table critical identity and access management capabilities that are going to protect your front door and make sure that employees are accessing their resources in a secure manner. And at the same time, protect and automate the backdoor to make sure that employees are getting onboarded effectively and to make sure that you have the right policy structures in place so that you are granting the right levels of access to each employee. So this integrated approach is critical to help drive the right productivity and security outcomes and enable companies and IT teams to be successful in tackling the newer demands of today. So at this point, you might be thinking, okay, all of this makes sense. Okta has historically been known for their IAM products. Are they going to be adding a governance product to the mix? And if you answered yes to yourself, you are 100% correct. So introducing Okta Identity Governance, a modern unified platform designed for an identity-first approach towards zero trust. So with this launch, we have introduced new governance capabilities such as access requests and access certification. And I'll be going into these in a bit more detail in a minute. And then customers can leverage these governance capabilities on top of the rich set of out-of-the-box integrations Okta has with applications to automate the process of employee onboarding and offboarding end-to-end. With all of these capabilities, Okta Identity Governance is a comprehensive toolkit designed to meet your security and governance needs. So now let's get into some of the features that make up Okta Identity Governance. So first up, we have access requests. We make it very easy for employees to go in and request access to an application from the chat tool that they are already using, like Slack or Teams. It also has a machine learning driven request interface. So the more that it gets used, the more efficient it is going to become. And then on the flip side, managers, IT admins, app owners, whoever needs to approve access can do so right in those same chat tools. And this is definitely increasing the level of efficiency and productivity for all of your employees because we are meeting them right where they are. With this feature, there's also support for time-based access. So if somebody wants access to an application with particularly sensitive data, They can request access for an hour or a week or however long it's going to take to, get a project done. And then once that time limit is over, they'll automatically get deprovisioned from that application. Next up, we have access certification. And this is where you can create and manage the whole access review process. And you can do it super easy and quickly in 5 simple steps. You can launch campaigns from this dashboard that will allow you to review who has access to which application and who is part of which Okta group. You can even decide who the reviewers should be and what specific users you want to take a look at. And then managers can approve right from their Okta view. And all of these functionalities really help streamline what some organizations are doing today through spreadsheets, believe it or not. But the key detail here is that because it's a unified platform, we can provide detailed information about each user, like when was the last time they accessed an application. So if a manager is tasked with a review for their team, they can see that employee A hasn't accessed this application for 6 months and confidently revoke that access, knowing that they don't need it to do their day-to-day job. And the last feature we'll touch on is out-of-the-box reporting. Admins can get out-of-the-box reports for access requests and access certifications. They are able to see who has access to an application in Okta and details as to why access was granted and when that access was last reviewed. So you can get these entire reports very easily. You can export them and then continue to drill down into the data from there. So as you can see, Okta Identity Governance introduces governance capabilities that are modern and simple to use to the Okta Identity Cloud. With this unified platform, customers will be able to leverage risk signals and access management information from their existing Okta deployment to drive improved security and compliance outcomes. This will allow them to truly use Okta as an identity control plane to effectively manage identities going forward. Also, Okta Identity Governance is lightweight and easy to deploy, resulting in faster time to value for customers. It requires minimal to no professional services and is bundled together with other products like Okta Lifecycle Management and Okta Workflows, giving customers true value for their money. So I'll close this presentation with one final takeaway. All of our product investments around identity management, security, governance, and privileged access is focused on one thing, our vision. It is to be your trusted partner and focus on building the right tools you need to implement a modern identity-centric security strategy that helps you tackle the challenges and demands of today and tomorrow. So with that, we will finish the presentation portion and get into Q&A. Let's see if there are any questions that haven't already been answered. One thing that I do want to mention is that if you are in North America, Okta Identity Governance is officially GA'd as of earlier this month. So it is ready for you to use and to implement. So definitely reach out if you are interested there. Let's see, we have a question here about, looks like I'm assuming from a customer, about if you already have Okta workflows, does that mean if you're already paying for workflows that this will come at no additional cost? So we are bundling all of, as I mentioned, workflows, the Okta Identity Governance features, as well as lifecycle management all together. And there is a special bundled price for all three of those products. Somebody else is asking, is this available on Classic and OIE or just OIE? This is available on both. Similar question, but on the lifecycle front. So if you already have lifecycle management, do you get OIG? It's not automatic. It's its own bundle. So again, you will just talk to your account manager, and they can explain how we can start implementing this Okta Identity Governance bundle for you. If you are already a lifecycle management or workflows customer, you will see the immediate value from adding the governance features. So it's definitely something to consider there. Let's see, are these reports able to be sent to the application owner? I'm assuming you are referring to the out-of-the-box reports. So as I mentioned, you can definitely export those reports and send them out to whoever the relevant audience might be there. Let's see. Is there a way to automatically schedule quarterly access reviews? Absolutely. So as you are going through, as you are setting up a campaign, you have the ability to set it up as a one-off campaign or set it up recurringly. I believe we have it set up for a 21-day recurring, but you can always change that to whatever cadence you need. Let's see, Paresh, if you wanted to hop on, if you saw any questions that you thought might be helpful in answering, you can definitely do so. We also have Paresh from my team on the call as well as I am reading through these.
Few questions around like integration and in the convergence of IAM and IGA. The key benefit absolutely is the fact that it is built on the same Okta platform that you may be aware of, maybe using. And because it's built on the same platform, now we can really share signals across the two different platforms. And that is where you really start seeing benefits. Things like when was the user last access? User had last access a certain application when they were trying to log in. So if you're doing those certifications as part of your group certification or application access reviews, the reviewers get that information, and they will be able to do a much more knowledgeable decisions. Trying to answer a few other questions. Maziel, can you keep monitoring them as well? So where can you find your demo and test trials? Please reach out to your AE or CSM. You should be able to enable this on your trial preview, Okta preview environments, and you will be able to you will be able to test it out in your preview environments. Is this product?
Oh, sorry, continue.
Sorry, so there are a few questions around pricing and how the product has been priced. We will be, again, reach out to your AE. It is priced with the bundle. So we're making it very attractive, especially like if you have LCM workflows. We really realize that having all these products built in together, they work really seamlessly, and you will see much more benefits of it.
There is a resurface question around, does Okta surface visibility into app usage in addition to who has access?
No, that is not the idea of governance tool. We are not looking into app usage specifically. It's more about like who has access to what resources. You want to follow your zero trust privilege, principles of least privilege, and provide that right balance with lifecycle management so that end users, when they start on day one, they are productive, but don't have access to the right amount of resources to be productive, but don't give them access to every single application that you may have in your environment. Don't let them lose waste licenses. Don't have, those are security holes where there you have privileges and access sitting out there if the end users are not using it. So find the right balance where they can get right level of access on day one, they are productive on day one, and because it's connected to Microsoft Teams, it's connected to Slack, we meet users where they are and make it really easy for them to request access to these applications.
Let's see, there's another question on reports asking if they are customizable or possible to build out your own reports.
No, you get out-of-box reports around certifications. You get out-of-box reports around lifecycle management in terms of who has access to certain application, who's part of which group. So you get those out-of-the-box reports, things around access request in terms of like who's requesting, who approved that request, what time did the access was granted, things like that. In terms of additional out-of-the-box customizable reports, you can definitely use Okta Workflows, and that's why we bundled all these products together. Having Okta Workflows lets you create your customized reports that you will be able to do that.
We also have a couple of questions around testing OIG. So one question around, is it available to test in Okta Preview? And then looks like somebody in, where did the question go? In the EU, they're asking, is it rolled out for US tenants or is it allowed for EU tenants as well?
Yes, so it is currently GA in North America. You will be able to test this in your Okta Preview. This will, we are working on global GA and sit tight for some announcements around that as well. But today it's GA in North America only.
Let's see here. One more minute.
Yeah, there are a bunch of questions on pricing. Definitely reach out to your AEs on that front. Please do not hesitate. We can definitely answer those questions there. In terms of like comparison sheets, yes, again, your AEs, CSMs should be able to get you comparison sheets, technical data sheets, what's available, what's going to be there. I'm sorry we may not have been able to get to all the questions, but again, please reach out to your AEs and we can try to answer as many questions as possible. With that, Maziel, with 1 minute left, I'll hand it back to you.
Yeah, all right. Thanks, Paresh. And thank you to all of you for joining us. We hope you learned a little bit today about Okta Identity Governance and are as excited about it as we are. So as Paresh mentioned, definitely please reach out to your account representatives, get in touch with us. We would love to talk more about it with you. So thank you, everyone, and hope everyone has a good rest of their day.
Thank you so much to both of you for that wonderful presentation and Q&A session. That was really interesting to kind of dig in a little bit to some of those. I do know, and I can see that there were a lot of questions that we did not get to, so don't worry, we will make sure that those go to the Okta team so that you will get some follow-ups to those questions. And hey, you know what? High fives to everybody for still having lots of questions after, that was our 15th session of the day. So you guys are all rock stars, gold stars for everybody today. Awesome participation. I saw some mention of Will said he's on his third monster of the day. I saw some people heading for coffee again. You are all daredevils getting coffee at 4 o'clock in the afternoon or whatever time zone you're in. But congrats on making it through the day, and we are about to get into our last session. But before we do that, I do want to remind you all that I've got that poll up on the screen for you now. So we want to know what additional information you would like to get about the Okta solution. I've said this to you all before, so hopefully this has sunk in and resonated with some of you. I don't know about you folks, but there's just so much information today. There's been so many great presentations and incredible solutions, and my brain is feeling really jam-packed with just about all of them. And so for me, it really helps to have something that I can go back to and look at and kind of remind myself, get that memory jog of what I was thinking about at the time when I was listening to that presentation and why I thought that was going to be helpful. So even if you're not fully sure about any of these solutions, but you're interested in learning a little bit more, that's fine. That's a great place to start. So you want to click on that poll there and let Okta know what they can send your way so that you can do a little bit of further digging. Another great way to go is to head on over to the Handouts tab. You can click on the link there, and you'll actually find the CIO's Guide to Identity-Driven Optimization. It is a very interesting read. You can learn more about supporting company growth goals, how to fortify your infrastructure, and cultivate a high-performing IT model. Who doesn't want that, folks? While you're filling out that poll and clicking on that handout, I am going to go ahead and give away another prize. So we're going to give away a $300 Amazon gift card. One more reminder that you do need to be here live present at the summit today in order to qualify to win. So our next winner of a $300 Amazon gift card is John Gagliardi of Minnesota. Oh, I'm going to say that with my best Minnesotan accent. John Gagliardi of Minnesota. Sorry, John, I had to. If you are here with us today, you have won a $300 Amazon gift card. Congratulations. We will be in touch about claiming your prize after we wrap. Now, don't forget, there is still one more chance to win a prize, and we've got a grand prize on that one as well. Plus, we have that best question card that is going to go out after each of our sessions. So we are looking at anyone who asked a question in every session, and we will choose that best question and follow up with them.
Wow, well, what a day it has been. And here we are at our last presentation of the summit. Folks, we are definitely wrapping up on a high note because up next, we will be chatting with Michael Clark, Director of Threat Research at Sysdig, and Nicholas Lang, Threat Research Engineer at Sysdig. Michael and Nicholas, thank you so much for being here with us to bring us home in style. I'm excited to hear what you have to say, so I'm going to hand the mic right on over to you both.
Hi, thank you very much. Nick, are you here?
Warm welcome.
All right, so we'll get started. Sounds like it's been a long day for everybody, so hopefully it won't be too much longer, and hopefully it'll be interesting enough to kind of keep everyone awake. So we'll first start out with some introductions of ourselves and of Sysdig, and then kind of move into our content. I can start. My name is Michael Clark. I'm the Director of Threat Research here at Sysdig. I've been doing computer security for over 20 years. And I previously was at Gartner as a security operations analyst, managed Rapid7's incident response services, amongst many other jobs. And with me is Nick, a member of the Threat Research team. Go ahead, Nick.
Hi, I'm Nick. Before Sysdig, I worked for a private boutique contractor for the government, doing lots of different DARPA projects, mostly research-based, but a little bit of vulnerability work as well. And that's kind of aligned well with my role here at Sysdig as well, where I do a little bit of research, do a little bit of vulnerability work, and a good bit of crypto jacking and crypto detection.
Great, thank you, Nick. So Sysdig is a SaaS cloud security vendor. We specialize in threat detection and response of cloud workloads. So that includes containers, pretty much almost everything you run in cloud services. So we do threat detection off of CloudTrail and other CSPs providers, inside serverless functions, and like I said, containers. We do vulnerability management and offer CSPM capabilities amongst a whole lot of acronyms in the cloud and things like that. But today we're mainly going to talk about threat detection and response, especially as it relates to our
threat report, which we just put out. So it's a SysDig 2022 Cloud Native Threat Report. Thank you. And we put this out a month or two ago. It goes in some of the things the research team has found, and there are definitely some interesting findings. So it's divided into 3 sections. We'll discuss each one. The first one is, as kind of Nick alluded to, all about cryptojacking. So Nick, can you give us a little background on what cryptojacking is?
Sure. So cryptojacking is a low-effort, high-reward way for attackers to monetize instantly the compromised cloud resources that they attack. It doesn't have to be cloud resources, but given that we live in the world of the cloud, it most commonly is these days. So what they'll do is they'll get online via either a vulnerability or a misconfiguration, and then they'll download their crypto miner of choice, most commonly Monero. And then once they have the miner in place, they'll just begin mining and using all available CPU cycles to take control of the attacker's computer and earn money.
So why would they do this instead of, like, ransomware is still a lot in the news. Why is this better or worse, I guess, too?
It's less money on average, but because it's so easy and it's guaranteed profit versus ransomware, which is a thing we have to negotiate back and forth, you could potentially compromise, a major bank or hospital and be committing serious crimes. With cryptojacking, they have, a little bit of guardrails in place so that they can either use less of the compromised computer's CPU or just, not destroy the resources that they're compromising, right? So with crypto locking, the underlying resources get destroyed because they're encrypted and they're not usable. With cryptojacking, the website that they're, for example, compromising might still work. It'll just be a little bit slower. So there's much less of a legal footprint, as well as, there's no negotiation process to get paid.
Yeah. I haven't heard of the FBI or anybody looking into cryptojacking rings yet or anything. I'm sure it'll happen eventually, but this is basically just turning electricity into money. And so kind of what we found was for every dollar the attacker earns, it costs the victim $53. That's a pretty big discrepancy. Can you explain why that is?
Sure. It's pretty difficult to successfully mine one coin of choice, whether that's Monero, Bitcoin, or whatever. It takes a lot of math to do so, and so in order to generate enough CPU cycles, right, that's going to be very expensive in the cloud because you basically build by the amount of CPU time that you use. And so the way that AWS prices, which is generally considered the cheapest cloud provider, in order to earn, one Monero, right, that's an $11,000 AWS bill, just because of the sheer amount of math that you need to do in order to reliably guarantee that you earn one coin.
How do people normally crypto mine if CPU is so inefficient?
And that's the entire point behind these CPU-based coins, right, with Monero is that you can't do it the quote-unquote old way. You can't get an Antminer or a bunch of GPUs and efficiently mine your thing. The point of CPU mining is that the cryptography and privacy guarantees is that, no one's going to be able to afford to control the network because it's so inefficient to mine it with your CPU. Versus something like Ethereum before the merge, you could, reliably spend like $1 million or $2 million and control a large portion of the network.
Okay. So we also have another number here that we estimated by looking at different wallets we found, and in particular we were looking at one threat actor called Team TNT. They're probably one of the most popular known threat actors because they're very loud. Stealth isn't something they worry about, so they're everywhere and very automated. But in the wallets we analyzed, it cost the victims upwards of $430,000. Like, how do these bills get so high, and what happens to these customers when they get these bills?
Usually it's a lengthy back and forth with AWS legal to try to show that they weren't responsible for driving up these huge bills. right? Because no one, most small businesses cannot afford a $1 million AWS bill in 1 month. And so it really just comes down to AWS accepting that, 10%, 5% of their customers are going to get jacked, and they're going to have to foot the bill for these times that it happens.
Yeah, and this can't go on forever, right? Because, the way the economy is, there's been a lot of layoffs in the tech sector. They're eventually going to stop footing the bill for this and, actually make their customers pay. So it can get very expensive very quickly. These six-figure bills can happen, within a day. What are the normal, attack vectors that crypto miners come in?
They'll basically take the route of least effort, right? So what we've seen is that they'll scan the public internet for a few services that they're familiar with compromising. One that's very, very easy to compromise is an exposed Docker endpoint, where they can just run their own Docker image on your machine basically for free. That's probably the easiest and lowest effort way. Alternatively, there's especially Team TNT, they'd like to take advantage of exposed Redis servers that are running, older vulnerable versions. And so they'll literally just scan the internet, use Metasploit to perform their initial compromise, and then once they're on, they're mining crypto almost immediately. Other than that, they just started recently this past year taking advantage of cloud-specific misconfigurations. So if they get inside via one of the previously mentioned vectors, they'll then attempt to pivot by talking to for example, AWS metadata service, right? So they'll see what other computers are reachable from this subnet and try to perform different, red teaming exercises against the cloud providers, against the cloud configurations to increase their reach into the attacked machines.
And secrets management also gets important because API keys are an easy way for them to spin up these machines. So when they get an API key, they can just call the deploy instance API as much as they want, as fast as they want. So they'll just spin up 100 instances of crypto miners if they can. So secrets management and your API keys are very critical when it comes to crypto jacking. We've probably talked about crypto jacking for quite a while, but let's move on to more specific, talk about containers. So containers are kind of our main focus that we look at, and can we go back one? And they're actually used by attackers too. They're actually in two ways. So as with any, containers can be shared on sites like Docker Hub and other similar ones, publicly shared. So just like anytime anything can be shared, there's always some segment of users that want to do bad things with sharing and share things they shouldn't. So can you explain kind of how we approach this problem, like what we did to try to figure out what attackers are doing with containers and what we saw?
For sure, yeah. So the Cystic Threat Research team built a Docker Hub scanner, and what the scanner does is take a large number of Docker images that are public and attempt to pick them apart layer by layer, right? Because in a Docker image, it's really just a composition of image layers, and flag them based on different indicators of compromise or malicious activity. So as you can see in the circle graph, the vast majority of the malicious ones we found were crypto mining related. The second most common category that isn't necessarily indication of maliciousness, but just a thing to keep an eye on is the large amount of embedded secrets. That could be AWS API keys, or that could just be, GitHub access tokens. But anytime there's a secret embedded in an image is file system or layer and it's public, that's a pretty big red flag for security. And then some of the other categories of interest, hacking came in the smallest size, but worth keeping a note on because it's easier than ever to deploy hacking tools when you can just do a one line on the command line to Docker run the container and you're away and going. And yeah.
So the interesting thing is we also saw that a lot of these containers were disguised as legitimate software packages. So even if, they can name them whatever they want, They could even have like MySQL or whatever in the container Docker file, but they may also have a line that executes the crypto miner. So they try to sneak these crypto miners in anywhere they can, because anyone who runs it, it's free money, as we kind of discussed in the last slide. But as mentioned, embedded secrets, it could also be malicious secrets. So like they could insert private keys or other keys that would give them access later to anybody who attempts to use it. So the idea is like downloading things from Docker Hub is dangerous. And it's kind of difficult to protect yourself. How would you go about kind of protecting yourself from these sorts of threats, Nick?
One thing that a lot of people in our space do is have their own hosted private registry that not just anyone can push to, and also to have their own set of trusted base images, right? As with any Docker image, you have to start somewhere. And so if you're not starting with a public image, you're starting with something that's internal and trusted. It's a huge first step in building a trustable image. The other thing that people often talk about, but it's a little bit harder to deploy in practice, is image signing, where if the image isn't signed by a private key that's authorized by the organization, it won't run in the network, or rather on the Kubernetes cluster or the Docker instance that's configured that way.
Yeah, and as part of our kind of threat research, we've been compiling lists of all these bad images we've been seeing to provide to our customers to kind of help protect them. But you got to be careful with Docker desktops that you have out there too, and those are much harder to control because they're not centralized at all. There's no central management. So a developer can pull down a malicious domain, and it's pretty much just running malicious code on your network at that point, with some caveats, but not something you want at all. So kind of lesson is you got to be careful about container images. There are a lot of bad things in them, but as we kind of saw in the next slide, attackers like to use these too. So much like companies use them to scale and make things easier, the criminals and threat actors and activists are also doing the same thing. And we saw this with the Russia-Ukrainian conflict. Can you kind of go over what we saw, how they were being used?
Sure. So what we've observed directly is that with as you can kind of see on the slide, that yellow line that's vertical is when the start of the conflict began in Ukraine, and then immediately after there's a huge spike in the number of containerized DDoS deployments and downloads. And so what the activist groups did was basically create a Docker image that when you run it, it's already got all the targets preloaded, right? So literally all you have to do, even as a non-technical user, is figure out how to install Docker and then copy and paste this one line into your terminal, and you're all of a sudden, contributing to your side of the war effort, whatever side that may be. And so it actually blew up pretty big on Twitter, where as soon as the invasion began, people were tweeting out, "You can support Ukraine this way. Even if you don't have money to donate, you can donate your computer cycles." And that's really what gave this traction, because we didn't really see a whole lot of activism in the terms of like open sourcing or crowdfunding activism, right?
Right. It was a lot of this sharing. I mean, the social media aspect of it was pretty insane about how it spread through there. And but individuals are doing this, but they could also be using your infrastructure as you being a company. So you definitely don't want your company involved in these conflicts, and you could accidentally be if someone manages to run these kind of purpose-built containers to do denial of service attacks against either side. And it's just made things a lot easier for them to deploy, because I think, as you said, it's pretty much install this and run one command, and you're automatically involved. It's getting all the up-to-date targeting information, and it can be very hands-off at that point. And we've also seen it for more commercial gain. So in a recent operation we saw called Purple Urchin, they used their containerized infrastructure to deploy their command and control systems. So it was all containers, And what this operation was doing was using free trials to do crypto mining, and it was solving CAPTCHAs. It was doing all sorts of complicated things, but it was all containerized. So they almost had a modern DevOps process to deploy their malicious operation. So it's kind of interesting. I think we can start wrapping it up. So some of our key takeaways, cloud targeting, cloud attacks, crypto mining, they aren't just a nuisance or commodity malware, as it used to be called, where something gets infected, you just rebuild the system and start over. There's a big financial possible impact with these cloud attacks, especially with crypto miners. They're not just a nuisance. Serious attackers are using them and making serious amounts of money. But we also need to stress that containers are both a target. So we've entered that phase where attackers, want to get in containers because of the scale that they provide. How they do this is a lot longer conversation, but, as Nick said, misconfigurations, exploits, and then supply chain comes in here too. And then we also saw that they're being used by attackers to do everything now too, because it's easy for us to use them, it's easy for them to use them. And the cloud benefits from scale, so attackers do too. Everything they want to do now is at scale. They became a business in the last decade, a lot of these attackers. I don't know if you say corporatized, but they became a business, and like any business, they want to make money, and at some point they're like, okay, we're making some money, we need to scale up our operations. So just like a company, they look to the cloud to do that. So it's definitely where everything's going, especially for these financially minded attackers. And I think that is all we have.
I love that last point. I think that was a really a great, kind of take-home message for everyone, is as the cloud has allowed all of us to scale and business operations and just provided a lot of opportunity, that means the same level of opportunity is available to attackers. And that's an interesting takeaway. I hadn't thought of it that way. Thanks to both of you. Okay, so what you should see up on the screen here is the SysDig solution. So what we're wondering is, what information are you looking for? What additional follow-ups would you like to get? Now, I've said this to you before. We're here at our last session. You just heard 16 different solutions, 16 different sessions, and all this incredible information. Don't let that go to waste. Right now, you're feeling all lit up like a little Christmas tree, and you've got lots of information in your brain. So make sure that you can access that after we wrap today. And the easiest way to do that is to request a little reminder. So by clicking on this poll here, letting SysDig know what information you need, that's how they can follow up with you. So make sure you click on that poll, and they will follow up and get you the information that you need. While you guys are doing that, and since we're all back and volumed ready again, Mike, Nick, you guys ready to jump into some Q&A?
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's do it. Okay. This is kind of an interesting one. You gave us a couple of different styles of threats in your presentation, and I mentioned this to you guys over chat. I really appreciate that. I like that style of kind of giving us a threat and then walking us through what it looks like and some potential ways to avoid it and solutions. Jeffrey here is wondering if you could give us an idea what is the most anticipated threat for 2023 that you think is going to be a top priority. What should be top of mind for folks in the audience today?
Oh, that's interesting. The prediction ones. So I can give my answer, and Nick can give one if he wants. But I think we'll see just more crypto mining. I don't think the crypto market downturn matters all that much because it's all free money. But I think we'll see some big incidents where large enterprises get compromised and just see an enormous scale of crypto mining happen in them. So that's my prediction. Nick, any different opinion?
Yeah, I would echo that. I think that assuming that the market conditions continue the way that they are on the current track, that we'll probably see a definite increase in crypto mining because people are going to look for alternative streams of income as they, do get laid off or they don't make those raises that they were hoping to get.
Okay. Another question here from Benjamin wondering, we have a vendor who provides hardware firewalls with container capabilities. The idea was to use those containers to run edge data software. Are we at risk?
I would say yes, from the point of every kind of software is at risk. So
That's a solid answer.
I mean,
yes.
These containers are communicating out to the internet if they're on the edge. So it's just like at that point, you got to consider, the API attacks or whatever attack surface against those containers there would be, but also the supply chain aspect. What's in those containers? Is it open source software? Is it safe open source software? Do they give you all that information? If they don't, I would definitely ask for it. But yeah, I mean, like any software that's running, especially on a firewall, that's interesting. I had not heard of that use case for them, but yeah, yes. So.
Well, I wonder if this is a good follow-up here. Dorian's wondering, made the comment, I appreciate the discussion around containers as a threat and a tool. How would you suggest best practice to evaluate a container?
Nick, do you have any ideas?
Sure. Yeah, I think best practice for container evaluation is similar to the tool that we built to pick it apart layer by layer. Unless you know all the bits going into the sausage, you can't be confident in it, right? So you have to really know what that attack surface is. Is it ever going to talk to the internet? What data is coming into that container from an untrusted source, and how far can it get? And the way you'd start with that is, literally starting at the base image, seeing what software is installed. Next layer up, what software is installed, what libraries are installed, what version of OpenSSL is installed, right? Because the latest version of OpenSSL had a pretty recent bug, and if it's running an older version, it can have a much more severe bug, heartbleed type stuff. So really just knowing everything that goes into the container. And if that person isn't you at your organization, then making sure that there is someone in your organization that does know everything that was used to build that container.
And I'll kind of sum that up on the tool side. Vulnerability management is really good with containers because of the whole manifest SBOM aspect, but also doing runtime threat detection on it. So the only way you're going to really know is to run the container and watch what it does in the end. So getting tools like Sysdig allow you to see what's happening in a container, like an EDR tool would show you if it was on a server. So you get the same kind of information.
Awesome. All right. Well, we are getting pretty close to the end of time here, and we are going to have to wrap pretty quick. But I got some questions asking about use cases, kind of wondering if you had seen customers affected by sort of the main types of attack that you mentioned. So you mentioned crypto, the DDoS, and supply chain in particular. Are there any, of those? And again, now I'm giving you like a minute to answer a giant question. But is there any use case of those in particular that you think would be helpful to share of your clients that you've seen and kind of how they've walked through?
I would say the crypto mining is what we see. So one interesting one that we came across was, I'll go light on the details, but it was a container and an unmanaged device that the customer didn't manage. And it had vulnerable software on it and got crypto miners put on it. I think they discovered it through indicators of compromise over the network, but this was like an unmanaged device that they didn't have enough visibility into. So just like the traditional networking, the vendor devices, the unmanaged, the things that you don't manage can really come back to haunt you if you don't have visibility into them.
Perfect. Anything else you wanted to add?
No, not for me. Nick, do you have anything? It's a good place to end it.
I like it. Okay. Well, Nick and Mike, thank you so much. Before you run away, either of you, both of you, in any order you choose, what would you suggest for somebody who wants to get started, who has just totally fallen in love or has tons of questions and wants to follow up?
I guess the answer is sysdig.com, and there's a free trial that you can sign up for there and check out the product.
That sounds like a great way to get started. Well, to both of you, Mike, Nick, thank you so much for being here with us, and thanks for being our grand finale. It's been a pleasure chatting with you both.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
All right, and a big thank you to all of you who had awesome questions throughout the day and filled out those polls and clicked on the handouts and answered Sean's contest question and all the other myriad of ways that you participated in our day today. It's been so exciting getting to chat with you. And I know we've kind of been joking about it being such a long day, but yeah, I'd say it's actually been really fun getting to kind of chat with you all for about 8 hours, folks, today that we were sitting here in one long, engaging conversation. So I want to thank all of you. I know some of you have had to come in and out, but it's been a lot of fun spending that time with you today. So now I know some of you are out there saying, yeah, get to the prizes. Okay, fine, let's get to the prizes. I'm going to remind you before I do that, though, that you do need to click on the SysDig link. If you haven't already, grab that 2022 Cloud Native Threat Report. Really, really interesting information. Absolutely fantastic way to follow up. I know there was a lot of you out there wanting to dig in a little bit more to these threats, so please do download that report, and you can save that for later. Speaking of which, if you haven't clicked on the poll, make sure that you're doing that, because that's another great way to get the information that you need. All right, well, I promised you prizes, so I'm going to move on over to that there. All right, so up next, we're going to do a $300 Amazon gift card. Now, I'm going to say this one last time I'm going to say it of the presentation today. You do need to be here live present at the summit in order to win. So our very last $300 Amazon gift card is going to Fernando Jacinto of California. Fernando Jacinto of California, you have won a $300 Amazon gift card, but the fun is not over yet because I still have a grand prize to give away. Oh, look at that. I'm going to give away one of 3 iPhone 14 Plus phones. Shiny, shiny new phone. All right, so we're going to give away 3 of these, and the first one's going to go to Austin Free, F-R-U-E-H, Frey. Any suggestions on how to pronounce that, let me know. Austin, F-R-U-E-H, of Ohio. Then the next one is going to Andrew Bayer of North Carolina. I got that one, Andrew Bayer of North Carolina. And then the next one is going to another Austin, Austin Hayes of Texas. So we went Austin, Andrew, Austin on the iPhone 14 Pros today. I feel like there's a law for that, right? Like, you know, when you see 3 white cars in a row, or you see a red, white, and a blue one, you know, when things happen in coincidences that are just coincidences, but they seem like more. Austin, Andrew, Austin. Anyways, if someone knows the law for that, let me know. I'm curious about it. All right. Well, I always promise you that I'll run through all the prize lists at the end. So let's do a quick little run through, just test my memory skills here. Nah, we're testing my reading skills. I'm going to read a list. I'm going to be honest. Okay, so Joe Ward of Pennsylvania has won a gift certificate. Another gift certificate going to Albert Hyun of California. I'm so sorry, that is not how you pronounce that. H-Y-U-N-H, Hun of California. Gift card number 3 going to Sarah Reed of California. Gift card number 4 going to Jonathan Burlebach of Maryland. AirPod Max headphones going to Mike Amaya of Michigan. Another set of AirPod Max headphones going to Joshua Nugent of Pennsylvania. And then a third one going to Priscilla McKinney of Missouri, and a fourth one going to Nick Gall of Oregon. Then we have a gift certificate going to Daniel Garcia of Colorado, a gift certificate going to Shrujana Yuna of Louisiana, a gift certificate going to Courtney Washington of Alabama. Yeah, I remember that one, Courtney Washington of Alabama. Gift card going to Scott Aldinger of California, an Apple Watch Ultra going to Harold Welch of Utah, an Apple Watch Ultra going to Dennis Nasinidel of Kentucky, a gift card going to Artis Miller of Colorado, a gift card going to Julio Apeline of Hawaii, and a gift card going to Zachary Parker of Wisconsin. Roll on, Wisconsin. I could also do a Wisconsin accent if anyone's curious about that. I got Minnesota and Wisconsin. David Jenkins of Illinois, Jeremy Metzer won a gift card, and then an iPad Pro going to Jeremy Metzler of Pennsylvania, an iPad Pro going to Tamara Redondo of California, a gift card going to Malcolm Elliott of Arizona, a gift card going to Steve Branham of South Carolina, a gift card going to John Gagliardi of Minnesota. A gift card going to Fernando Jacinto of California, an iPhone 14 Pro going to Austin Frey of Ohio, an iPhone 14 Pro going to Andrew Bayer of North Carolina, and last iPhone 14 Pro going to Austin Hayes of Texas. Whew, okay, I made it through that whole list. I'm going to, take a deep breath right now. What a great list of prizes and a great list of winners. Congrats to you all. We will be following up with all of you after we wrap. Don't forget about that best question card. That's a $50 Amazon gift card. And just by asking a question, you are entered to win. Even if we didn't get to you live during the session, you are entered to win by asking that question.
All right. Well, once again, I have to say what an incredible, powerful, and interesting day this has been. And I cannot believe that we're at the end already. Before you head out, I do want to make sure that I remind you all about the ransomware guide from Actual Tech Media. The end of the year is a great time to check in with your ransomware strategy and really be sure that you have everything up to date, that you haven't just created a strategy, put it on the shelf, and moved on. So now's a great time to visit ransomware.org for a ton of great info about all of anything related to ransomware, all the resources you need to audit, to advise, to enhance, to tweak, whatever it is that you need as you head into 2023. I also do want to remind you all, if you're out there on the summit today and you've been thinking to yourself, this seems like a lot of fun, you see that maybe there's an opportunity for you and your organization to get involved at an Actual Tech Media event, we would absolutely love that. Scott, David, myself would love to connect with you on a future summit, an EcoCast, a megacast, a webinar, whatever you have in mind. So be sure to reach out to us via email at connect@actualtechmedia.com. And with that, on behalf of the Actual Tech Media team, I want to once again thank all of our sponsors from the big, wonderful list: TierPoint, Couchbase, Synology, SimSpace, Veeam, CrowdStrike, KnowBe4, Rubrik, Delinea, Tanium, Scale Computing, Metallic, a Commvault Venture, Rapid7, and Nasuni, Okta, and Sysdig. Such a big list. So many incredible speakers and presentations today. I also want to once again thank Sean for being with us throughout the summit today and really bringing some interesting insights and ideas to all of us as we explored some of the solutions together. It was really fun to dig into some of those, maybe more behind the scenes ideas around our psychology and the mentality of disruption, as well as the technologies that enable that. A big and very special thank you to all of you for attending and for asking some great questions today. I know that it's been a long day. I don't know about you all, but I am ready to put my feet up. I'm ready to have a nice cup of tea and just relax and unwind and start to maybe sort through and process some of these really incredible ideas that we've gotten to explore today. I on that note, really want to thank everybody who asked questions or posted comments, sending thank yous to the speakers or reaching out to the community to share a use case, your own personal experience, all of that. All of that really does bring up the energy of the entire summit. It really engages our speakers and our team here, as well as the entire community. So that's a really important part of what makes these types of webinars so fun to be a part of. So thank you to all of you who participated. Scott and David and I have all had so much fun with you today. I know that I've learned a ton. As I said, I need to go and sit down and kind of sort through it all. It's all sort of flying around in my head right now. And, as we approach this rapidly ending year and getting into the new year, it really is sessions like these, conversations like this, that allow us to come together to kind of pool some of our information, maybe reflect on the year behind us and look ahead at the year in front of us, and collaborate together on some of these strategies and approaches. And if nothing else, just sort of lean on each other and appreciate being part of a community, because I know, nobody wants to feel isolated or siloed. And so it's really wonderful to be able to bring everyone together into these collaborative conversations. Now, speaking of bringing everyone together, before you take off today, I do want to be sure that you all mark your calendars and come back to join us on Wednesday, December 14th. That's next week, Wednesday, for a very special style summit that's going to cover how to map your ransomware preparedness strategy for 2023. We're going to talk to some incredible experts. We have some panel discussions. It's all based around the NIST pillars, so it's going to be really interesting. I hope that you are able to come and join us. Again, that's 11 a.m. Eastern Time, 8 a.m. Pacific on Wednesday, December 14th. I hope that I get to see you all there. And until then, again, thank you for this incredible day. And I hope you have an absolutely beautiful evening.